Behold a teenager with a look on his face that just screams, "I eat nails for breakfast." This absolute unit is our main character, Zhao Ran. He's actually the descendant of a family of mages, a notoriously powerful family on the continent. But here's the kicker, because he couldn't use a single lick of magic. They threw him into a high-security prison. We're talking one of the most dangerous in the world, a place so nasty, not even the birds would dare to poop on it. However, there's one tiny detail his family conveniently overlooked. Our boy Zhao was no longer the weakling they all thought he was. Turns out he's a certified genius packing 5 ranked traits. If he couldn't use magic the normal way, then he was just gonna have to go full-on physical build. The grand escape plan from this godforsaken prison was about to kick off. But before we dive into his epic jailbreak journey, let's hit the rewind button and get some world-building lore. 1,000 years ago, the great demon god war. One day, a horde of demons just decided to punch right through the front lines and started wrecking humanity's day. To fight for their very survival, humans struck back, igniting a brutal, seemingly endless war. The very earth was stained red with blood, while waves of monstrous beasts crashed down on them like a tidal wave, slowly but surely pushing mankind to the brink. But then a single mage appeared on the scene. Riding a freaking black dragon, he swooped across the battlefield, unleashing spells that could literally shake the heavens and the earth, and wiping out monsters by the truckload. His overwhelming power made the beasts tremble in absolute terror. Meanwhile, the humans cheered for him as if they'd just witnessed the second coming of a god, a classic Manhwa moment for sure. But then right at the climax of the great demon god war, that legendary mage mysteriously kicked the bucket. The chosen one, the one drunk on power, the one who resists the temptation of corruption. "I have switched the person," a strange whispering voice echoed, signaling that a change was on the horizon. Flashing forward to the present day in South Korea. Inside a subway car, the passengers are completely engrossed. A strange whispering voice echoed, signaling that a change was on the horizon. Back to the present in a South Korean subway car, the passengers are totally focused. An old man is glued to his phone, anxiously watching the live boxing match. The announcer's voice booms through the speakers, absolutely electric. "Ladies and gentlemen, a massive welcome to you all. Tonight's main event is the 17th title defense for our reigning world champion. And we are just moments away from the opening bell." Inside the arena, the atmosphere is an absolute inferno. The crowd is roaring, their cheers deafening every other sound in the building. The announcer continues, his voice cutting through the chaos. Making his way from the blue corner, the challenger. This guy is built like a tank with muscles coiling over his body like some kind of bronze statue. He plants himself firmly in the middle of the ring. The crowd erupts, though some hecklers just snort and give him a big thumbs down. The MC doesn't miss a beat. And next, from the red corner, the man with the undefeated record. 37 fights, 37 victories. The world champion with a 100% knockout rate. Jin Hao. Jin Hao tears off his robe, revealing a physique that looks like it was chiseled from solid steel. His face is an icy mask radiating the unbeatable aura of a true manhwa protagonist. The MC quickly jumps back in with some hot gossip. Now pay attention, folks. In his recent matches, Jin Hao has barely used his legs at all. We even had an interview with Patch, and the challenger predicts that the champ is nursing a leg injury. Perhaps he's planning to exploit that very weakness tonight. After all, Jin Hao is over 40 years old now. If that leg injury is the real deal, we could be crowning a new king tonight. No sooner were the words spoken than the match began. The referee gives the signal, and both fighters immediately assume their stances. The challenger, Patch, is already drenched in sweat from the very first second. His eyes dart around, frantically crushed by the immense pressure. He thinks to himself, "Damn it, what the hell is this terrifying aura?" He had to admit Jin Hao's power was the real deal, truly befitting a champion. Jin Hao, on the other hand, stands perfectly still, not uttering a single word. Just one ice-cold glare from him is enough to make his opponent freeze up. Patch grinds his teeth. But what if I only go after his leg? The challenger, Patch, was sweating bullets from the first second, his eyes darting around wildly under the immense pressure. He thought to himself, "Holy hell, what is this insane pressure?" He was in awe of the power of Jin Hao. This was a true champion's aura. Jin Hao stood perfectly still, not saying a word, but That one bone-chilling stare was enough to make his opponent flinch. Patch clenched his jaw. But what if I just aim for his leg? What's this, an opening? Crack. A bone-dry sound echoed through the arena. Beichi lunged at Kim Jin-ho like a beast gone berserk. His breath ragged, his eyes practically bulging with rage. He snarled internally, "You dare step into the ring with me on a bum leg? The sheer arrogance, I'm gonna snap it for good this time." He lunged his hands, reaching for Jin-ho's injured leg, a smug, victorious smirk already plastered on his face. But just then, the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. He's down, a picture-perfect spinning kick straight out of a manhwa from Kim Jin-ho. Bachi crashed to the canvas, clutching his face in agony. His features twisted as if they'd been rearranged by a sledgehammer. His mouthguard went flying, and his eyes rolled back into his head. "Looks like he's not getting up from that one," the MC screamed. But Chi is down for the count. A shocking one-hit knockout in the very first round. Only then did Jin-ho speak, his voice a low, taunting rumble. "See, this is why you shouldn't have been aiming for my leg." The scene cuts to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zipped up his jacket, slammed his locker shut, and started to walk out. His coach scrambled after him. Hey, where do you think you're going? Aren't you doing the press conference?" Jin-ho glanced back, his expression ice cold. "You handle it." The coach, absolutely fuming, snapped. "Listen here, buddy, you've got to do something today, you can't just leave. You've got a legion of fans out there, don't you care at all?" Jin-ho didn't even bother with a reply, just gave a slight nod. "Take care. Let me know when the next fight is scheduled." The coach let out a long, weary sigh. He'd had this same conversation a million times, and the kid never listened. "Fine, whatever. At least take the car, the weather out there is garbage." He nearly jumped out of his skin when Jin-ho tossed back a reply. "Perfect. This traffic jam is exactly what I need. I'm gonna run." Slam. The resounding sound of the door shutting made the coach flinch. He muttered, "Of course it's Jin-ho." He was about to yank the door open and yell, "That little punk?" His house is 30 kilometers from here. If he's actually running home, he's a certified madman. But then he remembered the fight from just a moment ago. Jin-ho's kick was like a bolt of lightning, decisive and packed with unbelievable power. Maybe he wasn't crazy, just built different. This guy's entire life is one dramatic manhwa. The coach just shook his head, a weary smile on his face. What the hell, let the kid do his thing. After all, a win is a win. He turned around, bracing himself to face the pack of reporters waiting outside. His job now, explain why the star of the show had just vanished into thin air. For miles, but the second he opened the door, swarm of reporters who had been lying in wait pounced. Like a pack of starving sharks, they chaotically swarmed. Around the coach, one guy with black hair immediately barked, "Coach, where is Jin-ho?" Right now, a female reporter shoved her way in, "Share your thoughts." On today's match, completely surrounded. He cursed under his breath, "Jin-ho, you son of a bitch." Someone else yelled, "So, when are you gonna hold a press conference?" Another voice cut through the noise, "Are the rumors about Jin-ho's leg injury fake? Was this whole thing planned?" Meanwhile, the rain was pouring down with winds howling in fierce gusts, but Jin-ho was still out for a run, his breath puffing out in a steady, thin cloud in the cold air. He mumbled as if he'd seen this all coming. "At least I get what you're thinking." His mind drifted back to his past glorious victories. In his debut match, Jin-ho kicked off his career with a legendary knockout, a scene straight out of a fighting manhwa. Kim Jin-ho, that's right. Once again, he finishes his opponent with a god tier punch. The victory goes to Kim Jin-ho. He thought to himself, "I almost feel sorry for you, but until the day I retire, there won't be a single opponent who can truly make my heart race." The coach's voice from the interview echoed in his mind. "An injury? You people actually believe that ridiculous rumor?" Kim Jin-ho declared that he brought this punishment upon himself. Got it. Arriving at his apartment's elevator soaking wet, his eyes held a flicker of exhaustion. The elevator carried him up to the 34th floor and stopped. Right in front of his door, gifts from fans were piled up, completely blocking the entrance. He grumbled irritably, "I told them not to block the damn doorway." He then ducked and weaved his way through the pile to get inside. modern two-story apartment was revealed with a lavish living room filled with high-end sofas and a fully equipped kitchen, exactly the kind of place you'd expect a superstar to live in. Jin-ho emerged from. He steps out of the bathroom drying his hair with one towel, another wrapped around his waist. A look of pure excitement on his face, he thinks, all right, let's fire this thing up. The monitor's glow bathes the room in light as he sinks into his chair, adjusting his posture for some serious gaming. Let's begin. The screen flashes the title Last Savior, an infamous console and PC game known for its absolutely soul-crushing difficulty that makes even the most hardcore Korean pro gamers throw their controllers in despair. But Jin-ho has been grinding this game every single day for the past 10 years. No days off, not one. He's been honing his skills to face down ever stronger enemies. Even if that kind of drive has long since vanished from his real life, his old boxing championship belt is just collecting dust. Jin-ho lets out a dry laugh. He probably won't clear the game today either. But in here, he can feel that fire again. The spirit of a true challenger. On the screen, his warrior materializes clad from head to toe in heavy plate mail, a ridiculously huge greatsword resting on his shoulder. His stride pure confidence. Today, the warrior will face the Demon King era. The Demon King is decked out in gleaming black armor, wearing a war helm that completely hides his face, radiating an aura of pure menace. Jin-ho leans in close to the screen. Just die already, you bastard. Outside, a storm rages, the rain hammering down, getting more and more violent as the sky is lit up by streaks of lightning. But Jin-ho is in the zone, completely oblivious to the weather. The only thing he cares about is the game before him and the fact that Demon King Ira's health bar is nearly depleted. Jin-ho's face contorts as he snarls. What's this in your condition? You're finished, his warrior taunts, Ira winding up his sword to deliver the final blow. Jin-ho is screaming at his monitor now. He's on the edge of his seat, shouting, come on, put everything you have into it. There's no way you can dodge this. So what now, you bastard? He roars as the sword descends upon the Demon King. But in a shocking twist, the Demon King parries, blocking the warrior's ultimate move. With his own blade, the scene is straight out of a brutal manhwa. A look of pure shock flashes across the mighty warrior's face. Jin-ho grits his teeth. He'd thrown everything he had into that final combo, but his warrior's moves were just too damn predictable. With incredible force, it deflected the Demon King's attack and landed a devastating blow right on the poor guy. Jin-ho thought to himself, why are your moves so damn simple today, and why did my attack hit so perfectly? The warrior struck a pose after that last slash. Suddenly, the Demon King started writhing in agony. The warrior had unleashed his ultimate move, a majestic lion's roar, to finish the job. A classic manhwa finisher. Jin-ho was completely lost in the game, looking dazed as the match neared its end. It was a challenge born from a thirst for victory, but ironically, the fear of actually winning was messing with his head. The Demon King struggled to get back up, and Jin-ho's voice echoed. Come on, Demon King, you can do it, with his unique cheerleading and a technical counterattack. The Demon King was still ultimately crushed by the mighty warrior. The screen flashed. Congratulations, Demon King Ira has been defeated. Thank you for playing Last Savior. Jin-ho, the undisputed champion of two worlds, still couldn't find anyone to top him after countless challenges. Absolutely furious, he screamed, damn it, then chucked his mouse at the monitor, leaving a massive crack. So who am I supposed to fight now? Should I take on that crazy bear? Jin-ho couldn't stop cursing. Screw it, this is all just a pile of nonsense. He had no idea the sky outside was blazing with a golden light, exactly like the light from a battle 1,000 years ago. Why was it here? Had it perhaps found someone with the aura of a hero? Kaboom! A loud explosion roared as a bolt of golden lightning struck down. Jin-ho felt something was coming. He turned just in time to see a golden light hurtling toward him. Bam! The lightning bolt slammed into his apartment building, right on the 34th floor, exactly where Jin-ho was gaming. He let out a bewildered scream, his vision spinning as his entire body felt like it was on fire. Strange voice echoed, "Hey, hey, number 218, hey, number 218." Jin Hao's eyes fluttered open, and all he could see was a rainy sky. When the hell did I get outside? He wondered, his mind a total mess as a shout echoed around him, "Charge everyone, advance. Let's get a move on." A hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey, number 218, Jin Ho turned around, but he wasn't in his own body anymore. Before him stood a girl, with blonde hair and emerald green eyes, a fellow prisoner who was glaring daggers at him. She yelled, "I've been calling you this whole time, what are you doing? Time's up, we have to get out of here. Now." He stared back blankly. Who are you?" Seeing the number 172 on her uniform, he thought to himself, 172. He then asked, "And where exactly are we?" He glanced up at a crowd of people in orange uniforms rushing toward a huge fortress gate as if their lives depended on it. He was stunned into recognition. He vaguely remembered that flag. "I've seen that symbol somewhere before." The girl's shriek yanked him back to reality. "Hey, hey, snap out of it. Do you want to rot in this place for the rest of your life? People are saying today is our last chance to escape from this goddamn Kaan." Jin Ho could barely believe his ears. He asked, completely dazed, "What, this place is called Kaan?" He was skeptical, but he seemed to have realized something absolutely terrifying. "This is Kaan." He hesitantly uttered the question, his voice cracking with disbelief, but deep down, a nasty gut feeling was already taking root. A frantic roar from the crowd suddenly erupted, shattering his hazy thoughts. "Stop standing there like a statue," she screamed. "Run, we're out of time." You see, Jin Ho was no longer in his real body. He had been sucked into the fantasy world of Last Savior, the very game he used to sink hours into. And just like the protagonist of a manhwa, he was now inhabiting the body of a 15-year-old kid from the prestigious Arahan mage clan. Now named Z Arahan, he stood amidst a scene of pure chaos that looked like a battlefield. In his new body, he glanced around in a daze, his mind spinning wildly. What the hell is going on? Am I trapped in some kind of twisted dream? Before him, the prisoners had gathered into groups, straining to pull on the massive ropes tied securely to the towering city gate. With every pull, they let out a collective roar. Shouts of grim determination echoed as if they were trying to lend each other strength in this one desperate gamble, all for one single goal: to escape this goddamn can prison, a place so foul that even birds flying over wouldn't dare to stop. Words of encouragement filled the air, drowning out the sound of the wind. Almost there, just a little more. Zhao desperately tried to rack his brain, sifting through every fragmented memory to understand where he was and what in the world had happened. No, this feeling was far too real, nothing like a dream at all. Could it be? Did he get sucked into that game world he was once ready to live and die? For a hurried voice barked at the crowd, which included both Du and Zhao. "Get a move on, run, don't you dare slow down." But Zhao was still lost in a tempest of thoughts, his mind a complete and utter mess. Even these prisoners seem this real. This whole situation feels like some kind of insane manhwa plot. Everything was shrouded in mystery, raising huge question marks, but he told himself, no matter what, first things first. I have to find a way to bust out of this miserable hellhole. Then out of nowhere, Zhao froze, turning to Yao with a look of sheer certainty. "Wait, hold on a second." He shot his hand out, gripping the other guy's wrist tightly, trying to stop him from continuing to drag him forward. Like a human battering ram, yanked backward in the middle of a life or death sprint, Yao whipped his head around and roared in frustration, "Hey, are you nuts? What the hell are you stopping for?" I wasn't even finished talking. Zhao didn't let him even catch his breath, cutting him off instantly. "Don't. You see, if this was a real prison, there's no way things would be this sloppy and disorganized. It's too careless, too illogical." Yao hurriedly retorted, his voice coming out in breathless pants. "That's because the warden isn't here." Zhao's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning icy cold. "The warden? Who is he?" Yeah, that's the one, Yao confirmed with unshakable confidence. Just hightailed it out of here a moment ago. This is our once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity. But just as he was still yapping away, Lei suddenly grabbed him by the collar with both hands, yanking him so hard he nearly face-planted. Calm down and let's get the hell out of here, now. He started dragging Yao Lei across the ground, heading in the opposite direction, deliberately avoiding the gate. And the crowd that was buzzing chaotically like a kicked beehive. Yao Le thrashed wildly, screaming, like a stuck pig, "What the hell do you think you're doing, you absolute psycho Lei?" Didn't even bother to argue, his face as cold as ice. Yeah, let's go with that. If what he said was true, then this situation wasn't entirely illogical, but the gut feeling of a former champion like me was screaming at me to absolutely not set foot through that damn gate. Yao Le shoved his hands off him, his voice dripping with fury. "Let go of me, you bastard." The crowd of prisoners roared in unison, their voices thick with pure ecstasy. The gates, about to burst, were almost there. Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning tore across the sky, ripping through the atmosphere like a prophecy, a dark omen of the disaster about to unfold. The crowd shoved and pushed, stampeding towards the gate like a colony of frantic ants. Meanwhile, Yao Lei was still struggling relentlessly, screaming his head off like a madman. "No, you can't let me go. I have to get out of here." The other prisoners were beaming, their faces radiant, eyes sparkling with an unshakable faith in the day. They would finally be free, the day they'd escape this miserable prison life. But then it all instantly twisted into a living nightmare as they came face to face with the horrific scene before them. It was a brutal scene straight out of a horror manhwa. Their eyes bulged in terror as fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain, and a severed arm was hacked clean off, flopping to the ground. A prisoner collapsed, clutching at his stump, letting out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. The entire crowd screamed as one, their voices trembling as they recognized the figure blocking the warden's gate. So, it turns out the rumors of him skipping town were, shall we say, greatly exaggerated. Instead, he'd set up a lovely little death trap, just waiting for the perfect moment. The second those prisoners dared to open the gate, he'd cut them all down without a second thought. And there stood Clock, a wicked grin plastered all over his face. "Heh, you pathetic, stupid fools." He menacingly raised his sword, pointing it right at the crowd of inmates, and bellowed at his goons, "Slaughter every last one of them for me." Yao He's jaw dropped, his voice cracking from sheer shock. "Wait, what? How in the world is the warden here?" Zed Ever, the conversationalist, cut him off, his voice as cold as ice. "Are you blind or something? Look around you, it's a trap, plain and simple. Now shut your mouth and run." Without a moment's hesitation, Clock and his posse of psychos sprang into action, swinging their blades with absolutely zero mercy. This whole scene is straight out of a brutal manhwa. The inmates naturally lost their minds and started running for their lives like their pants were on fire. Somebody help me!" Desperate screams echoed from all directions, but no one was coming to the rescue. With no power and no weapons, they were just lambs to the slaughter. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, each drop mixing with fresh blood, painting a truly tragic crimson picture of the scene. Clock strode forward, splashing hard into a puddle, now a sickening crimson soup of blood and water, and barked his next command. "Round up everyone who's still breathing, and get them in a nice neat line for me." "Yes, Warden." One of the henchmen roared with authority. "Get in line, don't you dare move a muscle." The lucky few who hadn't been turned into kebabs were herded together and forced into a perfectly straight line like soldiers on parade. All around them on the ground, lifeless bodies were strewn about, their faces frozen in masks of agony. Yao He and Zet were shoved right to the front of the line. Yao He stared completely stunned at the gruesome gallery of corpses displayed before him, and his stomach started doing the cha-cha. His face went a lovely shade of green, and then, yup, he hurled his guts out right then and there, clapping a hand over his mouth a second too late to stop the flood. Tears streamed down his face, a perfect cocktail of utter horror and gastric distress. Huang just couldn't hold it in any longer, but suddenly a guard charged forward, his face a mask of pure murderous intent. He grabbed Rue by the hair and snarled, "I thought I told you not to move a muscle." He then wheeled on the rest of them, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. From now on, if any of you so much as twitches, I'll kill you without a second thought. Rez glanced over at Yao, a grim thought crossing his mind. Man, these guys are so weak, a stiff breeze could probably knock them out. If another bloodbath breaks out, and it could happen any second now, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. When that happens, my only option is to risk it all on one desperate gamble. Out of nowhere, Clark materialized right in front of Rez. His towering frame built like a freaking mountain. His ferocious aura completely overwhelming the entire area. The words tumbled out of Rez's mouth, his voice trembling on its own. I was lucky to escape, but wait a second. Do I not even have the guts to try and run away? Clark let out a derisive laugh, his voice dripping with contempt. Ha, you goddamn mages. You lot are nothing more than a bunch of spineless rats. The very idea of considering you an opponent is frankly humiliating to me. He leaned in close to Rez's face, his tone dripping with a sarcastic sort of pity. You're going to pay a heavy price for having the nerve to survive today. Arahan, that monster knew exactly who Rez was. Rez was frozen solid, his mind spinning wildly, trying to process what he'd just heard. Clark turned his back and started to walk away, tossing a final chilling threat over his shoulder. Just you wait. The prisoner stood there stock still, not daring to even breathe too loudly. Only moving a muscle after his silhouette had completely disappeared. Rez looked down, catching a glimpse of his own reflection in a dark red pool of blood on the ground. This was the first time he'd ever gotten a clear look at his appearance. In this bizarre new Manhwa world he was in. This face, this body. So, I'm the one they call Arahan, huh? 1 week crawled by in the prison camp. Today the sky was unusually clear. A deep, endless blue without a single cloud, which brought a strange sense of comfort, stirring up just a tiny bit of motivation to work. Even in the hearts of these hardened convicts. A week had passed in the prison camp, and on this particular day, the sky was exceptionally clear, a vibrant, deep blue without a wisp of a cloud, creating a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere that almost inspired the inmates to feel like working. He was forced to haul ridiculously heavy boulders, stacking them one on top of the other into towering pillars. The only job here revolved around this pointless game of rock stacking, a soul-crushing exercise designed to torture the minds and bodies of the prisoners. After a few days of surviving in this hellhole, he started to get a handle on his new body. Zeph panted, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, man, this body may be as weak as a wet noodle, but it's still perfectly capable of reaching peak exhaustion. Just lifting a single rock is enough to make me feel like I'm about to pass out. On the spot, he was slowly piecing together his identity and the reason he'd been locked up in here. Turns out he came from a prestigious family and was only about 15 years old. As for magic, he'd secretly tried to use some in the dead of night, but the result was a big fat 0. Wiping the sweat that was pouring down his forehead, he wondered in confusion, an Arahan who can't use magic seriously. The Arahan family is supposed to be the cradle of top-tier mages, so how is this even possible? Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. A moment of pure clarity. Oh, so that's the reason I was dumped in this godforsaken place. Huh, the Arahan clan must be overflowing with talent. They'd have no use for a dud like him. A guard's roar shattered his train of thought. Get that entire pile of rocks. Move to the other side now. The guy sat smugly on a chair, pointing a finger. Like he was king of the world? Why are you still standing there? Get a move on, you lazy bum. Grumbling while heaving a rock, Zeph muttered under his breath. Data overload. Synchronization in progress. Status a measly 78% complete. He let out a weary sigh. How much longer is this gonna take? Right then, over at the mess hall, the prisoners were gathered for lunch, some huddled in groups while others sat alone in a corner. The meal was nothing more than a bowl of watery soup and a loaf of bread as hard as a cobblestone. Zeph thought to himself, ever since I set foot in this place, all right, so I'm over here busting my butt, trying to train every single day. But with this garbage they call food, I'm fighting a losing battle. Seriously, no amount of push-ups is gonna make a difference with this diet. From a distance, Yao's sharp voice cut through the air. Number 218. Skipping breakfast again, are we? As the kid jogged over, Zet let out a soft sigh. Ah, there he is. He pushed his one and only piece of bread over to the boy. Eat up, don't starve. Yao's face absolutely lit up, his eyes twinkling like a pair of stars. Grinning from ear to ear, he chirped, "You're the best." Zet took the chance to mull things over, while every other prisoner in this joint avoided him like he carried the plague. This kid was a completely different story. He was basically glued to his side. Back in the Supreme Mage clan of Arahan, there were whispers about their signature red eyes, a telltale sign of a terrifying curse for those who'd taken too many lives. They say one look into those crimson eyes means an instant game over for you, which probably explained why everyone here stared at him like some kind of monster, keeping as much distance as humanly possible. Watching Yao practically inhale the bread, Zet continued his train of thought. This kid is the same age as me, and we're even cellmates. It seems that before I was, well, possessed, we must have actually been pretty close. I mean, I know I'm a total mess, but how did a little kid like this end up in a hellhole like Sin Prison? Yao turned to him, his voice suddenly full of concern. Hey, you've got to be more careful. Zet was baffled. What in the world was he talking about? Yao continued, his tone flat, as if he was just stating facts. Because of you, our workload has shot through the roof lately. The other inmates are starting to get really ticked off. It's becoming obvious. Why are you working yourself to the bone smashing those rocks anyway? You need to learn to chill out a little. Zet let out a quiet ah as it all started to click in his head. So that's why, no wonder every time the other prisoners walked by these last few days, they've been giving me looks that could kill, like they were imagining all the ways they could cook me for dinner. Yao leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. And be especially careful around number 589. He's the unofficial leader of the inmates here, and he used to be a big deal back in the fighting arena. So why are you going all out on those boulders? Just take a breather, man. Zet could only manage a soft, thinking to himself, so that explains it. No wonder all the other prisoners have been shooting me death glares. I hear he was thrown in here for racking up a body count like it was nothing. Lei shot a suspicious glance at Yao and asked, So, why is he still sitting here with me? Isn't shadowing me like super dangerous for you? Yao just gave a soft reply, Well, I don't think you're such a bad guy. I couldn't just leave you on your own. Abruptly, Lei shot up from his seat and blurted out something completely out of left field. Yeah, that's all very touching, but you're in my way now. Get lost, shoo. Yao just stood there, jaw on the floor, completely baffled. What in the world are you talking about? That came completely out of nowhere. Just then, the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps echoed from a distance, growing louder by the second. Lei's eyes sharpened as he glanced at Yao, looking like the very thing his new friend was worried about was about to become a reality. Yao slowly turned his head and nearly jumped out of his skin. His eyes went wide, practically bugging out of his head, and his jaw hit the floor. It's number 589, the guy I was just telling you about. He's really here. The guy was leading a whole posse of tough-looking inmates storming straight for Lei, their energy so intense it felt like they were about to swallow everyone whole. The big guy roared first, his voice dripping with menace. Hey Arahan, I hear they piled on a ton of extra hard labor. And it's all because of you, isn't it? Lei's expression turned to stone, his voice chillingly calm but oozing defiance. And what if it is? I'm just treating it as a free workout. Builds character, you know. The second those words left his mouth, a fist came flying. Number 589 aimed straight for Lei's face, clearly intending to rearrange his facial features. But Lei dodged and the punch obliterated the dining table behind him instead. Standing nearby, Yao started stammering, his voice shaking. Number 218. Instantly, Lei snatched the big lug's collar, with both hands a look of pure triumphant glee on his face, like he already knew he'd won. He used the grip to launch himself into the air, delivering a brutal knee strike straight out of a manhwa action scene that slammed right into 589's chin like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers' jaws collectively dropped, absolutely stunned by Lei's insane out-of-nowhere counterattack. The guy's goons screamed, "Boss!" But as the dust settled, Lei stared in disbelief. The big oaf was still standing there solid as a mountain and was even cracking a smile. A dangerous, triumphant smile. Ri thought to himself, completely baffled, how could my attack do absolutely nothing to this guy? In the blink of an eye, inmate 589 snatched Ri by the collar, tossing him away like he was nothing more than a worthless ball. The throw was so brutal, it shook the entire corner of the room, making D-Law scream his name in a panic. Ri, his body crashed onto the floor, aching all over, but right at that moment, a cold voice echoed in his head, announcing that the synchronization process was complete. Seeing the system message pop up, Ray just let out a faint, crooked smile. Now that the data sync was finished, his true power came roaring back, surging through every muscle. He stood tall before the hulking inmates who were all built like heavyweight wrestlers. But the Arahan, the one and only Z, just smirked nonchalantly from his body. A mystical light blue aura began to rise, swirling like an ethereal fog. It was as if his long-suppressed power was finally awakening, and not a single shred of fear crossed his ice-cold face. His hands clenched into fists as the blue energy spiraled around them like a miniature cyclone, crackling with sparks that looked like flashes of lightning, then with a stomp so powerful it could crack the very ground. Waves of raw energy erupted outwards, making the stone floor tremble. Ri stood in the eye of the storm. He had created his clothes torn to shreds, but his presence was absolutely overwhelming. This was a classic Manhwa power-up, and the weakling from before was long gone. His eyes now glowed a fiery red like two burning embers. His fingers slowly curled into a tight fist as he started bouncing on the balls of his feet, the rhythmic thuds suggesting his body was fully warmed up and more than ready for a fight. Ri let out a sneer and shot a challenge at the big lug standing nearby. "How about you try that again?" The guy stared, his eyes bugging out before he roared with laughter, shooting back, "You a little abandoned by your own family. Where in the world does our so-called young master get his confidence?" he said, cracking his knuckles loudly as if he was about to pounce and rearrange the guy's face. The moment he finished speaking, Rui, completely unfazed, just continued to provoke him. "Shut your mouth and hurry up and come at me. What are you scared?" Hearing that, the big guy let out a roar, charging forward like a crazed bull. "Oh, so you're really coming? I'll kill you just like you wish." The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. As the guy got close, Rui launched himself into a spinning kick with absolutely terrifying power, straight out of an action manhwa. But suddenly he stopped mid-motion, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Something's not right. Turns out, just as he unleashed the kick, the big guy was quick as a whip and grabbed his leg. He sneered, thinking he had this in the bag. "Heh heh, this little punk is about to learn his place." But before he could get any more smug, Rui twisted his body and slammed a heavenly kick straight into his head. The big guy, completely stunned, could only choke out a "huh." Seeing him distracted, Rui didn't waste a second. He delivered another kick right to the chin, sending blood splattering like rain. The finisher. He leaped up, spinning in midair, and planted a powerful stomp right on the thug's face, knocking him out cold. Rui turned his eyes ice cold with a sinister glint and replied, "This is why I tried not to use my feet." Seeing their leader get taken down, the rest of the gang roared, "What are you all just standing there for? Kill that bastard, get ready. We're gonna make him die in absolute agony." But before they could charge, Rui walked over to where the big guy was sprawled out. He slammed his foot down on his back and shouted, "Don't move." The panicked prisoners froze in their tracks. He growled, "If you dare take another step, I'll make sure he spends the rest of his life begging for food." Rui's hands tightened around the guy's right arm, looking like he was about to snap it to send a message to the others. "If you dare take one more step, I'll make him a beggar for the rest of his life." Rui's hands tightened around the man's right arm, as if ready to break it as a warning to the rest of them. "Don't you move." The terrified prisoners came to a dead stop. He snarled, "If you so much as twitch, I'll make him beg on the streets for the rest of his days." Rui's hands clamped down on the man's right arm, threatening to snap it right there to make his point. If you don't like it, go cry to the guards." The other inmates' faces turned white as a sheet, all of them just staring at each other in stunned silence. Deciding they weren't scared enough, Z tightened his grip, grinding his foot into the big guy's back even harder as he roared. Does this look like a game to you? Still don't believe me? How about I rip one of his arms off for a little demonstration? He put on a show like he was actually about to do it. One of the goons, looking absolutely terrified, scrambled for the door, yelling back over his shoulder, all right, I'll go get him." Realizing this new guy wasn't someone you mess with, the rest of the crew silently hauled their massive friend to his feet and scurried out of the mess hall. But not before turning back to throw one last pathetic threat. "Yeah, yo, little punk, we won't let you off next time." C just sneered to himself. "Yeah, right, that's my line." With the scuffle over, he casually strolled back into his cell. Prisoner number 172 was waiting for him, his eyes practically sparkling. He was practically vibrating with excitement. "Dude, when did you learn to do that? That was seriously epic." But then he took a closer look at Z, noticing that the scrawny frame he remembered was now significantly taller. He asked, confused, "Have you always been this tall? I could have sworn you were my height." Not wanting to spill the beans on his secret, Z plopped down and answered with a completely straight face. "So have you. Now get back to lifting those rocks. You really think hoisting boulders is going to give you a growth spurt or something?" Prisoner 172 just let out a goofy laugh. After the power synchronization, Z was deep in thought. Looks like this whole assimilation process has completely overwritten my real-world stats. With my in-game stats. Even so, compared to my original body, this one still feels like a little kid's. He hurriedly pulled up his status window to check. Right now, the only thing that mattered was seeing that stat sheet. This was it, Z's real-world power. Perfectly synced with his body from the game. What an awesome Manhwa plot twist. I've been dying to see this for so long. But as he scanned the details, his brain came to a screeching halt. Hold on, wait a minute, is this for real? A big fat freaking 0 for mana. Wait a minute, wasn't he supposed to be a mage? He's an Arahan for crying out loud. So how the hell? A freaking 0 for mana. He's supposed to be a mage, right? An Arahan of all things. So how is it even possible for his mana to be at absolute 0? But how in the world is my mana a big fat 0? Z stared at his status window, completely bummed out, muttering to himself. Seriously, who saddles a guy with a stat build this pathetic? And then just dumps his consciousness into it. Still, this little window was for his eyes only. Prisoner 172 glanced over, waving a hand around vaguely. A goofy grin spread across his face as he asked, "The hell are you doing staring into space like that?" Inside the four cold walls of the cell, Z was stretched out on his cot. He threw an arm over his forehead and mumbled to himself, "Looks like you've been tossed aside by the Ban Punira clan. Then again, for an Arahan, that's practically a Tuesday." Okay, first things first, calm down and do a full system check. The good news, strength, agility, stamina, and perception were all maxed out at 100 points, even with the stunted growth penalty slapped on. But with this bag of bones body, how am I supposed to even use these maxed out stats? Z lay there analyzing the new body he'd been synced with. Was there some kind of cheat code to get stronger, faster? Physical training is probably the obvious route. But the rations here are barely enough to keep a bird alive. And what's with all these bizarre traits I've never even heard of? They're all S rank too. Poison immunity. Immortal gladiator. This stuff is straight out of a game, or maybe a manhwa. If my mana wasn't a total joke, I'd be absolutely broken right now. I'd be an unstoppable force, no kidding. After mulling it over, Z shot up a spark of hope in his eyes. All right, I'll figure out the details later. There's got to be a workaround for this mana problem. Suddenly, a guard's voice boomed from outside the cell. "Listen up, when I call your number, you step forward immediately." Before Z could process what was happening, Prisoner 172 let out a heavy sigh. Here they go again. Number 114, number 456, number 890, number 2918 step out. The inmates whose numbers were called dragged themselves forward, their faces a mask of pure exhaustion. Heavy iron shackles weighed down their wrists as they lined up like hollow, lifeless shells. Z looked over and asked, "Who are those guys?" Prisoner 172 answered, They're the poor souls on death row heading off to their last meal. Yep, right before you kick the bucket, you can order anything you want to eat. Z gave a cynical smirk. Who are those guys? Prisoner 172 answered, they're the guys on death row. Heading off for their last meal. Yep, before you die, you can eat whatever you want. Z just smirked. He thought to himself, so that's the deal. Then he turned to the other guy. So what's your name? Prisoner 172 piped up. My name, come to think of it, I've just been calling you by your number this whole time. The guy stood up with a carefree grin, Rui. Wanderers like me don't really have a family name. So what about you? G nodded. The name's Zarahan. And just like that, the two finally had names for each other. They started chatting away like they were long-lost best buds from a past life. After a while, G popped the question, Rui, you ever think about getting out of here? Rui just stared at him, completely baffled. What did you just say? What's that supposed to mean? Rui then added, look, I don't stick around anywhere for long. I've got places to be and stuff to do. G nodded along. Oh, for real, so you got an escape plan cooked up yet? Rui paused for a second. The only exit is the main gate and the warden's got the key on him. So you're saying we gotta take him down and snatch the key? Hearing G say that, Rui's eyes practically bulged out of his head. Are you completely nuts? The warden might be retired, but that dude is a freaking 5-ring knight. So a quick rundown on this warden guy. He's basically the poster boy for knights who absolutely despise mages. We're in the world of Elas Savir, by the way, a classic Manhwa setting where knights and mages hate each other's guts. Hearing G lay it all out, Rui fell into a deep thought. A retired 5-ring knight? I'm not sure if I could even take him on in my current state. Then he added, but there is another way. We just have to steal it from him. Rui let out a smug little smirk and explained. You didn't know we wanderers learn how to pickpocket long before we learn our manners, but the warden's always surrounded by a ton of lookouts. Getting a clean shot is going to be tough. Listening to Rui's breakdown, G thought for a second. Then a sly grin spread across his face. I see. I think I'm starting to get an idea of how we can bust out of this joint. Under the usual blistering sun, the prisoners were slaving away under the warden's command. He roared, get to work. Then he added, by order of your warden. Starting today, your workload is about to get a whole lot heavier. So don't you dare slack off. Move it, people, pick up the pace. No more strolling, pick up the pace. An announcement is being made about your increased workload. The inmates collectively lost their minds, screaming, excuse me. Give us a break. How many more times do we have to do this? Can't you at least keep the workload reasonable? One guy with a particularly big mouth decided to shout his opinion. The guard immediately shot him a death glare. Are you questioning an order from your superior? The prisoners just kept on grumbling. Honestly, if you people would just shut your traps. Before he could even finish his thought, the guard whipped out his sword and pointed it straight at the loudmouth's neck, which understandably scared the crap out of him. Look, pal, the guard said coolly. I'm just relaying the order. If you've got a problem, feel free to take it up with the man in charge yourself. The guy started trembling like a leaf sweat pouring down his face. What in the world is going on? This is completely insane, isn't it? What's the reason for all this anyway? A reason? The guard glanced over at Lei before turning away. You really haven't figured out whose fault this is yet. Taking the hint, the entire mob of prisoners turned to glare at Lei, their faces screaming murder. The guard cleared his throat. Ahem. Welp, I think this is my cue to go take a smoke break. And with that, he left. Sensing things were about to go south, Yao whispered urgently. Lei, this is looking really, really bad. Lei turned to him. Get away from me, now. It all clicked for him in that moment. That son of a bitch, Key, he was deliberately trying to start a riot. All because he couldn't get his own hands dirty. So he's planning to use these morons to get rid of me. Wait a minute, was this his plan yesterday too? A so-called official knight resorting to such cheap, cowardly tactics. This whole setup is like something from a revenge manhwa. Hearing Lei's stern warning, Yao didn't hesitate and took off running. As he ran, he kept looking back at Lei, his face etched with pure worry. This time even the guards are in on it, he thought. I can't just stand by and do nothing like I did yesterday. I absolutely cannot let Lei die. The second the guard was out of sight, the pack of inmates began to slowly close in on Lei. One of them roared, "We've got to kill that bastard. If we don't, we're as good as dead anyway." Lei just let out a cold, humorless laugh, his voice like ice. "I get it, I know exactly what you're all thinking. But I guess a confrontation like this was unavoidable." With furious roars, the prisoners charged forward. "You've still got the nerve to talk at a time like this." They swarmed him, screaming at the top of their lungs. "You think you're so... Oh, trying to act like a big shot Erhan, get him." Heh, just what you'd expect from a bonnet. Closing the distance in a flash, Jai unleashed a thunderous kick, right to the nearest guy's chin, knocking him out cold on the spot. He growled, "But I'm also not planning on dying just yet, am I?" Seeing his buddy get dropped, the guy next to him shrieked, "Has this bastard completely lost his mind?" Jai just fought harder, egging them on. "That's right. I needed a place to blow off some steam. So this is just perfect." The prisoners roared back. "That lunatic must have snapped because he thinks he's about to die. I'll kill him myself." Jai tightened his fists, settled into his stance, and flashed a brilliant smile. His fighting spirit practically exploding. Nearly a dozen guys rushed him all at once, but he took them down, one by one, like it was child's play, getting more hyped with every blow. Jai muttered to himself, "It's like my dream is finally coming true. I used to dream about this back when I was in the fighting pits. I just wish you guys would stop attacking one at a time and just swarm me already," he taunted mid-fight. "That's it, this is the feeling. This is it, that's the exhilarating rush that comes with the power of a champion who's won countless times." To Jai, this mob was nothing more than walking punching bags for practice. "I mean, go all out and come at me," he said, knocking two guys out in a split second. With some real ferocity, his glowing red eyes scanned the area. He ducked perfectly, dodging a sneak attack from behind, and countered flawlessly, taking each one down in an instant. Peeking from the sidelines, Rui watched Jai fight, completely mesmerized. "Whoa, what kind of action Manhwa scene did I just stumble into?" Suddenly, a hulking figure called out from behind him. "Hey you, get over here for a sec." Rui turned, his face pale with panic as prisoners just kept on coming. But Jai mowed them all down. He yelled, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Keep coming at me all at once." Jai was completely lost in the battle. Yeah, this is it. The thrill of dodging a strike. The pure satisfaction of landing a solid bone-crunching hit. His eyes sharpened with focus. His smile was ice-cold, a dangerous grin that promised a massacre. "That's right, I'm addicted to this feeling. It's the whole reason I got into martial arts in the first place. Give me more blood sprayed everywhere." Splattering across his face, but that wasn't about to stop Z. At this point, he was a full-blown bloodthirsty murderer straight out of a grimdark manhwa. From a distance, some goon shouted, "Hey Arahan, you'd better stop your rampage and just die already." Realizing they couldn't take Z down, the other two stooges decided to play dirty. They grabbed Yao, using him as a hostage to force Z to surrender. Z turned around, his face a mask of fury, his eyes like shards of ice. "So that's how you want to play, huh? These absolute scumbags." But that wasn't enough to make him hesitate for a second. Z broke into a positively demonic grin. He shot back, "Hey you piece of trash, you've just made a very big mistake. Now you've really gone and signed your own death warrant." Z glared at the prisoners, his eyes glowing a fiery blood red. An ice-cold voice dripped from his lips, spitting out every word, "Listen up, you worthless scum." Hearing Z's roar, the lead prisoner just sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Heh heh, all bark and no bite, huh? What else you got?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Yao's neck, making the poor guy gasp for air, his face turning beet red as he was about to pass out. "You should be honored that I'm even wasting my time on the likes of you. After all, I am a gutty second circle knight," he yelled smugly before suddenly leaping high into the air. The knife in his hand flashed as he lunged straight for Z. "And you're just a pathetic Arahan. Without a single drop of mana to your name, you're just asking for an early grave." As he landed, He swung his knife with all his might, aiming straight for Z's head with lightning speed, but just before it could connect, Z spun around his piercing gaze, locking onto him. In a flash, he vanished, right out of the guy's line of sight. The knight was stunned. Where the hell did he go? His missed stab plunged deep into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could even process what happened from behind him, Iz had already reappeared silent as a ghost right next to the brute, who was still holding Yao hostage. With a god-tier punch, the guy went down for the count, rolling over and passing out cold, sprawled on the ground like he'd been poleaxed. Zest, cool as a cucumber, turned to Yao and asked, "You all right, pal?" Yao, still panting, managed a nod. "Yeah, thanks, and I'm really sorry about this." Meanwhile, the other second circle knight, seeing his buddy get absolutely floored, started freaking out. "What did you just do? You can't even use magic, can you?" Zest just stood there, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he replied, that wasn't magic. That was before he could even finish his epic one-liner. He spun around and delivered a devastating kick, straight to the guy's jaw. The force behind that kick was so intense, it practically snapped the dude's neck back, sending his entire body flying a few feet before he crashed to the ground, like a discarded trash bag. And just like that, after clearing out the riffraff, the head warden and his cronies finally showed up, strolling over from a distance. The warden, number 218, stood there all stiff and proper, his face as cold and welcoming as a block of ice, and finally spoke. "Explain." Before Zest could even get a word in, Yao jumped forward. "Wait a minute, number 218 is the victim here." Zest glanced back, a little surprised that Yao was actually sticking up for him. The guy continued, "They took me hostage to try and kill him. He was just defending himself." The warden Kang scanned the area, his eyes landing on the prisoners, scattered across the floor, all unconscious and beaten to a pulp by Zest. He muttered, "You worthless scumbags." A moment later, Kang turned his attention to Zest, his voice low and dangerous. "Let me ask you something. Have you unlocked your power yet?" Zest just shrugged, his expression completely unfazed. "Who knows? This is classic overpowered manhwa protagonist behavior right here." Immediately, the warden unleashed a menacing, dark purple aura that flooded the entire area with suffocating pressure. Everyone felt the terrifying weight of it collapsing to the ground as if they were being crushed by an invisible force, unable to even get up. The other prisoners were trembling, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. One of them wheezed out, I can't breathe." But of course, only Zest was left standing, completely unfazed. Chang stared at him, absolutely stunned. You're not affected by the chief's aura at all. What in the world are you?" "Handle the aura of a fifth circle knight." Around Z, a stream of bright blue light enveloped his body, but only he could see it. Clock thought to himself, what in the world is going on here? As it turns out, the special S-rank noble soul trait of the champion Z had automatically activated, completely resisting the pressure from Clock. He chuckled and muttered, "Is this some kind of mental immunity trait? Now that's a ridiculously broken ability, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Z was thinking, "In my world, I was the one who reached the pinnacle. There's no way a half-baked amateur, a mere fifth circle knight like you could ever hope to control me." Seeing Z still standing firm without even releasing his mana, Clock exclaimed in shock. You're still on your feet without even releasing your mana, but calling him a useless fool wasn't enough. He took a deep breath and unleashed his aura with everything he had. The ground cracked as his power erupted violently, sending the other prisoners and even the guards tumbling and gasping for air. But Z stood there, proudly, completely unfazed. With this ridiculously overpowered trait from the system, Clock's ability was totally useless against him. That's an S-rank trait we're talking about. This is no joke. What are you planning to do? Seeing Z completely unharmed, Clock was stunned again. What is this? What in the world just happened here? The other guards, unable to withstand their superior's power, trembled and begged, "Warden, sir, please stop." Seeing that his own men were collapsing, Clock clicked his tongue and stopped. Though he was still fuming inside, he glanced at Z thinking, good thing this ended here. I almost lost control, and drew my sword in a fit of rage. Clock and the guards turned to leave, shouting, get back to work, but before they could walk away, Z called out, wait, actually, have something to discuss with you. Clock turned back. What is it? Z continued, I'm tired of stacking these stone towers, and I'm also sick and tired of having to worry, getting anxious about when exactly the welcoming committee of prisoners was gonna strike. So I'm thinking of just ending it all. Yao just stared up, completely bewildered. Inmate 218, what in the fresh hell? C stood defiantly before Clap, chin held high. I am in fact going to become a death row inmate. Clap, completely stunned, had to double-check, do you have any earthly idea what that means? If this is just some fleeting childish whim, I will not be so forgiving. I'm not kidding. Z was dead serious. What, you worried I'm going to back out? How about we record it on a crystal ball, just to make it official? I suppose there's no better proof than that, is there? Faced with Z's sheer audacity, Clap turned to the guards. He barked, guards, get the crystal ball over here and make it snappy. It was obvious Z was cooking up some kind of brilliant, wicked scheme. He was planning to use the privileges of a death row inmate to execute his grand Manhwa-style plan. He thought to himself, man, I am getting seriously hyped for this. With the decision made, Z laid out his request. I hear that a man can have whatever he wants for his last meal. So let's decide on the menu for my final dinner right here and now. For my last supper, I'll be having the Verity beef. And I want a huge portion, enough to completely stuff my face. When the guards heard what Z said, they practically shrieked. What Verity beef? You have got to be kidding me. This has got to be the most expensive death row inmate in history. To paint a picture for you, Verity beef is an ultra-premium meat that comes from naturally raised cattle. They graze on the Verity grasslands way down in the Southern Empire. It's one of the most priceless delicacies in all of Illis Savior. Rumor has it, it's so unbelievably delicious, it can actually restore lost strength. It can even turn the entire tide of a battle. There's even a quest in the game where you have to bribe an NPC with this exact item. He mused to himself that he too was about to enter a critical battle, which meant he had to stock up on power-ups while he still had the chance. Honestly, I've always wanted to try it just once, just to see how unbelievably magical it really is. After all, the price I'm putting up is my own life. Seems like a perfectly fair trade, don't you think? For the record, I only deal in high-tier items. Sai reminded himself that he was in fact heading into a major battle. Therefore, he absolutely had to grab this chance to power up. And let's be real, he thought, I really do want to taste it just once to see what all the fuss is about. Besides, the price tag is literally my life. That's a pretty reasonable exchange, isn't it? By the way, my business is with high-level items only. But things were different now. He was going to leverage this situation to get himself some Verity beef. She stared at Clap, his eyes filled with unshakable resolve. I only deal in top-tier goods, S-rank, that's it, and if you pull any funny business, the whole deal is off. Oh, and R, he's coming along too. Prepare a feast for those two. Let 'em eat their fill. Yao totally panicked. What, me too? After some back and forth, Clark finally agreed to the terms. To the utter shock of the guards, Z just casually muttered, to take the life of Arahan, a price like this is the bare minimum. Getting along like this isn't so bad, huh? Hearing that, Yao's face drained of all color and he started sweating bullets, completely floored. Hey, what about my request? He stammered. They were told that getting the Verity beef would take a whole week because of how insanely rare it is. During that entire week, Z was stuck in his cell grinding relentlessly to raise his stats as fast as humanly possible. Instead of just sitting around, he had the guards waiting on him, hand and foot, while he trained. Inside IAS Xavier, there's a special system. If one of your stats hits the max of 100, any future experience points will automatically flow into your other stats. Now in the real world, all of Z's stats were maxed out. But after transferring into Arahan's body, some of his stats got nerfed and took a disastrous nosedive. Still, Z trained non-stop, determined to reclaim his original power. It was a training arc straight out of a manhwa. Except for mana, every single one of his stats had hit 100. which means all the EXP I earn from here on out can only go towards boosting my mana. Suddenly a guard approached, his voice grim. Inmate 217, inmate 218, step out. Z shot up, looking thrilled. So you finally come for me, have you? Meanwhile, Yao was clutching his head in pure panic. Oh God, is this it? Is my life about to end? Right here, once they got to the mess hall, plates of sizzling, Verity beef were brought out, the juicy, fragrant. Steaks were served to the two death row inmates, Z and R. After taking a single bite, Yao cried out in pure ecstasy. I've never eaten anything this delicious. In my entire life. R turned to him. Just kidding, don't forget you have me to thank for all this. After the meal, it wasn't just about the top-tier flavor. Their performance skyrocketed and their penalty timers were even reduced thanks to the exquisite beef. It felt like they'd gained a massive EXP boost. All that pent-up experience suddenly flooded his system. The first objective was complete. Now for the next phase, in the warden's office, a guard walked in. Sir, the banquet has begun. The warden simply nodded. Right, make sure no one gets near him. Even though the perfect chance to take Z out was right in front of him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. What in the world really happened that day? There were no signs of him being overpowered. How can I put this? The kid didn't even flinch. He mulled it over. Even though he was retired, he was still a 5-ring knight. There was no way some young mage, a kid who hadn't even awakened his mana yet, could possibly withstand his aura. Something was seriously wrong that day. This time I'll go and confirm it myself. After stuffing his face, Yao Manhwa declared, that meal was beyond amazing. Even if I were to die now, I'd have zero regrets. Z shot back, well, I can't exactly die right now. Z's power had been fully restored. He clenched his fists, itching to test out his current combat prowess. My body is just overflowing with vitality. It's so strong. Feels like it's about to burst with power. I feel like I could punch a training dummy all day and not even get tired. This feels like a classic Manhwa power-up. A man, I am dying to test this new strength out. The sound of a door opening made Z and Yao turn with a little smirk. Well, look who finally decided to show up. What's the matter? You're too late, we ate everything. The warden stepped inside, speaking softly. Number 218, no, Z Arahan. Z taunted him, what's this? You upset we didn't save you a plate. Seeing Z's cocky attitude, a murderous intent began to swell inside. The warden, you arrogant brat relying on nothing but your precious bloodline. He raised a hand, revealing a bracelet with a stone that pulsed with a mysterious and dangerous light, and placed it right on Z's shoulder. A wicked smile spread across his face. I'm going to make that despicable face of yours twist and contort in pure agony. The head warden pressed his hand down on Z's shoulder, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated killing intent. He stared daggers at the kid, Arahan, a name that came from the most elite family of mages. A family where even the tiniest scrap of information could be traded for a mountain of gold depending on how juicy it was. He thought to himself, if I can just squeeze something valuable out of this little punk, I could finally get the hell out of this dead-end, God-forsaken post. As the thought crossed his mind, the magical artifact on Clack's hand flared to life. Power surged from the bracelet, erupting like chaotic bolts of lightning that seemed to tear at space itself. Z glanced over, a smirk playing on his lips. Yep, there it was. A top-tier magical item. But before he could even think about it, Clack unleashed his aura. The energy in the air practically crackled on the verge of exploding, becoming so thick it was hard to breathe. He kept pouring more and more power into it, a smug, arrogant grin plastered on his face. He sneered at Z. What do you think of this? Not so tough now, are you? But strangely, even as Clack's aura became so intense that the very ground began to tremble, Z just stood there without a single scratch. He cracked a confident smirk that wiped the grin right off Clack's face. What the? Suddenly, Yao scrambled forward and collapsed at Clack's feet, desperately grabbing onto the hem of his clothes. Even though he was just a regular guy who couldn't handle that terrifying pressure, Yao clung to him. His face beat red from the strain. Clack was furious. You annoying little pest? He swatted his hand, sending Yao flying. knocking the poor kid out cold. Seeing his friend get manhandled, Z's voice dropped. Hey, Chief. A little decorum would be nice, don't you think? Clack was absolutely fuming, but Z remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed by the show of force. You arrogant little brat, Clack roared. Losing his cool completely, he grabbed Z with both hands and cranked his power up to the absolute max. A violent purple light erupted around them, fiercer than before, looking like it was about to crush everything in sight in a classic Manhwa power-up scene. But Z just sighed. He nonchalantly pushed Clack's hands away, as if he were brushing off a bit of dust. You told me to stay calm, didn't you? If you're going to try and kill someone, at least do it properly. Stop messing around like some coward anymore. Faced with Z's terrifyingly calm demeanor, K. Luo thought he actually resisted my mana. I even used a magical artifact, so why the hell isn't it working? For my mana to be this useless, it means this punk has to be at least a full circle higher than me. Wait, does that mean this guy is a sixth circle? That's a power level you only see in a manhwa? He was completely powerless against this kind of strength. 1,000 questions were short-circuiting Kalo's brain. How was any of this possible? Hold on a second. He stared directly into Z's blood-red eyes, and a theory sparked in his mind. Could this be the power of the Arahan bloodline? Becoming a fifth circle mage was supposed to be a lifetime achievement, and yet he couldn't even subdue a mere apprentice. With that crushing thought, all the fight just drained right out of Kiluo. The magical artifact in his hand sizzled, sputtered, and finally died out completely. Seeing that the light show was apparently over, Z asked, "Are you finished with all that pointless nonsense yet?" Kalo didn't answer. He just stood there brooding for a moment before turning to leave, coldly stating, "The death sentence will be carried out tomorrow morning. Not even someone as great as Arahan can ignore the laws handed down by His Majesty the Emperor. So, enjoy your last night." Later in the warden's office, K. Luo sat under a single flickering candle, his hand frantically scribbling in a logbook. He mused, "I still don't understand everything that's going on, but this could be priceless intel for the other knights in the field. I have to record today's events." His eyes were heavy, completely exhausted from pushing his mana to the limit and using the artifact. Even so, I have to finish this report. Just as he had that thought, he collapsed right onto the table, the pen slipping from his grasp mid-sentence, having passed out cold without even realizing it. Meanwhile, back in the cell, Yao was just beginning to wake up. Seeing this, Z leaned in to check on him. "Hey, you awake? How are you feeling?" Yo replied in a weak voice, I'm okay. Thank you for worrying about me." Z placed a hand on Yao's forehead. It was still warm. "But at least your fever's breaking." Feeling a little more at ease, Yao asked, "So, what happened out there in the square?" Z replied that warden took off, but not before telling us our execution is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Yao's eyes went wide with panic. Then, "What are we supposed to do now?" Z said calmly, "Don't worry, I've already got a plan. You just need to focus on resting and getting your strength back. Leave everything else to me." "Ugh, I'm feeling sick. Pretty sure I'm gonna hurl." Z let out a little chuckle. "Heh, but you've really got some magic hands, don't you?" Yao puffed out his chest with a smug little laugh. "Heh heh, see what I mean?" As he spoke, he dangled the stolen keys for all to see. "So what do you think of my skills?" Z just gave a slight nod. "Well done. For any normal person, a stunt like that could have been pretty dangerous. But this guy is surprisingly resilient." Yao explained, "Well, it only worked because his attention was completely fixed on you." "But are you seriously okay?" Z answered confidently, "I'm perfectly fine." Hearing that, Yao just stared at him, completely baffled. "That's so weird. There's definitely something I'm missing here." Noticing Yao's suspicious gaze, Z quickly changed the subject. "Hey, why don't you go lift a few more of those rocks? And while you're at it, pull up your status window." His stats had shot up dramatically. Strength, agility, and stamina were all up by 10 points. The results were incredible, exactly as the system promised. Delicious and nutritious. He could feel a tangible difference in his body. He was taller and way more muscular than when he first arrived. "My body feels amazing, if only I could get rid of all these penalty debuffs, But that's probably just a pipe dream. His mind made up, Z turned to his companion. Hey Yao. We're breaking out of here tonight. The second you've recovered enough, we make a run for it. Yao's eyes widened. We have to go now. That warden could find out any second. Z was completely unfazed. Don't you worry about that. I'm willing to bet he's already passed out cold. Yao was stunned. How can you be so sure? Isn't it obvious? Z shot back with a smirk. That bracelet he's wearing, it's a priceless artifact. So valuable I can't even remember its exact name. But I know for a fact it gives a massive instantaneous mana boost at the cost of putting the user's body into a state of critical exhaustion. Right about now, he's probably face down on the floor somewhere. And just as Z predicted, Lang was completely out for the count. His prison break plan was getting easier by the minute, especially after that idiot showed up at the banquet. This whole escape plot was becoming ridiculously simple, like something straight out of a manhwa, all thanks to the warden making an appearance at that party. The key, and now he's even misusing the artifact. My plan just got a whole lot easier. After they both recovered, Z said, time to make our move. Yao, terrified, asked, hey, are you sure this is okay? Z shot back coldly, if you're scared, just stay here. Hearing that, Yao yelped, what, you're my assistant, you're supposed to stick close to me, but we don't have a key to the cell. What are we supposed to do now? Z heard him and just said, Yao stepped to the side for a second. Before anyone knew what he was planning, Z unleashed a monstrous kick right at the cell door. The force was so insane that the gate shuddered violently before slowly collapsing to the ground. Yao stood behind him completely stunned. He never imagined Z could pull off something like that. With that kind of power, are you really a mage? This isn't some action manhwa. What else would I be? The other prisoners saw Z and Yao escaping and started screaming, he's making a break for it. Quick, tell the guards, catch him. Z sprinted with all his might toward the main gate. As they were running, Yao shouted a warning to Z. Looking ahead, Z saw that a squad of guards had already blocked off the main entrance. One of them roared, at all costs we stop them right here. The others yelled in unison, sir, yes sir. Seeing his path blocked, Z didn't even hesitate, yelling at Yao, don't stop. Keep running. Yao kept running, sweat pouring down his face. Alright, got it. As Z charged, a guard stepped forward, swinging his sword right at him. Z effortlessly twisted his body to dodge, then delivered a brutal uppercut to the man's jaw. The impact sent the poor guy flying backward, crashing right into the line of guards. Their entire formation was thrown into chaos. Seeing this, another guard furiously charged forward. But before he could do a thing, Z landed a swift blow to his throat, leaving him gasping for air. Pushing forward, Z plunged straight into the remaining group. They roared, get him! The nervous guards raised their swords, forming a defensive wall. Z launched himself into a somersault. He used both feet to plant a solid kick right in the lead guard's face. The man took the hit with a look of pure astonishment and a whole lot of pain. He just kept moving forward. Z charged headfirst into the rest of the mob. They screamed, kill him. Tense, the guards braced themselves, swords at the ready. Z flipped through the air, delivering another two-footed kick square in the face of the guy in front. This poor soul was a mix of shock, agony, and the sound of a clean hit. The guard's sword went clattering to the ground. The sheer power and speed coming off of Zet was enough to make the entire squad question their life choices. After landing, another genius clearly not getting the memo decided to charge forward with a face that screamed, I'm trying my best. Zet dodged. The deadly arc of the blade ducking with fluid grace, his calm eyes taking in the entire chaotic scene. Seizing the perfect moment, he unleashed a devastating spinning kick right into the guy's torso. His overwhelming strength and downright terrifying combat skills were dropping the prison guards like flies. Zet then launched himself into the air, bringing down a final brutal blow to the head of the man already on the floor. Ouch. The remaining guards kept coming, terrified but apparently completely helpless against his power, and the more he fought, the more Zet seemed to get into it, a dangerous, almost ecstatic smile spreading across his face. Damn, he was actually enjoying facing down these chumps. Closing the distance in a flash, he unleashed a barrage of kicks, sending two guards flying at the same time. Watching this absolute masterclass in beatdowns, Yao was completely floored. This is straight out of a violent manhwa, he thought. Meanwhile, just as Warden Clack was waking up from his latest, medication, he stumbled outside staring in disbelief at the pile of his men all knocked out cold. One of them stirred and stammered in a shaky voice. Warden, sir, I'm so sorry, but inmate number 218, he's escaped." Upon hearing that, Clack's brow furrowed, his face twisting with pure rage as he roared, get him now." Cut to nighttime in the village of Murata, located conveniently near the prison where Zet and Yao were hiding inside some wooden crates. In an alleyway, peeking out, Yao scouted the area. "I think we've totally lost them," he whispered. Zet, ever the pragmatist, asked, "So, where are we?" Yao filled him in. "This is a small town called Murata. It's the only village anywhere near that hellhole." Zet nodded, processing. "So that means the guards are gonna check here first, right?" Yao, meanwhile, was rummaging around in their smelly wooden hideout. "We don't have much of a choice. The other towns are way too far, but if we can blend in with the locals here, we should be safe." Zet replied, "All right, I'll trust your judgment for now. But what exactly are you looking for in there?" Yao triumphantly pulled out a couple of sets of old raggedy clothes and handed them to Zet. "Perfect, put this on." Zeth couldn't help but think, isn't this the exact kind of rag a hobo would pick off the street? "This place is crawling with homeless people," Yao explained. "Disguising ourselves as beggars is our safest bet." With that said, the two of them slipped into the tattered clothes. Yao then gave his instructions. "I'm going to grab some necessary supplies. You stay put right here, wait like a good little mouse. And don't you dare move an inch." Zeth was puzzled. "But how are you going to do that without a single coin to your name?" Yao shot him a confident look, raising a hand as if showing off. "Who said anything about needing money?" Zeth thought to himself. This guy operates on a completely different level of logic. Yao dashed off, calling back, "I'll be right back. So don't go wandering off. Because you, my friend, are my sidekick." Zeth watched him leave, muttering in disbelief, "Sidekick?" An hour or two later, Yao returned. "I'm back," Zeth immediately asked. "So what did you manage to get?" Yao held up a pair of colored contact lenses and popped them in. When Zeth put his on, his fiery red eyes transformed into a mysterious shade of blue, completely hiding the telltale sign of the Arahan clan. Yao nodded in satisfaction. "There, that should do it right. Those red eyes are the dead giveaway for the Arahan clan, so you have to be careful. Here in the southern lands, which happen to be Behanan family territory, blue contact lenses are all the rage. It's the latest trend. To those weirdo nobles, their eyes are just another fashion accessory." Zeth processed this information. The Behanan, one of the most prestigious families. My previous main character was Tor. Behan, the very same character I used to beat the final ending of this world's story. It was a classic manhwa setup. For my magic build, I chose Arahan, but for my swordsman, it was Behanan all the way. Just as you'd expect in a world where two factions absolutely despise each other, their signature eye colors are complete opposites. Their disguises complete, Zeth and Yao moved on to a more secure location. Zeth spoke up. "Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. I found a decent spot on my way back," Yao replied. "Follow me, we can crash there for a bit." They arrived at an old warehouse once used as a stable for horses, but now mostly abandoned. Deep within the dense forest, Zeth and Yao found their temporary shelter. As Lei laid down for the night, he sighed in frustration. "Oh, for crying out loud! How did I end up in a mess like this?" The moment I opened my eyes, it was like I'd been thrown headfirst into some twisted survival game. Now I'm hiding out in a horse stable, and on top of all that, I'm a wanted man. Well, at least it's interesting, but why is that Yao guy sticking to me like glue? Lei shot a suspicious glance at Yao. The nerve of him calling me his assistant of all things. He's definitely after something. He knows full well that tagging along with me is incredibly dangerous. I still don't know much about Yao. After all, he's just some street rat who makes a living picking pockets. But for now, I need his help. So I'll let him stick around. But can I really trust him? Even with his mind racing, they both agreed to travel together and finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun rose its rays piercing through the cracks. In the old stable, as they both woke, Uplay looked around while Yao started to complain. Bloody! Hell, it was too dark last night, so I couldn't get a good look. Did I seriously sleep in a dump? Like this? Yao yawned and replied, I guess a high and mighty noble like you would find a place. Like this a bit uncomfortable, wouldn't? You lay snapped, no, that's not it, I can't be picky. I need to start earning some cash, but to live, you've got to eat first. Yao asked, and how do you plan to do that? Just avoiding the watchful eyes of the prison guards is exhausting enough. Why don't you learn a thing or two about pickpocketing? Lei refused flatly. Forget about pickpocketing. Take me to that place I mentioned. Yao was confused. Huh, what place? Lei answered, the arena. With that settled, the two departed. They arrived at an underground arena, a place where fighters battled every single day for a ridiculously high cash prize. Inside, intense brutal matches were already in full swing, the air thick with bloodlust. Lei and Yao had finally arrived, ready to shake this whole scene up like the main character of some action manhwa. At the underground arena, Z and J were watching the ring with hawk-like focus model arena where two legendary gladiators are about to throw down. The two mightiest fighters of the Colosseum versus one incredibly gutsy challenger. And let me tell you, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. The surrounding crowd is on the verge of a full-blown riot, roaring their support. So wildly, it feels like the entire stadium is about to come crashing down. Yao takes one look at the spectacle, his face turning sheet white. He breaks into a cold sweat and turns around completely bewildered. Light buddy, I seriously think you brought us to the wrong address. Li, cool as a cucumber and with his eyes glued to the fight, replies flatly. Nope, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Up in the ring, the challenger grinds his teeth. And with every ounce of his strength, he sinks his fangs into his opponent's arm. Fresh blood spurts out the metallic tang, hitting the air. Ikus roars in pain from the completely unexpected bite, and immediately spins around to deliver a haymaker from hell right into the other guy's face, practically turning his handsome mug into modern art. But somehow the challenger quickly regains his balance and snaps back into a defensive stance. His eyes are blazing with pure murderous intent as he stares daggers right back at Ikus. Suddenly, Ikus throws a feint and lunges from the right. He smashes a devastating punch into the challenger's left ribcage. If that had landed flush, there's no doubt at least a few of his ribs would be dust. A total bloody mess. The crowd below, seeing the fight tip in Ikus's favor, begins to hurl insults. Fight for your family's honor, you bum. Come on, challenger, I bet my entire inheritance on you, dude. Another one screams, finish him, while someone else shouts, nah man, I'm rooting for Ikus this time. Down in the stands, Light is just soaking it all in, savoring every moment. He thinks to himself, heh, I figured this would just be a scrap between a bunch of thugs. But this whole manhwa scene is way more entertaining than I thought. Yao, however, is on the verge of a panic attack, his voice trembling. Light, this place is terrifying, we gotta get out of here now. Back in the ring, Ikus stomps the ground building momentum and launches himself like a missile at the unfortunate challenger. Before the poor guy can even register what's happening, he takes a brutal fist, iodine straight to the face. Blood shoots from his nose like a fire hydrant, and he crashes backward, his body hitting the floor with a loud thud. At this point, I think he's going to need divine intervention if he has any hope of turning this beatdown around. But Ikus gives him no quarter, unleashing a non-stop storm of punches and kicks. The guy can't even get his bearings before he eats another fist right to the kisser. His nose practically explodes, and he's sent sprawling with a sickening crack. He wasn't giving his opponent a single second to breathe. Fresh blood splattered everywhere like a gruesome rain shower. Down in the crowd, Yao was trembling, clutching R's hand for dear life. You see that taking a life in this place, it means absolutely nothing. And Ikus was leagues stronger than those prisoners back in Korean. Trying to take him down with cheap tricks like that was a complete waste of time. When Z suddenly went quiet, a wave of anxiety washed over Yao. He turned to look, but Z had already vanished into thin air. He stammered, Z. as the entire crowd simultaneously looked up at the fighting stage. You could practically see the question marks floating over everyone's heads. And that's when Z's voice rang out from above. He bellowed, "Ikus!" Just as the brute was about to rain more blows down on his already unconscious challenger, Z shot out a hand and clamped down hard on his wrist. Blood dripped from the man's knuckles, pooling in a crimson stain on the floor. Z spoke his voice, cutting through the tension. "Can't you see he's already out cold?" Ikus shot him a sideways glance, absolutely livid at being interrupted. But Z didn't even flinch. He just stared back and commanded, "Relax." Ikus stared at Z, completely bewildered, as if his brain had just short-circuited. His eyes went completely vacant. When Yao finally spotted his friend up there, his jaw hit the floor so hard it nearly shattered. He was screaming internally, "What in the world are you doing up there? This absolute madman." Z then shifted his gaze to the referee. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be the referee? Did someone pay you off or something? The outcome is crystal clear, yet you're just gonna let the match continue. Are there no rules in this dump?" Getting completely reamed out by Z, the referee just stood there sputtering and speechless. "Who the hell is this guy? Why'd he just jump in like that?" Ikus ripped his arm out of Z's grasp and roared in frustration. "What the hell is your problem?" He thought to himself, "This is gonna be a real pain if he's some kind of noble." With all eyes on him, Z confidently made his introduction. "A me you can't tell just by looking." The crowd held its breath, waiting for the big reveal. Z just smirked. He was clearly nothing more than some street rat. The crowd, which had been expecting some big shot, erupted in disappointed chaos. One guy screamed, "He's out of his mind." "Is that guy really just some lowlife?" Another chimed in, "Damn it, how dare some nobody interrupt a main event level Manhwa fight like this? Get rid of him already." Ikus snarled, "Are you looking for a death wish?" Z just shrugged. "The fight's over. Why'd you have to go and ruin the mood? I was just starting to have fun." "Is that so?" Z said, completely unbothered. "Yeah, it's a little noisy. My bad, I'll take responsibility." Then pointing a finger right at Ius, he declared, "I'm the one who's supposed to fight this guy, right?" Z flashed a smug grin. "Just you wait, I'm about to show you guys something really interesting," Yao shrieked, and then launched into an absolute tirade. "How many times do I have to tell you? That guy's power level in here is way beyond our limits. Even the very atmosphere is on his side. Let's say your chance of winning is 1, or maybe even 1 in 10,000. Even if I prayed to every god and goddess of fortune out there, there's still 0 chance you can beat him. This is completely insane. Ius is untouchable. No freaking way, go pick a fight with literally anyone else." Z, having just been chewed out, looked a little baffled. He knew Yao was just a chicken, worried he'd get himself killed. But he just scratched his head, cool as a cucumber. "Just put your faith in me." Yao threw his hands up in despair. "Are you even listening to me? So you're just going to stand there and act like this is fine? Stop this nonsense and get down here this instant." Z called out, which made Yao pause for a moment. "Hey, after this fight, let's go get a massive beef barbecue and eat like there's no tomorrow, what do you say?" Yao sighed, completely exasperated. "Just don't get yourself killed, you idiot." The referee roared, "Let the match begin." Z and Ius faced off, each one sizing up the other. Ius muttered to himself, "Even if that little punk has lost his mind, he's still perfectly calm." Then a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Huh, now this is interesting. He looks like he's only about 15. But what in the world is with that look in his eyes?" He sized Z up. The kid's breathing was steady, and his stance was bizarre, unlike anything I've ever seen in a manhwa. It's as if Z possesses some kind of unexpected power. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Ius's spine. "What is this feeling? Why am I afraid? Am I actually scared of a piece of trash like him?" He roared internally, trying to shake off the feeling. "Get a grip. Scared of a brat like that? Seriously?" With that, he charged like a madman towards Z, his fist flying. But in a shocking twist, the one who got decked wasn't Z, it was him. What's with the death glare? Hojo glances over, still holding his perfect fighting stance. He then proceeds to school him on the basics. "Your biggest weakness is that you telegraph your punches by pulling your arm way back. A real punch shoots straight from your guard right into your opponent's face. Shortest path, fastest speed, cleanest execution. Got it." And as he's giving this masterclass, Zhou unleashes a non-stop barrage of punches right into Icus's face. The poor guy doesn't even have a second to breathe. Each jab is faster than the one before it, leaving Icus completely overwhelmed. At one point, Zhou even channels his entire body weight into a single devastating strike. You can see Zhou stomp his foot down, gathering momentum for the big one. The final blow has so much force, it practically rattles Icus's brain, knocking him into next week. His face is a canvas of bruises and broken teeth. But more importantly, the dude never even got a chance to counterattack or block a single hit. The crowd goes wild, absolutely refusing to believe their eyes. Who in the world is that guy? Is the other one just throwing the fight or something? Yao, meanwhile, has his eyes squeezed shut, muttering a frantic prayer. O god of war, goddess of luck, spirit of all miracles. Mother of life, please, I'm begging you, let him get home in one piece. The roar of the crowd finally pulls Yao back to reality. What do you mean, throwing the fight? Use your eyes and look properly. Yao peeks through his fingers and sees that so-called lowlife absolutely dominating the match. Icus can barely stand. Yao stares his jaw on the floor. What in the world am I thinking? He can't trust what he's seeing. Is this for real? Did he actually win? Did Zhou just defeat Icus? Icus is wobbling on his feet, but he's still conscious enough to be completely and utterly shocked. What the hell just happened? Zhou's form is just a blur in front of him. This must be the most one-sided beatdown in Manhwa history. How could he beat me? Did I just lose to some nobody? He who carried the title of the strongest fighter was just schooled by a complete unknown. How could I not dodge a single one of those pathetic-looking punches? This is absolutely insane. Icus tries to rally himself, but Zhou unleashes a final strike powered by pure ki. The blow sends him crashing to the floor, knocked out cold in the middle of the arena. A dead silence falls over the stadium, which Zhou promptly breaks. Hey ref, what are you doing taking a nap over there? Do you want me to try fighting without any rules too? The referee jumps startled. Right, the match is over. He's the winner. Zhou is the winner. The arena goes dead silent, and Zhou is the one to shatter the tension. Referee, what exactly is your job description? Or should I just start ignoring the rules since you clearly are? The referee snaps out of his stupor. Yes, the match is concluded, he is victorious. The challenger is hereby declared the winner. And just like that victory, Rhett thought to himself, I didn't even get a chance to warm up. And it's already over. Maybe I should have held back a little. Rhett strolled over to collect his winnings, but he was not impressed. Are you kidding me? You said the odds were 62-1, and this is all I get. He jabbed a finger at the sad little pouch of money. What, you think you can cheat me just because I look young? I can't believe you can't even handle a simple calculation. The arena staffer started to panic, waving his hands frantically. No way! I swear I calculated it perfectly. Bull, Rhett shot back. There's no way the payout is this pathetic. Hand over the betting slip, we're doing this again right now. Yao, meanwhile, was trembling off to the side, too terrified to say a word. Rhett stopped yelling at the staffer and turned his glare on him. Yao, how much did you bet? He interrogated, annoyed that Yao hadn't followed his orders. I told you to bet everything we had. Suddenly, like a scene straight out of a classic manhwa, a pair of gorgeous legs in bright red stilettos stepped into frame. Yao started blubbering, trying to explain himself. I really hate gambling. Besides, we have to save money for dinner. The cashier, thinking a brawl was about to break out, tried to intervene. Hey, take it outside, you two. That's when the woman spoke. Hello there. She was Hannah, the owner of the arena, who'd come to see who had the guts to take down her top fighter. Hannah flashed a sly, knowing smile, heh, and then made her move. Could I have a word with you for a moment? Rhett's eyes scanned her up and down, recognizing her as the woman who'd been watching him from the stands. And who are you supposed to be? He asked bluntly. Hannah just chuckled. Judging by that clueless look on your face, I'm guessing this is your first time here. I'm the one who runs this arena. The name's Hannah. She tried again a little more seductively. So can we talk for a bit? Rhett shot her down without a second thought. No thanks. And with that, he turned and started to walk away, leaving a completely stunned Hannah in his wake. Yao felt a cold dread creep up his spine as he glanced back and saw Hannah subtly signal. 2 massive bodyguards to block Rhett's path. Rhett didn't look scared, just annoyed. Oh great, he warned them. I take it you two want the same treatment that other guy got, or should I just put you to sleep for a few days? The 2 behemoths didn't even flinch. Rhett thought to himself, I'm guessing you two want the same treatment he got, huh? Or maybe I should just put you to sleep for a few days. The 2 men stood their ground, completely still. Rhett thought to himself, this is a little weird. You want to die that badly, he was about to act, when he noticed Yao trembling. What's with him? Rhett was confused. That's something I wouldn't dare dream of, not even in my wildest fantasies. What are you, some kind of blindly loyal puppy to that woman? From behind he spoke up, the Ikas you crushed today was a champion I personally scouted from the Grand Arena. You catch my drift, don't you? I'll let it slide for now. After all, I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again. She flashed a smug grin. Next time we'll chat somewhere a little more comfortable. I really have a thing for strong opponents. You're a diamond in the rough just waiting to be polished, you know that. Joe just shot her a sidelong glance, not even gracing her with a response. He walked right past her as if she was nothing but thin air. He was left standing there, her smile frozen on her face as she thought to herself, well, now this brat is far more interesting than I thought. The crowd was still buzzing, completely shell-shocked by Joe's insane performance. Yao, on the other hand, let out a massive sigh of relief, muttering, thank God he didn't kick the bucket. But seriously, don't you dare play with fire like that again. Making good on his promise, Joe dragged Yao out of the arena and straight to a barbecue joint to stuff their faces. Yao was so hungry he had practically passed out on the table. He whined, I'm starving. If you'd waited any longer, you would have had to carry my corpse to the dinner table. Yao sat up, rubbing his belly as he spoke. On the surface, he is just the arena manager, but in reality, she's the one pulling all the strings in this city. As long as we're here, we're bound to run into her sooner or later. Ju replied, cool as a cucumber. In my eyes, she's just a greedy old fox obsessed with money. Yao burst out laughing in agreement. You got that right. They even call her the she-fox around here. Hearing this, Joe figured she was just another parasite looking to use him. It was a classic Manhwa plot, reminding him of when he first stepped into the world of martial arts. The second he started making a name for himself, all sorts of shady factions came crawling out of the woodwork. Most of them just saw his talent as a money-making machine. He'd been duped more than a few times back then. Just another wide-eyed rookie full of hope. Laughing in agreement. That's right, they call her the she-fox. Hearing this, Joe figured she must have approached him to use him. It reminded him of when he first stepped into the martial arts world. It was exactly the same. The moment he started to stand out, all sorts of powers that be came knocking. Most of them only saw his talent as a tool to make money. He was tricked countless times back then. Just another wide-eyed, hopeful rookie. Yao clutched his stomach, pleading softly, I'm so hungry. It was all thanks to a stroke of luck. He was the one who helped me become a champion. Z unconsciously thought back to his old manager, wondering if the old man was doing okay now. Thanks to him, he was no longer that naive kid from the countryside, who everyone took advantage of. I've been through it all, climbing to the top like the main character in some crazy action manhwa. The image of Jin Hui's epic victory flashed through his mind. I am the champion. Then Z's thoughts shifted to Hana's tempting offers. The old fox's evaluation, huh? Just you wait, a craftier fox is about to make his move. The waiter's voice cut through his train of thought, pulling him back to reality. One portion of your meat is ready. Yao gasped in delight. Whoa, it's the Verity meat. The meat was arranged neatly on the plate, served right in front of them, just waiting to be devoured. Yao was practically drooling, his mouth watering uncontrollably. As his hand reached for a piece, Z stopped him. Yao, hold on a second. Yao blurted out, what's wrong? Z explained, his eyes glued to the plate of meat. This stuff is fake. The color and the marbling are completely wrong. He assessed it with a critical eye. Don't you see, Yao? If this were real Verity meat, the marbling would be much finer, and the color would be richer than this. Yao was stunned. What fake? But what exactly is marbling anyway? He thought back, something didn't feel right. Even the warden had to wait a full week just to get his hands on it. Z continued, If they could just get it from a neighboring city, it wouldn't have taken that long. Besides, Verity is supposed to be incredibly rare, right? There's no way they could possibly serve it to every single customer in here. As he spoke, Z pointed to the table next to them. Look over there. That looks like a lower grade cut. Even though it's only one grade lower, the difference is enormous. You can tell just by looking at it. By now, Yao was starving and cried out in disappointment. Really? But whether it's a cheap cut or the real Verity, once it's in my stomach, doesn't it all end up the same? He clutched his belly and begged softly. I'm so hungry. But Z absolutely refused to let it slide. If I'm paying for Verity meat and you serve me a knockoff, isn't that a total ripoff? Besides, it's not like we're rolling in cash. As customers, we have every right to get to the bottom of this. So he waves his hand, hey over here. The waiter clocks their shabby clothes and immediately puts on an air of contempt. You've been bugging us this entire time. How about you just hurry up, eat, and get out? He mutters under his breath, what a pain. You ordered one measly dish and you're wasting all of my time. Unfazed Xiaoyan's voice drops to a low growl. This is fake, I ordered the Verity meat. Shouldn't you start by actually bringing out the correct dish? That's what he said on the outside, but inside Xiaoyan was absolutely fuming. There's nothing he hates more than scammers who act all high and mighty about it. The waiter's face twists into a defiant sneer. Huh, what do you think, this is some cheap street-side scam? Xiaoyan's patience runs out. That's enough, get your boss. Hearing that the waiter's true colors finally start to show. This little brat really has a death wish. Xiaoyan, completely unbothered, challenges him right back. Fine, let's hear what this fearless little punk has to say. The people at the next table start buzzing. What's going on? Is a fight about to break out? Afraid of causing an even bigger scene, the waiter finally gives in. Shut your mouth and follow me. Xiaoyan and Jill are led to another room to meet the owner. It seems to be his personal office. The waiter ushers them in and speaks respectfully for the first time. Boss, I brought him. Sitting before them is a portly man with a mustache lounging comfortably in his chair. He's flanked by two towering, menacing goons, holding meat cleavers looking like they walked straight out of a gangster manhwa. One of them speaks up, his voice dripping with arrogance. So you're the riffraff causing all the trouble. Without a hint of fear, Xiaoyan fires back. You're the ones with no class. You're the ones selling fake meat. The owner lets out a deep belly laugh. Haha, I gotta say I like a punk with guts like you. So what is it you want? Xiaoyan replies coldly, compensation for us. And an apology for selling counterfeit goods. The owner just scoffs. An apology? We don't do that here, kid. You've got some serious nerve, I'll give you that. He points his finger. But you really need to learn how to read the room. Oh, please, Lai replied coldly. You might not be able to read the room, but you definitely don't understand the situation you're in. If you rush at me, who do you think is gonna be left standing? The owner just cackled, like a maniac. Heh heh, aren't you the arrogant one? Consider this a life lesson. Get ready for a beatdown. The moment he finished speaking, his butcher-like goons charged forward with their axes. Lai didn't waste a single word taking them down. One by one, he sent a fist crashing into the first guy's face while the second one caught a knee to the gut, doubling over in agony. He grabbed the guy with one hand, landed a solid punch on his jaw, then leaped back to chop the third guy on the neck. The fourth guy didn't fare any better. Lai moved in, locking the hand holding the axe, spun around, grabbed his wrist, bent over, and slammed him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The shop owner's eyes bulged in terror at the sheer power Lai was displaying, a classic manhwa protagonist move. His healthy complexion turned ghostly pale, sweat poured down his forehead, and he started to stammer. Lai stood there, not even breaking a sweat, looking as fresh as ever. All around him, his bruised and battered minions were sprawled on the floor. The owner screamed in fear. What the hell is this? Yao, watching from the side, started cheering. Serves you right, you scumbags. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? He's the one who actually took down Awakens. That's right, Awakens, the shop owner heard that and suddenly recalled laughing off the news of Awakens' defeat. But could this really be true? He asked Lai. So what do you want from me? Lai got straight to the point. Now, we're on the same page, aren't we? I just want some fair compensation. That's all, I'm a reasonable man. He held up 2 fingers. There are 2 conditions for this. Compensation, first give back the money you took from us. Second, from now on, you will be paying for the beef that we eat here, and of course, that'll be at the price of Verity beef. Got it, the shop owner was speechless, just nodding his head like a robot. The price of Verity beef was no joke. After Lai left, the owner was absolutely fuming. He practically screamed, "What? Dealing with a bunch of low-life thugs on a day like this? Who has the energy?" Night had fallen and a brilliant crescent moon hung high in the sky. It was a perfect canvas of twinkling stars. Yao flopped back onto the unbelievably plush bed. As the incredible softness enveloped him, he let out a squeal of pure joy. Whoa, this is so soft. He was like a little kid flailing his arms and legs around in delight. I have never ever slept on a bed this comfy in my entire life. This is officially the greatest thing ever. Propping his chin on his hand, Yao turned to Jai. You know, Jai, you were seriously cool earlier today. Pulling the consumer rights card, is that some kind of high and mighty noble technique or what? Yao chuckled, snuggling deeper under the covers. I mean, if a nasty rumor started spreading, that restaurant would probably go belly up. For a guy with absolutely zero negotiating power, that whole situation must have felt like the seventh circle of hell. Yao flashed back to the restaurant owner's utterly furious face. He just cracked up, haha. I swear I've never seen anyone's face get that red. It was like something straight out of a manhwa. Still, thanks to you, I'm living the high life now. Jai just smiled. All right, get some sleep. As the night wore on, even the moon seemed to have lazily tucked itself away. An absolute perfect silence fell over the room. Inside, Jai was already sound asleep. Yao, on the other hand, was wide awake. His eyes snapped open. After tossing and turning for a bit, he finally sat bolt upright. He peered over, trying to see if Jai was actually asleep. Yao whispered, Jai, you asleep? Jai, facing the wall, didn't answer. He seemed to be completely out. Relieved, Yao silently slipped out of bed. He moved with practiced stealth, trying not to make a single sound that would wake Jai. He tiptoed over to the door and unlocked it. The second the latch clicked, Jai's eyes shot open. Turns out he was faking it the whole time, trying to figure out what his sneaky friend was hiding. Fast forward a few days, and we find Yao just waking up in the middle of the day. He called out to Jai with a groan, I'm starving. When are we finally gonna eat? You never take a break, do you? It's just train non-stop. Nearby, Jai was in the middle of a brutal physical workout. Yao kept on whining. I mean, don't mages hate sweating more than they hate death itself? Is it because you don't have any mana? Is that why you're putting yourself through all this physical torture? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jai replied, something like that? Yao's eyes went wide. Say what now? It was just a joke. I can't believe you actually admitted it. Z checked his Zarahan info panel, thinking to himself, but seriously, it hasn't gone up one bit. No matter how many times a day I check my status screen, it's always the same. At this rate, I'm starting to think I'm cursed or something. On the status screen, his mana stat was still a big fat 0. He figured that going from 0 to 1 was probably like creating something out of thin air, so it was going to take a very long time. That first point is always the hardest. After that, it should start climbing faster. Then Z turned around, Yao. Morning training's over, let's go eat. Yao perked up immediately. Ooh, where are we going today? Salad potato stew, maybe? Z smirked. Nope, we're changing it up, we're getting beef. Yao's face lit up, his eyes sparkling. Whoa, we're finally getting some real food. He practically skipped his way to the restaurant. Z followed slowly behind, lost in his own thoughts. It's been 3 days since we last went to the steakhouse. The reason for that is pretty simple. I had to check the necklace to make sure we wouldn't run into any trouble. More importantly, on our first day, we absolutely demolished 10 servings. So money shouldn't be an issue at all. He turned to ask Yao how many gold coins. Yao answered, well, we don't really have that much left. The cost of living in this city is just astronomical. Z just hummed quietly, deep in thought. I've been playing this game for a whole 10 years. It feels like I'm the protagonist in my own personal manhwa. You really think I don't know the going rates for things around here? Burning through that much cash in just a few days. That's practically just throwing money out the window. Does this guy think that just because I come from a noble family, I have no clue how the real world actually works. Ziwa's getting really suspicious of Yao. He's definitely hiding something. Is it greed, a gambling problem? But whatever. For now, I'll just play dumb and pretend I haven't noticed him skimming off the top. He hasn't shown any signs of betrayal yet. But I can't just let this go on forever. If I can just figure out his reason, I'll finally understand what makes this guy tick. Among the owner's lackeys, a ginger-haired goon scurries in to report. Boss, they're here. The owner perks up. Oh, are they now? This guy is the owner of a steakhouse with an ego far bigger than his actual skills. And he's still salty about being humiliated by some nobody kid. He smirks. My loyal underling, is everything prepared exactly as I commanded? A table groaning under the weight of steak has been laid out, arranged with sinister perfection. Steaks are piled high all around, with a grill sizzling ominously beside the table. Right in the center sits a platter of pre-sliced eggs, and a single candle supposedly to enhance the appetite. A server announces with a flourish, "Right this way." He bows respectfully. "I've prepared a mountain of meat for you. Please help yourselves." Yao is practically bouncing with excitement. "Whoa, how much do you think all this cost?" The server bows out. "Just call if you need anything at all." Lai finds this whole thing a bit fishy. Why are they suddenly being so friendly? Yao pipes up, "Maybe it's because we came back." Lai shoots that idea down. "Not a chance. When I scanned this place on the way in, nobody looked like an assassin. The restaurant looks exactly the same as last time, so what's the big deal?" Noticing Li hasn't touched his food, Yao asks, "Lai, you're not hungry?" He makes a wrap and holds it out to him. "Here's a special one just for you. Down it in one bite." Lai quietly mutters, "Thanks," but his mind is still racing. "All right," he thinks. "For now, we'll just have to play along and see what's going on." He takes the wrap and pops it into his mouth. If we just watch them closely, we'll figure out what they're plotting. But suddenly, Lai tastes something horribly wrong in the food. He screams, "Yao!" Lai's shout stops Yao mid-chew his mouth full of food. "I don't eat that meat." Yao panics, gagging and coughing violently as the horrifying realization dawns on him the food is poisoned. He slumps onto the table, moaning pitifully. "Poisoned? Does this mean I'm gonna die?" Lai immediately tries to calm him down. "You'll be fine. It was only a tiny amount." Let's rewind that dramatic Manhwa moment. Li's scream makes Yao freeze in the middle of his feast. Don't eat that meat." Yao instantly freaks out, hacking and sputtering, as he realizes he just swallowed a mouthful of poison. He collapses onto the table, whining tragically. "Poisoned am I? Am I a goner?" Lai quickly reassures him, "You're not going to die. It was just a really small dose." As he processes the fact that the food was spiked, a thought clicks in Li's head. So this was the second condition from before. So this was his grand scheme, daring to poison the meat. Huh, if I didn't have my absolute poison immunity, I would have been taken down without anyone ever knowing. Looks like all the pain I went through to get this ability was totally worth it. Yao, still not convinced, gave Rui a look of disappointment. "But it doesn't taste like anything's wrong with it. Is it really poisoned? How on earth did you—" No, Jung answered simply, "Because I am an Arahan." Ah, just what you'd expect from an elite noble. They're on a completely different level. Hearing this, Yao asked nervously, "So what do we do now? They're clearly trying to kill us, shouldn't we make a run for it?" Jung was blunt. "And why exactly should we run?" Yao was baffled. "Then what do we do?" Jung just smiled. A plan flashing in his eyes, it was time to make them pay. Jung called the innkeeper over, and the moment he stepped inside, he started mouthing off with a nasty attitude. "If you're going to act like beggars, then you should just quietly eat your meat. Why are you putting on airs, trying to act all high and mighty are you?" Jung sat calmly beside the stack of plates which were licked completely clean. "I just called you over to clear up a few misunderstandings. There are some things I'd like to ask." Seeing the sparkling clean plates, the innkeeper thought to himself, these bums really scarfed it all down. If they've eaten that much poison, the effects should be kicking in any second now." With that thought, his voice dripped with contempt. "Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? You're nothing but a bunch of thugs who go around threatening and robbing people." The moment he finished his sentence, Zheng gestured to Yao, who pulled out a neatly wrapped meat roll, smiling cheerfully. See, you've got us all wrong. Let's resolve this misunderstanding and make up by sharing a meal together. Yao then offered the meat roll to him. Here, have a bite. The innkeeper blurted out in shock, what is this? He stared nervously at the very meat roll he had poisoned with his own 2 hands. Why are you giving it to me? Zheng replied, a scene straight out of a revenge manhwa. Think of it as a peace offering. If you accept, I'll let the matter drop. Hey, we're not exactly mountain bandits or anything. Completely ignoring Z, the man hastily replied. Whatever. It's not like I ever intended to make peace with scum like you anyway. Noticing the owner's jitters, Z cut straight to the chase. How odd. You actually want to keep getting blackmailed. Or, is there another reason you won't touch it? Like, say, this piece of meat has been poisoned. The owner, terrified, kept denying it. That's ridiculous. Seeing the man was cornered, Rui chimed in. You seem to be enjoying this little charade, aren't you? The moment the words left his lips, Rui sent the entire table flying. The atmosphere instantly became dangerously tense. The owner freaked out. What do you think you're doing? His eyes darted around, landing on the shattered plates and the poisoned meat lying uselessly on the floor. Then it hit him, Rui hadn't eaten the meat, he'd just set it aside. Don't tell me. He knew it was poisoned all along. Damn it, there's no way, impossible. Rui remained seated calm as can be amidst the wreckage of their meal. His face was a complete blank as he spoke, his voice dangerously low. You know, out of respect, I was just going to drop by every now and then. But you're a real piece of work. Poisoning the meat. How dare you? Still in denial, the owner's mind raced. Calm down, there's absolutely no way they could have known. Having convinced himself, he roared, You bastard! I told you there's no poison. You got any proof, huh? Where's your proof? Faced with this pathetic denial, Rui calmly reached up to his eye and popped out a contact lens. Proof, you ask? Oh, I've got your proof. Right here. With the lens gone, Rui's eye blazed a brilliant, terrifying red. That's the unmistakable mark of the legendary Arahan mage clan you see in every awesome manhwa. The moment he saw that eye, the owner's blood ran cold. The red eyes of an Arahan. Z rose slowly to his feet, his voice dripping with menace. You dared to deceive an Arahan? You'll pay for that mistake with your life. You will pay for that with your very life. You dared to deceive an Arahan, you will pay the price. And that price is your life. At this, the man collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, the one who vanished without a trace at the bridge? This place isn't exactly a high-stakes problem anyway. Hearing those bone-chilling words, the color drained from the man's face. He was absolutely terrified, realizing he'd just tried to scam someone from a noble family. Oh boy, he was a dead man. The second it dawned on him that his life was on the line, he dropped to his knees and started begging. Sir Ling, please. I beg you, I didn't recognize the eminence before me. I am truly sorry, I had no idea. You are a Viscount Ling. Seeing his chance laid on the pressure, sending the man into a state of pure panic. Why would an Arahan from the west travel all the way to this remote dump in the south? Why didn't he reveal his identity from the start? Why was he acting like some kind of low-life vagrant? The man pondered this as tears streamed down his face like a waterfall. Please, just this once, just this one time, I beg you, forgive this ignorant and pathetic worm if you spare me. I swear I'll do anything you ask. Watching the man wail like a child as he begged for his life, Ling realized something. The sheer overwhelming power of the Arahan title. Man, this authority was some next-level stuff. Maybe I should leverage this a bit more often. With that thought, Ling laid out his terms. You said you'd do anything, right? Very well, since I can see you're so sincere, I'll be merciful and let you off the hook, just this once. Hearing he'd be spared, the innkeeper started bowing so fast. His head was a blur. Oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you so much. I will never ever forget this kindness. Ling stated his conditions. First, you will not breathe a single word of my identity to anyone. The man scrambled to answer, of course not until the day I die, and even when I pass on to the next world, my lips will remain sealed. Ling continued unfazed. Second fork over half of your assets. Do that and we'll pretend today's little incident never happened. Without a shred of hesitation, the man agreed. Understood, I can get it all. For you right now, just please wait a moment. Besides, what good is money when you're dead? And hey, it was only half his fortune. What a steal. Ling smirked to himself. Hook, line, and sinker. This shakedown was straight out of a revenge manhwa. The man, meanwhile, was already scrambling to fulfill the demands. We have to make the delivery now before he changes his mind. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway cut through the air. With the shakedown successfully completed, Z popped his contact lenses back in to keep his cover from being blown. Yao saw this and grinned. Now, that was a true Arhan in action. The poor guy was so terrified he couldn't even squeak anymore. Z laid out the plan once we get the cash. We're skipping town tonight. Yao was all for it. Sounds like a plan to me. But from the doorway, a single foot stepped into view clad in a high heel. A very familiar shade of red. And where do you two think you're scurrying off to? Z and Yao froze. That voice was way too familiar. It was H, all right. Her sudden appearance left them both completely speechless. We meet again. So you're a bigger deal than I thought. Z stayed dead silent, his mind racing as he sized her up. Don't tell me. She knows I'm an Arahan. How could she have possibly found out so fast? Did that scumbag owner rat me out? Across the room, the owner was frantically shaking his head, trying to signal that his lips were absolutely sealed. No way. He looks genuinely terrified. Z realized that this meant there was only one other place she could have gotten intel on me. If H finds out I'm a fake Arahan, all this money is going straight down the drain. I have to change the venue and fast. Wasting no time, Z made a suggestion. Let's move this somewhere else. We need to talk privately. Hine just shrugged, sure, why not? And so in another room, the three of them sat down. The silence was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Z broke it. So why are you here? You got business with me? A sly smile played on Heina's lips as she glanced over at Yao. Oh, darling, you've got it all wrong. I don't have any business with you. I came here today to meet my client. Z's head snapped towards Yao. This twist was straight out of a manhwa. Client, no way. Yao, you. Yao's face was a complete mess of fear and anxiety. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. But I didn't have any other choice. All right. I looked into that thing you asked me to, but it turns out I'm gonna need more money. Yao was stunned. What? He yelled, slamming the table as he shot to his feet. No, that wasn't our deal. Do you have any idea how much I've already paid you? Chena shot back. That amount doesn't even cover my daily meals. You think finding a missing person is easy? We're talking about a ghost, someone nobody knows is dead or alive. Furious but completely helpless, all Yao could do was cry, his voice trembling. How could you do this? You were my last hope. Finally, Z understood why Yao had been sneaking out every night. I get what's happening here. This whole situation is like a dramatic manhwa plot. Wanting to help his friend, Z made Akna an offer. Hold on, let's do this instead. You said you had business with me, right? Let's just wrap this all into one deal. Hna replied, oh, so if I grant this client's request, you'll accept my request in return. Sounds good, my demand is simple. She continued, fight me one more time, that's it. Sensing something was wrong, Yao yelled out a warning. Wait, Z, it's obviously a trap. Z immediately replied, fine, I accept the rematch. Yao kept pleading with Z even though he knew it was just one of Hana's schemes. Z confirmed, so you'll follow through on Yao's request then. Hana licked her lips slowly, her eyes filled with scheming danger. Of course, I always keep my promises. The time had come. Z and Jay walked slowly toward the designated spot. Even though he knew Z had only agreed to fight As to help him, Yao still walked with a heavy heart. Why the long face? You earned a pretty penny from this. Yao answered, I'm so sorry. I never intended to trick you from the start. Z replied, I know. You rushed to explain, the truth is, I secretly hired that woman. I know it was a stupid thing to do, but I didn't have any other choice. Jay asked, why the long face? You made a decent amount of money, didn't you? You replied, I'm really truly sorry. I never meant to deceive you. Z said simply, I know. Yao quickly explained, the truth is, I went behind your back and hired that woman. I know it was foolish, but I was out of options. Z said calmly, yeah, I knew about that, about you stashing away some cash on the side. Yao's jaw dropped. Wait, you knew? Z just nodded. Yup, but I only found out today that you went crawling to Hana, didn't you? Then why did you act like you didn't know? Yao stammered out. Z replied, because I honestly didn't give a damn. I figured all the help you've given me was worth at least that much. After a beat, he added a warning, but look, we can't let this happen again. From now on, no more secrets. You tell me everything, got it? The absolute worst thing in this world is repaying trust with betrayal. I don't care how messed up your past was. Don't you dare become a piece of garbage. Hearing Z's words, Yao's eyes started to well up, completely touched. Okay, I'll remember that. Suddenly worried sick about Z, Yao tried to stop him. Don't go through with the rematch. Just take the money and get out of here like we planned. Z shot back, and what about your request? To find your brother, huh? You replied, you and I both know the truth. That woman was just planning to screw us over again. I'm not dumb enough to get played by Hana. But the fact that Yao still went to her just shows how utterly desperate he was. He was so desperate he grabbed onto a lifeline he knew was rotten to the core, fully aware it could snap at any second. And Hana, she's exactly the kind of snake who would betray a desperate kid without a second thought. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Yao's situation, Z made up his mind. I know. I was originally gonna leave too, but I've changed my mind. Yao panicked. What? Are you seriously going to fight in the rematch? I believe in your skills, man, I really do, but this time, Hana is pulling out all the stops to crush you. This only made Z more confident, and that's exactly why I want to fight even more. Yao was flabbergasted. Why, Z just smirked. When I see a piece of trash, I get the urge to take it out and utterly destroy it. There's nothing more exhilarating than an opponent who's giving it their all. It's like a real-life action manhwa. Z's face twisted into a scowl as he let out a curse. Do you meanwhile over at Kaan prison? The guards were scrambling to assemble for the hunt for Z and R. A guard yelled out, all personnel present and accounted for. Good, move out immediately, starting with the vanguard. The warden was absolutely furious that Z had escaped right under his nose, slamming his hand on the desk so hard it splintered into pieces. Those damn sewer rats, they slipped away right in front of us. This time I'll finish them myself. As he spoke, a sinister and dangerous aura enveloped him, making the air thick with suffocating tension. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his terrifying power practically dripping with bloodlust and the sheer will to crush his enemies. Gritting his teeth in fury, he roared, Z, Arahan, time flew by, and 3 days later the fated match between Z and Ikaz was finally here. The two of them were now standing in the arena, surrounded by the deafening cheers of the massive crowd, and the hulking brute Ikaz was soaking up every second of it. This made Z a little curious. Man, why is this guy so overconfident? After everything that happened for him to still have that look on his face. And something's definitely up, he thought to himself quietly. Meanwhile, in the back, his buddy Yao couldn't hide the worried look on his face as he offered a piece of advice. Z, if things get dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately, okay? Hearing this, Z just remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Up next, not wanting to keep the audience waiting any longer, the referee's announcement echoed through the stadium. The rematch between Ikaz and the beggar officially begins. The moment the words left his mouth, the audience saw the big oaf Ikaz strike a dramatic pose, sending a ripple of excitement through the crowd. This is the kind of stuff that makes for a great manhwa. Wait a minute, Ikaz is using that stance. From the other side, Yao's face also grew tense. Z, if things get dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately, okay? Hearing this, Z just remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Up next, not wanting to keep the audience waiting any longer, the referee's announcement echoed through the stadium. The rematch between Ikaz and the beggar officially begins. The moment the words left his mouth, the audience saw the big oaf Ikaz strike a dramatic pose, which got them all chattering with excitement. That son of a bitch, he's copying Ju's stance. Right now, as they all watched, That goon Aikasi had also settled into a boxing stance. A sly grin crept across his face. He wouldn't have stepped into this ring if he wasn't completely sure he'd win. But an Arahan with absolutely no mana, yeah, something about that just doesn't add up. Then again, they did just leave him to rot in that prison, so maybe it's true after all. I'll just have to test that theory myself. He tightened his fist, aiming straight for the chest. With that thought, Aikasi shot forward like a freight train. With lightning speed, he instantly unleashed a thunderous punch, aimed right at Zhu. Seeing it coming, Zhu simply tilted his head to the side, effortlessly dodging the blow. Still, a flicker of surprise registered in his eyes. And that tiny reaction was all the encouragement Aikasi needed to get even cockier. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches, taunting him the whole time. A little surprised, are we? You think you're the only one who can pull this off? Once I started practicing it myself, I realized just how ridiculously useful it is. Back to Zhu's point of view. As he weaved through the big lug's relentless attacks, he had to admit to himself, okay, I'll give him that. This is a little surprising. And with that, he fired off a crisp punch of his own. It connected squarely with Aikasi's jaw, sending the brute stumbling back a few steps. But with his ridiculously tough hide, Aikase didn't seem to feel a single thing. In fact, he just threw his head back and laughed. His suspicions had just been confirmed. What the hell was that? Are you even being serious right now? So it's true, you really are just some weakling with 0 mana. For Zhu, however, that last punch revealed everything. He too was able to confirm a theory of his own. Yep, that confirms it. That belt he's wearing. It's a magical artifact. The one he's got on is the Belt of the Ogre. It reduces physical damage by 90%. Thanks to that item and his own mana, nope, this is definitely the worst possible matchup for me. So that's where all that swagger was coming from, huh? Meanwhile, our boy Yao on the sidelines finally realizes something is seriously wrong. He's thinking to himself, what in the world is going on? Did Z's attack seriously do nothing? A wave of panic washed over him as he shouted a warning. Z, I bet you $1,000,000 that woman pulled some shady stuff. This fight is way too dangerous. But how does our main character respond to this frantic warning? With a confident smirk, of course. Yao just stay put and enjoy the show. Z's smile left poor Yao completely baffled. He just couldn't wrap his head around how Z could be smiling in a situation like this. But Z wasn't about to waste his breath explaining. His focus shifted entirely back to his opponent. Across from him, the hulking beast Ikas kept running his mouth. What's this, you throwing in the towel already? Z shot back, his voice like steel in your dreams. I was just a little surprised, that's all. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You really think I'd just give up? As he spoke, Z began to shift his stance. Seeing this, Ikas suddenly felt a twinge of caution. Wait, did his aura just change? Before he could even finish the thought, Z's figure blurred into motion. In a flash, he was right in the big guy's face. The next thing he knew, Z's leg was coiling back. He unleashed a brutal high kick, slamming it right into Ikas's temple. The impact was so powerful it left the brute's head completely spinning. Even his train of thought turned into a fuzzy, incoherent mess. Am I getting pushed back? He wondered internally. Right before catching another nasty kick straight to the gut from Z. Now for our boy, Z aka the strongest man on earth, Kim Jin-ho. This was the first time in a long time that he'd felt this level of excitement. Usually no one could even last more than a minute against him. Because of that, he'd never once had the chance to use his full power. But look at this dude. After eating all those heavy kicks, he was still standing without a scratch. For the first time, Z felt a jolt of pure adrenaline shoot down his spine. This feeling, it had been way too long since he'd felt this way. A truly worthy opponent. This is the kind of epic showdown you read a manhwa for. A satisfied grin spread across his face without him even realizing it. Across from him, Ikas wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He was smiling too, a grin brimming with pure unadulterated excitement. I mean, just look at this guy after taking those hits. But he actually managed to stay on his feet. For Z or Jin-ho, this was a first. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled Z became, to the point where he just couldn't suppress a manic grin. This guy was the perfect living punching bag, made just for him. Without a second's pause, Z charged in. To close the distance once more. Seeing his stance, the ICAS goon guessed he was prepping for a high kick and immediately tucked his right arm up to protect his face. Unfortunately for him, it was clear this guy had never had to deal with this kind of manhwa martial art before, so he had absolutely no way of predicting Z's next move. Our boy unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks like a hurricane, slamming into the agent's body and making his eyes practically bulge out of their sockets. The only thing he could do at this point was stand there, take the beating, and curse internally. Damn it, I can't even see his attacks coming, let alone try to block them. How in the hell is this psycho supposed to be a mage? The more the agent thought, the deeper he sank into despair. Meanwhile, Z was just getting warmed up. He shouted excitedly, "Don't even think about quitting on me now. It doesn't hurt, does it?" Z's absolutely unhinged taunt was the final straw for the ICAS agent. He couldn't take it anymore and finally screamed his surrender. "Please stop, I give up." The second those words left his mouth, Z executed a brutal knee strike straight to the man's chin. Then, as everyone watched in stunned silence, Z followed up with a vicious hook kick aimed right at his belt, causing the leather strap to snap clean in two. And just like that, the damage reduction effect from it completely vanished, causing the agent's face to turn ghostly white from the sheer pain. He immediately dropped to one knee in front of Z, but our protagonist wasn't about to let him off that easily. He sneered, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to get back up?" Huh. His eyes were absolutely freezing. The look alone was enough to make Ikas's soul leave his body. He scrambled to say, all right, I give up. My belt is broken. Referee, hurry up and end the match." But he didn't even get to finish his sentence. Z's foot came flying, planting itself squarely on the guy's face. And he warned him, "Like hell, we're ending this. This isn't nearly enough. It'd be a waste to stop here." As he said this, Z's contact lenses slowly began to dissolve, revealing his two piercing red eyes. And after witnessing those eyes, Ika's officially passed out, which left Z feeling a little disappointed. He wasn't even done having his fun yet. And then right at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of energy. It appeared out of nowhere in his chest. It slowly spread throughout his entire body, which felt incredibly strange to Z. "What is this? This weird feeling? It's like something is racing through my body," he wondered to himself, and right on cue, the system popped up to explain everything. A notification window announced that his mana had increased. His mana went from 0 to 1. Looking at the notification, Z couldn't wipe the massive grin off his face. "Finally, my body feels like it's on some kind of super stimulant. This is way better than I thought. Yes, this is how it's supposed to be, a mage with 0 mana." That sounds like a bad joke from a poorly written manhwa. But wait a sec, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Z thought as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Just then, his buddy Yao rushed onto the stage shouting a warning. "Hey Jeezy, why did you take your contacts out?" Z replied with a completely bewildered look on his face. "Huh, I didn't do anything." "Wait, does that mean everyone saw my real eyes?" Yao let out a scream. Meanwhile, Z was starting to piece things together. "It doesn't feel like they just fell out. Did my own mana dissolve them?" Completely oblivious to Z's internal monologue, Yao said again, "It doesn't look like they just fell out. Did your mana dissolve them or something?" Still having no idea what Z was thinking, Yao just kept on panicking. He too was staring intently into the guy's eyes, and he noticed something. Looking at them now, they seemed redder. And were they actually glowing? Meanwhile, in the surrounding crowd, after a few seconds of stunned silence, someone suddenly snapped. A terrified scream pierced the air. "Red eyes? It's an Arahan, run for your lives. If you look into those eyes, you'll die. Get away from him now." That single shout sent the entire audience scrambling away in a chaotic panic. Meanwhile, Z knew the situation had just gone completely sideways and whipped his head around. "Crap, this is bad. The guards will be here any second. We need to run." You shot back, absolutely fuming. "Damn it, this is insane. I told you we should have left immediately." Back to Z. Before making a run for it, he didn't forget to shoot a glance at Hey Na, who was watching from the side, and give her a little reminder. Hey you, I'll come find you later. And remember, find Judy's brother. As for Ha watching her prize champion get smacked around, by Z like some side character in an action manhwa, even with that fancy damage-reducing belt on, was enough to make her furiously chew her fingernails. Down to the quick. Tick, I should've listened to Wa Deng from the start. Damn it, that bastard. I'm going to tear you to shreds, Zarahan. After her outburst, she scrambled to check on the betting results for this fight, dreading how much she had lost. Ika's was a top-tier fighter, brought in from a major city for a ridiculous sum of money. His contract fee was 600 gold coins for 3 years, but thanks to this incident, every last coin of that was now down the drain. On top of that, the ogre's belt was worth 200 gold coins, and another 1,200 gold coins had been transferred to the warden of Kaan, bringing the grand total of her losses up to a whopping 2,000 gold coins. The sheer thought of that number was enough to make Ha start losing her mind. She clawed at her hair, screaming at herself. Damn it, I should have just listened to him. I should have listened to the warden from the very beginning. Listened to the warden's words right from the start. Oh gods, my precious 2,000 gold coins. You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds, she screamed. Her eyes were burning with pure hatred. Now let's rewind a bit. Back to Z's perspective, a little while ago he had hurriedly grabbed the money and the contact lenses before making a break for it. However, they didn't get very far before the two of them had to duck for cover, inside a cramped little alleyway. The reason the streets were absolutely crawling with the silhouettes of the prison guards on the hunt for them. Left with no other choice, Ru and Yao fell back on an old classic. They crammed themselves inside a couple of wooden barrels to hide. They didn't dare to creep back out until the dead of night. Cautiously, he scanned the area around them. After confirming the coast was clear, our boy Ru finally let out a sigh of relief. It's been a while, hasn't it? You wait here. I'll go borrow a horse-drawn carriage and be right back. The words had barely left his mouth when some servant came rolling up in a carriage. He pulled up to the two of them and announced, Lady He Na sent me. Her ladyship said she has some information for you. So I'm here to take you both to her. Besides, it's not like you'll find another ride at this hour. The man's words immediately made Z suspicious. But just as the guy said they had zero chance of finding a carriage at this ungodly hour, so they had no choice but to go with him. Once they were inside the carriage, Yao leaned over and whispered to Z. Hey Z, you sure this is a good idea? Z replied, looking completely unfazed. Nope, this is obviously a trap. They're probably just waiting to haul us off for good. Hearing this, Yao couldn't hide his utter shock. Then why in the world did you tell me to get in? Z simply answered, well, we have to face the music eventually, don't we? And escaping right now would be next to impossible. At this, Yao let out a long, defeated sigh, like a man on his way to the gallows. Oh man, am I really gonna kick the bucket this time? Time flew by. Soon enough, the carriage had brought the two of them to a forest. The sky was pitch black. A little while later, the carriage finally rolled to a stop in front of a gloomy, chilling mansion that looked like it was ripped straight out of a horror manhwa. Yao and Z stepped out of the carriage, their guards on high alert. But when they stepped inside, the thing that greeted them was a magnificent table-sprawling feast. Just then, Lady Hina's voice rang out. Please have a seat. I've prepared a few of your favorite dishes. The whole crew pushed deep into the forest. Well, to be more precise, Z and D Ru hadn't even managed to hop off their carriage yet, when the warden Kala launched an attack with a vicious sword swing from afar, smashing their ride into a million pieces. Luckily, Z's reflexes were lightning fast, and he managed to yank D Ru to safety just in the nick of time. Then Kala coldly demanded to know, how in the world did you manage to escape? Hearing that, D Ru quickly scanned their surroundings, sizing up the number of enemy soldiers. He then turned to our protagonist in a full-blown panic. Hey Z, what's the plan now? But before Z could even answer, Kala's accusatory voice boomed from across the clearing. Did you really think you could steal my key and just run for it, huh? You are nothing but a pathetic little mouse of a mage. From behind him, the sly vixen IC also peeked out to taunt them. Hee, I almost feel sorry for you. If you had just agreed to play ball with me from the start, and things wouldn't have ended up like this. Across from them, despite facing an incredibly dangerous situation, Our main character didn't show the slightest hint of being fazed. Instead, he fired back with an icy comeback. Ask me again in a million years, and my answer will still be no. I have no intention of just rolling over and waiting to die. At this, Kala gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, looking like he was itching for a one-on-one duel with Z. He barked an order to the men around him. Z, today is the anniversary of your death. All of you back off. Seeing this, Z also told Diru, get back, and just like that, the two groups of spectators slowly retreated, clearing a large open space for Z and Kala, setting the stage for a classic Manhwa showdown. This just made Kala burst out laughing. Haha, you really intend to fight me in a situation like this? You've got some serious guts, I'll give you that. Mage Z replied, his face a mask of pure confidence. No matter how you look at it, the odds of winning are 50-50. As he said that, he also gave himself a silent reminder. This sent Kala into another fit of laughter. Haha, you seriously think you can take me on here and now? You've got more courage than brains, kid. Z the mage replied, looking as confident as ever. The chances of winning are 50-50, no matter how you slice it. As he spoke, he was also reinforcing a thought in his mind. He said it out loud, but the reminder was really for himself. A 50% chance of victory. This is the magic of, and my own creation, a spell to keep myself from losing focus. I'm not one to bow down to the strong, but I'm also not about to let my guard down. Even if that guy is a 5th level knight, if the odds here are still 50-50, then I have absolutely no reason to be scared. Over on the other side, Key Lake was done with the pleasantries. The old geezer began to slowly envelop his sword in a sinister purple-colored mana and growled, arrogant even when you're about to die. Fine, I'll just have to crush you. With my full power right from the start, the moment he finished. His sentence, his entire body was shrouded in a brilliant aura. With just a single stomp, Key Lake shot forward, like a cannonball roaring at the top of his lungs. Dai Aluohan. Now back to our boy Joe. The second Key Lake launched his attack, his eyes widened, not in fear but in focus, taking in every last detail of his enemy's movements. He thought to himself, yes, this is exactly what I've been craving. I don't need much. I just want to feel that thrill again. In this moment, he had once more become the challenger, and right on cue, as if to give Ju a little helping hand, the system chimed in with a notification trait. Indomitable Challenger has been activated. All stats will be temporarily increased by 10 points. As the system's voice echoed, the contact lens in Joe's eye began to slowly dissolve, revealing the brilliant crimson iris hidden beneath. What happened next was a massive explosion, right? Before everyone's eyes, a scene straight out of an action manhwa that sent dirt and shrapnel flying in every direction. Over. On the sidelines, Li Ao heard the thunderous boom and whipped his head towards the blast, screaming out, Joe. As time passed, the smoke and dust slowly began to clear, but when Chief Key Lake finally got a look, he only saw a giant gash carved into the ground with absolutely no sign of the main character anywhere. This development left him utterly bewildered. Just then the warning shout of that girl Hua Na rang out. Hearing her, Key Lake immediately snapped his gaze upwards into the air. Middle of the fight, that's when he saw him. Our protagonist was just casually floating in midair. His hair had suddenly switched to a vibrant blonde and his entire body was enveloped in a crackling aura of golden lightning. This was his electrified state, and one look at this epic new transformation had Key Lake completely and utterly stunned. Lightning, but how? Before he could even finish his sentence, Z had already launched his attack. His body flashed like a thunderbolt as he shot forward, unleashing a devastating lightning kick that shot straight toward Key Lake, forcing the guy to throw his sword up in front of his chest to block. The instant the two collided, a massive shockwave exploded, outwards spreading in all directions. Following that, the sheer overwhelming power of our hero's kick proved to be a bit too much for even a guy like Key Lake to handle. His body was jolted by electricity and sent flying back several meters before he finally managed to skid to a stop. As for Key Lake, his body screaming in pain from the lightning, he roared, "How is this possible? No way is this for real. Is that actually lightning? Lightning is a special power that can bypass all four base elements. Water, wind, earth, and fire. It's the power that every single mage dreams of obtaining. It's the one power that even the legendary first head of the Arahan clan could never possess. That mythical power has no business being in the hands of this buffoon. The more he thought about it, the more enraged Key Lake became. And he wasn't the only one losing his mind. Every single person watching from the sidelines had their eyes wide enough to pop out of their skulls, looking like they had just seen a dinosaur come back to life. Our boy Yao saw all of this go down in this epic manhwa scene, and was at a complete loss for words. He thought to himself, don't tell me this is the true power of the Arahan bloodline back to Key Lake. The guy stomped his foot down hard, causing the ground beneath him to crack and shatter even more. You people who only know how to rely on your precious bloodline and then make a big stink about it, you're the kind of person I despise the most. As he spoke, he channeled mana directly into his sword. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a massive attack, a crescent-shaped wave of pure energy hurtling toward our protagonist. But Z's reaction time was absolutely insane. He wasn't about to let a flashy move like that even graze him. He just did a slick Matrix-style lean back and let it fly by. Seeing this, Kwang swung his sword twice more, creating a cross-shaped energy blast that shot forward. But Z, cool as a cucumber, dodged it again, without even breaking a sweat. And just like that, he decided it was his turn, rushing in to attack. Meanwhile, the esteemed Warden Kwang executed a spin attack of his own, thinking smugly, there's no way you're dodging this one. But contrary to every single one of his arrogant calculations, the sword never even reached Z. It was stopped dead in its tracks by a crackling barrier of golden lightning, freezing his blade in midair, unable to move forward another inch. And while the old man was still gaping in utter shock, Z had already closed the distance and was right in his face. He poured all his power into a single fist and delivered a literal thunder punch, straight into Kwang's gut. The punch was so powerful it created a deafening sonic boom, and the pain sent Kwang's face into a whole new level of ugly. The poor guy's facial muscles were doing the cha-cha, and our boy Z, rocking his full-on Super Saiyan mode, just stared him down with ice in his veins, feeling zero pity. Right after that, the entire battlefield started to surge, with countless waves of berserk energy. Brilliant flashes of gold and purple light intertwined, blasting indiscriminately in every direction. It seems getting schooled like that did a real number on his fragile ego, because Warden Kwang started attacking Z with even more ferocity. Beams of gold and purple light crisscrossed the area, tearing the very ground apart. And perhaps because his pride had been so completely shattered, it really brought out the crazy in him. Warden Kwang's attacks became more savage and unhinged than ever before in this manhwa. And Z, he just stood there calmly weathering the storm. The old geezer's sword sliced through the air with a menacing whistle. But against a seasoned warrior like Z, yeah, that was about as effective as a wet noodle. The moment Z hopped back a step to dodge Kalake's attack, he immediately lunged forward, catching Kalake before he could even bring his sword back. To defend, our boy unleashed a picture-perfect uppercut straight to the warden's chin, sending the guy's entire body flying into the air. The sheer force of that punch left Kalake's brain completely scrambled. Wait, what? Isn't he supposed to be a mage? So why is he rushing in for a direct brawl like this? Kalake thought his world turning upside down. And to be fair, his confusion was totally justified. Normally, mages use magic to keep their distance from knights, while the knights do everything they can to close that gap. That's the fundamental rule of this world, a principle that's been set in stone throughout the history of every manhwa. So why in the world was this guy fighting in melee range? Snapping out of it, Kalake frantically raised his sword in front of him to block the thunderous punch, hurtling from our protagonist. As he blocked the blow, he not only got a nasty jolt of electricity, but also had to give himself a serious mental pep talk. Okay, I can't treat him like a normal mage anymore. If I get the chance, I have to create some distance to swing my sword. No sooner said than done. Without a shred of hesitation, Kalake leaped backward to create some space, But Z saw that coming a mile away. He gave Kelike zero room to breathe, closing the distance with his signature lightning speed. And before Kelike could even process what was happening, Z's fist had already smashed right into the old man's face. The impact was so brutal, it left the warden's face completely beet red. He was silently cursing up a storm in his head. The impact was so vicious. It left the warden's face completely flushed with pain. He was just mentally screaming profanities. He was just mentally screaming profanities at this point. Damn it, there's not a single opening. Zed, of course, was completely oblivious to this internal crisis. Deep within him, Ju began to gather his magic. He funneled it all into his fist, then unleashed another crackling thunder punch, smashing it right into Kayleigh's gut. The moment of impact triggered a devastating lightning explosion, sending Kayleigh's body flying backward like a human cannonball. He finally slammed hard into a massive boulder, which was the only thing that managed to stop his momentum. As the dust settled, Kayleigh started coughing up huge mouthfuls of blood, sending the nearby prison guards into a full-blown panic. One of them cried out, "Warden!" Before they could get another word out, Kayla roared, "Get back, all of you!" With that said, he fixed his razor-sharp gaze on Ju and let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Heh, so this is the power of the Luohan clan. Truly formidable. I've lost, just finish me. In response, Ju simply posed a question. Do you want to know why you lost? Over on his end, Kayleigh looked like he couldn't bear to hear it. He growled, I don't want to listen to your lecture, just kill me. But Ju wasn't about to let him off that easy and answered anyway. There's only one reason. It's because I've trained and pushed myself harder than you could ever imagine. From Kayla's point of view, Ju's words left the old warden completely stunned. But a second later, an all-consuming fire of rage ignited within him. He spat back, hard work training. Don't you give me that crap! It's all because you carry the blood of the Luohan clan. You were born different. That's the one and only reason. Do you have any idea what it's like for people like me? The ones born with absolutely zero talent. You clueless fool. You're the one who ruined my life. As he spoke, Kayleigh's grip on his sword tightened, so hard that the blade began to tremble. Seeing this pathetic display, Ju fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he finally spoke again. I'm different now. You think just being born with Luohan blood is enough to become powerful? What kind of manhwa logic is that? You're wrong. I paid a steep price for this power, a price you couldn't even fathom. But people like you always use talent and bloodlines as an excuse. And that's why you'll never ever get any stronger. I'm not stronger than you. If you had more experience and better reflexes, I'd be the one eating dirt right now. It was your own self-doubt that blinded you, and that's the real chain holding you back. Stop looking for excuses for your failure somewhere else. The problem lies within you and only you. Meanwhile, back with Clay, his seething rage had begun to simmer down. In its place, a creeping sense of shame started to bubble up. He muttered to himself, unable to believe he was being lectured by some punk kid mage. On the spirit of knighthood of all things. With a heavy sigh, Clay gave up, saying, Enough, just get it over with and kill me. For Joe, this request from Clay was frankly a massive headache. He had absolutely no idea what the right call was. What a pain in the ass, he thought. If I kill him here, the Empire will slap a huge bounty on my head for sure. But I can't just leave the guy here to rot either. Just as he was mulling it over, the system, like something straight out of a manhwa, pinged him with 2 notifications. Strong-willed challenger trait has been deactivated. Transcendent skill has been dispelled. The moment the notifications vanished, the crackling aura of lightning that enveloped Joe's body slowly dissipated, leaving him feeling just a little bit disappointed. Tick, so that's my limit, huh? Speaking of our other friend, the second she saw Joe's power-up flicker out, she knew this was a golden, heaven-sent opportunity to attack. She immediately shrieked at the jailer standing around. What are you idiots waiting for? Now's your chance, kill that Arahan this instant. Isn't that what you're paid to do? Her sharp, piercing voice snapped the dumbfounded guards back to reality. They finally clued in to the situation. The goons slowly closed in, surrounding Joe from all 4 sides. But none of them dared to be the first to charge in recklessly. Seeing that their warden Clay was still breathing, they hesitated. This, of course, only made the woman even more furious. You useless pack of cowards, if you don't do it, you're all dead. Hearing that threat, the jailers knew they were out of options. As one, they charged toward Joe. At the same time, Joe was busy mulling over the system's little pop-up. Do you wish to accept Knight Clay as your subordinate? Joe glanced down at Clay crumpled on the ground. Then he looked up at the mob of guards rushing toward him. He let out another sigh. This is seriously such a drag. Then Joe extended a hand toward Clay and declared, I accept. Back in Joe's point of view, his eyes quickly scanned the area. Are you alive? Where are you? Sizing up the enemy forces, he quietly thinks to himself, all right, with this many hostiles, this might be a major problem. But before our main character could even finish that thought, before he could cook up any sort of plan, something happened off in the distance. A blindingly white gust of wind suddenly blasted through the area, completely obscuring everyone's vision. With his keen ability to sense magical energy, Z immediately knew this was someone's spell at work. There's a mage nearby. Uh-oh, this situation is not good. Where is the enemy? Damn it, I have to get out of here right now. Z was practically screaming inside his own head. He desperately scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the spellcaster's location. But it was no use, the swirling winds were just too intense. However, just a few seconds later, the gale slowly softened, then vanished completely. This stunned Z, who was already braced for a fight. What the storm just stopped. As that thought crossed his mind, Z's eyes shot wide open, as he finally took in the scene before him. In that incredibly short span of time, somehow every single one of the jailers had been wiped out. It's like a scene from a brutal manhwa. They were all lying in pools of their own blood. Even that woman, Huo Na, couldn't escape her date with the Grim Reaper. A terrifying bone-deep chill started to creep up Z's spine, making the hair on his neck stand on end. He thought to himself, they're all gone, without so much as a single scream. Even Huo Na, could she have been the one who helped me? No, that's not right. If this goes south, I could end up taking the fall for this entire massacre. As Z's eyes darted around, it wasn't just the low-level grunts. Even the warden, that guy Chen, had been silently and permanently silenced. Shoving that horrifying realization aside, Z suddenly remembered his best friend Dai, and frantically called out, "Hey D, are you still there?" Z's gaze swept over the carnage again. It wasn't just the guards scattered around. Even the head honcho himself, Warden Chen, had been taken out without a sound. Pushing the horror away for a moment, his mind snapped back to his best friend Dai, and he yelled out again, his voice cracking with fear. Dai, are you still there, buddy? Say something," in response to the call. Yao's head popped out from a nearby bush. Seeing his blonde-haired buddy was still in one piece, R let out a massive sigh of relief. "You're okay, thank goodness." Over on his side, Yao finally crawled out of his leafy hiding spot. He glanced at the absolute disaster zone in front of him and yelped, "What in the world happened? Z, my man, was this all you?" Z just shot back a bewildered shake of his head. "Nope, I think there's a seriously high-level mage lurking around. We need to get out of here, fast." With that said, R was already making a break for it. But while scanning the ground, Yao suddenly spotted a white card and snatched it up. "Hey Z, look at this. There's a card here and it's perfectly clean. Like it was literally just dropped a second ago. Something about this feels off." Right after that, the two of them had absolutely no time to figure out what the mysterious card was, as they scrambled to escape the danger zone. And just as Z had guessed, that crazy whirlwind was caused by some mysterious mage. At that moment, he was still watching from the shadows. As Z and R bolted from the area, time zipped by, and the scene shifts to another corner of the forest. Now that his buddy Yao was sound asleep, Z took out the card and began to ponder its secrets. A blank white card? What if I, pump a little bit of mana into it? No sooner said than done, our protagonist decided to give it a try, channeling his energy straight into the card. And just like in a classic manhwa, the card began to transform. Its plain white surface slowly dissolved, revealing a symbol hidden underneath. Something that looked like a leaf. Just as I thought, this is a magic card. The type used by secret organizations to exchange encrypted messages. And this crest, it's the black flame of the famous clan. Wait, this crest is the black flame of the famous clan, the Arahan clan. It belongs to the Dark Mirror troops of the Arahan clan. They are absolutely loyal to one person and one person only, Da Shi, the head of the Arahan clan. Both their scale and their missions are shrouded in a thick veil of mystery. We're talking about the biggest and most elite secret organization in the entire empire, and with that, Z casually flipped the card over. On the back was a symbol representing the number 4. One look at it was all it took for Z's brain to kick into gear, dredging up everything he knew about their codes. If I remember correctly, 1 means accept or agree, 2 is reject or deny, 3 is negotiate or propose, and 4 means observe or protect. Wait, Arahan is God protecting me, but they're the ones who tossed me aside for having 0 mana. Did they suddenly have a change of heart or something? Just as he was pondering this, Z's eyes shot wide open as a crucial detail clicked into place. Oh, that's right, my mana stat. After I took down CL, a part of my penalty was lifted and my mana actually went up by 2 whole points. Is this whole world basically a real-life manhwa with a game-like experience system? My transcendent skill, physical enhancement, magic is supposed to buff my body to superhuman levels while also creating a shield. And just as I thought, it's currently disabled. It's probably because my stats are still pathetically low. Do I need at least 5 mana points to activate it? Or maybe 10 mana, it'd be awesome. If I could stack it up to 5 layers. Just then, Yao's voice suddenly cut through his stat-crunching thoughts. Hey Z, hearing him, Z quickly stashed the white card away and turned around. Huh, you're still awake? Yao nodded. Yeah, I can't sleep. Z, what are we supposed to do now? To that, Z just replied, what do you mean, what do we do? We're going to Bruta. You said you lost your brothers. There didn't you for Yao. The idea of Z heading to Bruta still filled him with a bit of dread, and he voiced his concern. But you said before that they never found anyone's body. Well, that means the cat's officially out of the bag, and it won't be long before the Empire puts a price on our heads. More importantly, there's no way we're getting to Prilda. Not without a carriage. Yeah, that's way too far to hoof it. Hearing this, Z's face practically bloomed with a faint knowing smirk. Ah, that reminds me, we're going to need a little course correction. We're heading to Tam Maya. And just like that, time flies by and the scene shifts to the village of Tam Maya, the main outpost for the southern front. Somewhere deep inside the village, a magic circle suddenly flares to life, and a moment later, several figures materialize, right in the center of it. Turns out they're a squad of knights from the Ba Han clan. Leading the pack, a ridiculously handsome knight barks out an order. All right, we begin the search immediately. Torres Bahan will personally hunt down those shameless Alahan and put an end to them. Now, to explain why Sir Handsome and Brooding is even here, we've got to rewind a bit to the moment. He was summoned by the head of the Ba Han family. Once inside the Grand Hall, Torres drops to one knee and announces his presence. You summoned me, my lord. The towering figure before him answers in a deep, gravelly voice. Indeed, you have a new mission. An Alahan one we locked up in Korean prison years ago has broken out. He's on the run after taking out a guard, along with several people from the city of Mota. I'm leaving this matter in your hands. As the successor to the Ba Han name, you will pass judgment yourself and uphold our family's honor. As he speaks, a nearby attendant presents a mission scroll to Torres. You know, just like in any good manhwa. Torres takes it and unfurls the scroll. From his seat of power, the family head continues. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. You should know that many eyes are on you. Torres. Hearing this, Torres lifts his head, respectfully accepting the scroll with both hands, and declared, Ituobahan will gladly trade my own life to carry out your command. And with that, we cut to Z's position, where our heroes were still slogging through mountains and streams deep in the forest. Trailing behind, his buddy Yao complained miserably, Z, the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced this whole plan is completely insane. But before he could even finish his whining, our main character up front just sighed, Buddy, you've been singing that same sad song for 5 days now. How much longer are we going to be doing This, for Yao Zi's words, only cranked up his frustration. He shot a nervous glance at their surroundings, taking in the countless skulls of monsters, and probably a few unlucky humans scattered about before screaming, "Oh my god, I'm pretty sure we're the only idiots stupid enough to march straight through the front lines." Now, for some context, on the fringes of the Empire, there's a massive front line to keep the demonic beasts out. It's a classic Manhwa setup. Each major family is assigned a region, and the southern sector belongs to the Bahan clan. The place we're currently trekking to is called San'e, a village sitting smack dab on that front line where demonic beasts are practically the local welcoming committee. The only reason we're heading to this delightful little village, which is basically a military outpost, is because it has a warp gate. It's so outrageously expensive that most nobles can't even dream of using it, but hey, we're loaded. Back to the present. Yao was still grumbling as he walked. You'll only realize how crazy this place is after a demonic beast rips you to shreds. Z just shot back with a disturbingly cheerful laugh. Ha ha ha. You know this was our best shot. Time flew by and soon it was evening. At this point, Yao tossed Z a piece of jerky with some friendly advice. Hey, you jerk, eat up. You never know when you're gonna bite the dust. Ah, right, you too. Heh, Z replied with a brilliant smile. But before our hero could even get a single bite in, something suddenly appeared. The ground around them suddenly started to do the rumba, vibrating non-stop. This understandably sent our two heroes into a mild panic, their heads swiveling around to scan the area. The tremors grew more and more violent, and like a perfectly natural reaction to an earthquake, they both frantically shoveled dirt and debris onto their campfire to snuff it out. Hey Yao, something's coming. Z said, his brows furrowed. Yao, meanwhile, was privately losing his mind. Why? Because he hadn't even finished his dinner yet. The absolute nerve. Right after Z spoke and after making sure their fire was completely extinguished, the two of them dove into some nearby bushes, ready to play the waiting game. Yao then turned and whispered to Z, "Don't you dare tell me that's a magical beast." Z replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice, "I'd almost prefer that." In truth, as any seasoned manhwa reader would know, Z already had a pretty good guess as to what was causing the ruckus. The vibrations weren't just a one-time thing, there were too many. There was no way that many magical beasts could have slipped past the southern front lines. Not with the Bahan clan keeping watch. If his logic was sound, that could only mean one thing. With that thought, Z peered intently into the darkness ahead, and sure enough, it wasn't long before a troop of knights appeared in his line of sight. White steeds with striking blue eyes. Yup, those were the knights of the Bahan clan, all right, and there had to be at least 50 of them. Please just keep riding, please just keep riding, as Z chanted silently in his head. But tough luck for him, because these knights apparently had the noses of bloodhounds. As they passed the spot where Z's fire had been, one of them spotted it and yelled, "We've found traces of a camp." Hearing this, our main character silently cursed them out in his head. Well, damn. Turns out the Knight Order requires mages to be at least level 5 to even think about joining Model. To put it another way, there were at least 50 knights, all of them on Chen's level. Trying to hide from that many people, yeah, getting discovered was just a matter of time. They had to get out of there and fast. This wasn't some complex strategic maneuver. Even the terrified Yao could figure that much out. He was painfully aware of how much of a liability he was. If he kept clinging to the main character, it would only be a matter of time before his presence got them both caught. So Yao whispered urgently, "Hey Z, you gotta run. You can make it. They might spare me, but they will absolutely hunt you down because you're an Arahan. Don't worry, they won't actually kill us, right?" Yao stammered, his voice laced with absolute uncertainty, as his small frame began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Z just shook his head and said, "Look at you shaking like a leaf. Don't worry, I've got a plan." With that, Z focused his gaze, zeroing in on the squad of knights up ahead. Time ticked by, and soon enough the knights from the Bahan family started fanning out, preparing to sweep the area to find them. But before they could even get the satisfaction of a proper search, Z boldly stepped out into the open. What took you so long? I am Z the Arahant. Now Z wasn't some idiot just turning himself in. This wasn't some amateur hour manhwa plot, he had a calculated risk in mind. That white card he'd found earlier. It meant he was either under surveillance or under protection. It was time to find out for himself. If I just stay here, I'm dead anyway, he figured. Better to make a move than die with regrets. With that settled, Z raised his voice in an attempt to negotiate. I want to speak with your commander. The words barely left his mouth before the knight across from him lunged, swinging his sword. Luckily, Azi had kept his guard up, and he managed to leap backward, dodging the attack in the nick of time. But holy cow, this knight was way faster than he ever gave him credit for. Whoa, hold on, can we talk about this? G yelled out. But Sir Knight here apparently wasn't in a talking mood. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Z and brought his sword down in a deadly arc. Seeing this, G whipped his head around, his heart pounding. At the exact same moment, right under our main character's feet, a magic circle suddenly flared into existence. And just as the knight's blade was about to connect, it slammed into some kind of invisible shield, stopping dead in its tracks without moving another inch. This left G completely baffled. Wait, why did he suddenly stop? No, that's not right. He was blocked. Just then, a bone-chilling voice echoed through the air. Get back! The voice was completely devoid of emotion, yet it carried a terrifying pressure, scaring the knight so badly that he instinctively leaped backward to safety. He quickly regrouped with the other knights and shouted, "Who are you?" Right then they all saw him. Standing protectively in front of Z was that same mysterious mage from before. G thought to himself, I figured they were watching from somewhere, but I never dreamed they were this close. Even with a perception stat of 100, I couldn't sense them at all. That's the Hei Jing Jun of the Arahan family, G muttered, turning his attention back to the unfolding drama. As if on cue, all around them more figures appeared from the shadows. Countless mages clad in black robes, completely boxing the group of knights in. This is some peak manhwa entrance. The lead mage then repeated his demand to them. Go back. If you cooperate, you can leave unharmed. In response to this threat, the voice of the lead knight, a guy named Tuo, boomed out. Who dares stand in the way of the Bahan clan? At that, the mage captain shot Tuo a dismissive glance and said, You must be a nobleman. He scanned Tuo up and down and said, You must be a mage. I'm Tuolasi Bahan, a descendant of the great Bahan. Meanwhile, Z just stared at the familiar figure standing before him. G's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Tuolasi Bahan. That name was so familiar it felt like a part of his very soul. The character he'd been attached to the longest, the one who'd been with him right up until the very end. G knew this was hardly the time for a reunion, but seeing the guy in the flesh was a serious trip down memory lane. Completely oblivious to the meta-gaming crisis happening in our hero's head. The Knight Tuo sized G up and demanded, You're Jilahan? Before G could even get a word out, the lead mage cut in, telling the group of knights to take a hike. If you all leave right now, nothing bad has to happen. Hearing that, G quickly put two and two together. They were trying to protect him. But why in the world would the Dark Mirror army go to such lengths? Meanwhile, Tuo wasn't exactly slow on the uptake. He quickly figured out the identity of the mages in the black cloaks. So you're the Alahan family's secret organization, the one I've only ever heard whispers about. You know full well who I am, and you still have the nerve to pull a stunt like this? The Alahan family has gone too far this time. You will all pay the price for provoking the Bahan family. With your heads, with that charming declaration, Tuo hoisted his sword into the air, gathering a frankly terrifying amount of energy, looking for all the world like he was about to unleash some kind of legendary manhwa ultimate skill. But there was no way in hell the lead mage was just going to stand there and let him finish his power-up sequence. Was he? I don't think so, the mage stated coolly, and in the next moment, right beneath the knight's feet, a massive crimson magic circle roared to life, engulfing every last one of them. This quite understandably sent them into a collective freakout. A magic formation. When in the world did they set this up? As for G, he only needed a single glance to recognize this particular brand of nasty magic. The blood curse of imprisonment, a spell that forces anyone with even a shred of hostile intent into a state of paralysis. Talk about the perfect magic for a surprise ambush. In a flash, the entire group of knights collapsed to the ground, all except for Tuo, that is. As for Ji, well, it only took him a single glance at the formation to instantly grasp all of its properties and effects. That magic circle was a trap. The guy couldn't take a single step out of it or even think about dodging. Did he really predict the exact location and set it up? Before this whole mess even started, this mage wasn't some run-of-the-mill level 5 or 6 scrub, he was a bona fide level 7 powerhouse. Up ahead, the mage issued a friendly warning to the entire squad of knights. You so much as lift a toe and this whole thing goes kaboom. Torres shot back, his voice dripping with disbelief. Is the Ahan family really trying to start a war with the Great Bahan family? Hearing this, the mage just casually replied, like I said, pal, turn back. Even your own family head wouldn't want this smoke. The mage captain's words were calm and collected, but to Torres it was the ultimate slap in the face. He started gripping his sword so tight his knuckles turned white, and roared, "You are so dead? You dare insult the Bahan family?" As his roar echoed through the air, Torres's body was suddenly enveloped in an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This made our main character, who was watching from the sidelines, absolutely slack-jawed as he thought to himself, "Oh hell no, if this is supposed to be the early game, Torres should be a level 6 knight at best." This is one of those classic Manhwa battles that he has absolutely zero chance of winning. If a full-blown brawl breaks out here, Torres and his knights are going to get wiped off the face of the earth. Just then, the brilliant blue energy swirling around Torres's body morphed into the shape of a massive lion's head. It was the Bahan family's secret art, the lion's roar. The moment it formed, the sheer power radiating from Torres skyrocketed. So much so that Zuo had to throw a hand up to shield himself from the brutal pressure wave blasting right in his face. He muttered to himself, "No way, that's impossible. That technique, it requires at least level 7 magic." Torres snapped out of it. "You're actually going to get yourself killed." Z was screaming on the inside as he frantically turned to the black-robed mage. "Hey Jingjun, dispelled the magic now? Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to get rid of it." In response, the captain simply gave Z an ice-cold stare and informed him that is impossible. "We only follow the orders of the family head. The order I received was to protect you. I never received any order to obey your commands." Hearing that, Z shot back, "Then you should just be protecting me. Why are you trying to kill Bahan's team? You're seriously overstepping your authority. With your power level, you could have easily completed your mission without having to kill him. Cancel the magic circle right now. And Torres, you need to stop too." On the other side, Torres was completely set in his ways. He roared, "Shut your mouth, Arahan. You killed the warden and innocent people in the south. I will make you pay for your crimes. It's a misunderstanding, let's just talk." Z's voice was practically begging, but unfortunately, it didn't move the righteous knight one bit. "Fine, we can talk when you're on your knees." With that, he gripped his sword and charged straight at Z. He completely ignored the magic circle beneath the knight's feet that could activate at any moment. But here's the strange thing: after Torres leapt into the air, the magic circle under him didn't activate at all. This gave our protagonist a small secret glimmer of hope. It didn't go off. Could it be, did He Jingjun actually listen to me? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Torres's powerful attack came crashing down. He gripped his sword and charged straight at Z. He completely ignored the magic circle beneath the knight's feet that could activate at any moment. But here's the strange thing: after Torres leaped into the air, the magic circle under him didn't activate at all. This made our main character breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't explode. Could it be that He Jingjun actually followed my order? But just as he was thinking that the full force of his opponent's attack was upon him, Z quickly chanted an incantation, throwing up a shield in front of himself. With a massive boom, worthy of any action, Manhwa, their attacks collided, creating a thick cloud of smoke in the air. Z couldn't believe it. It didn't explode. Did He Jingjun actually listen to me? But just as he processed this, Torres's devastating attack was already there. At that moment, the powerful attack from Torres came flying in, creating a terrifying explosion right where they were, where everyone was standing. Debris and shattered rock went flying everywhere, but just like a moment ago, Torres's sword didn't even come close to touching Z's body because it was stopped dead in its tracks by a magical barrier. Flipping over to our main character's point of view, he stared at the sword that almost turned him into a shish kebab, and boy, he was sweating bullets. He thought to himself, damn it, if it weren't for the Black Mirror guard, my story would have ended right here. That guy shattered 4 layers of my defense. My 7-fold wind barrier isn't even complete yet, and it's already packing this much of a punch. The more he thought about it, Z couldn't help but feel a little bit impressed, and then Torres's ridiculously powerful attack, which looked like it was straight out of a manhwa, barely lasted a few seconds before completely fizzling out. Our knight friend suddenly dropped to one knee and started violently coughing up huge mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, our hero didn't seem all that surprised. He just mused to himself, the classic backlash from forcing an incomplete ultimate move. Getting to see the legendary lion's roar in action. It's a once-in-a-lifetime honor, sure, but was it really worth it? With that thought, Z slowly sauntered over to his opponent and asked gently, "You feeling any better? I'm serious. Why would you use a secret art when you're so obviously not ready for it?" In response to Z's concerned inquiry, all he got was a furious scream from Torres. "How in the hell do you know about my family's secret heirloom technique?" The words had barely left his mouth, and before Z could even offer a witty comeback, the poor knight's face turned a lovely shade of purple before he unceremoniously passed out. This development caused the knights in the back to freak out and rush over to check on him. Sitting nearby, Z just laid it out for them. That's magical backlash if you don't treat him right this second. He's going to be in some serious trouble. Hearing that, the group of knights didn't dare hesitate for a second longer. They immediately swarmed over, using their healing magic on Torres while shouting words of encouragement. "Sir Torres, please don't leave us." Sir Torres watching their desperate theatrics. Our protagonist could only shake his head in utter exasperation. He thought to himself, it's useless. You can't handle the curse's backlash. Not when your level is lower than the victim's. Right now, if there's anyone here with a higher level, then well, there's only one person. With that thought, Z shot a glance at the mage captain standing behind him. Then he finally spoke up and made his request. Hey Jing, you heal him." Z's words made the cold-hearted man unable to hide the sheer astonishment on his face. He immediately shot back a question. You seriously want me to save that knight?" In response, Z simply stated, "Torres is an old friend of mine." This revelation sent an even bigger shockwave through the black-robed mage. He challenged him, "That's absurd. A knight is an enemy. They can never be considered a friend." Hearing this, Z decided not to press the whole friendship angle any further. Instead, he started to appeal to a more transactional approach. "Fine, then I'll ask the mages, the ones who always weigh the pros and cons. If Tor dies here, the Arahan clan will have no choice but to face an all-out war with the Bahan clan. And tell me, what possible benefit does that bring us?" Hearing this, the black-robed mage raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You're telling me you seriously can't see how his death would benefit the Arahan clan? Besides, this is a mess he brought entirely upon himself. It has absolutely nothing to do with my mission." Nearby, Tor's condition was getting worse by the second. The desperate cries of the knights echoed relentlessly. It was a whole dramatic manhwa scene. However, our protagonist wasn't paying them any mind at all. The constant wailing was just giving Z a massive headache. "Damn it, we're running out of time." He thought to himself, "Looks like I have to use my final gambit." "You're the one who caused this mess," he declared, "and now fixing it is part of your mission. If you don't heal Torres right this second, your mission to protect me is officially over. And I always keep my promises. You've been stalking me, so you should know I don't make empty threats." As he spoke, Z grabbed Torres's sword and dramatically placed it against his own neck. It even pressed hard enough to leave a thin red line on his skin. This bold theatrical threat from Z was enough to make even a stone-cold killer like the black-robed mage waver. This kind of high-stakes drama is exactly why we read this manhwa. The mage hissed, "If the head of the family finds out about this, his rage will be apocalyptic." Z shot back with a perfectly calm expression, "That's a burden I'm willing to bear. Now just heal him." And so with absolutely no other choice and seething with silent rage, the black-robed mage calmly walked over to begin healing Torres. However, this squad of knights still didn't trust them one bit, so they moved to block his path. "Stop right there, you dare let a filthy mage lay a hand on our young master." Hearing this, Z genuinely couldn't decide if these guys were just plain stupid or pathologically obsessed with their own so-called honor. He decided it was time to knock some sense into their thick skulls. Back off right now, that mage is the only person who can save Torres. Unless, of course, you all want your precious young master to kick the bucket. The main character's brutally blunt logic completely silenced the squad of knights. Finally, they began to part, clearing a path for the Dark Mirror mage. He immediately began channeling his recovery magic. It worked, helping a healthy color return to Torres's face as his breathing stabilized. Torres, but these knights seemingly still not trusting them, blocked the way, shouting, "Stop, you dare let a mage touch the young master." In response to these words, Z truly couldn't tell if this bunch was just idiotic or pathetically obsessed with their own honor. He started to drill the reality of the situation into them. Back off. Right now, that mage is the only one who can possibly save Torres, or would you rather let your young master die? The blunt words from our protagonist made the knights fall completely silent. Finally, they began to disperse, clearing a path for the Dark Mirror mage after that he used his recovery magic, helping the color return to Torres's face. And his breathing finally stabilized, becoming much more steady. Seeing this, the knights were so relieved that I could just cry from relief. The heir thanked the heavens. His mana circuit is finally stabilizing. All right, back to Z. As he scanned his surroundings, he realized that at some point, without him even noticing, that entire squad from the Black Mirror army had just vanished. They pulled a total ghost exit. The only thing they left behind was another one of those white cards. Lying not too far away, time skips forward a bit, and we cut to the outskirts of Sanmei village. Z has tagged along with the group of knights heading back to their camp. There he takes a closer look at the white card, with the number 9 written on it. He thinks to himself, so this is magic card number 9. Its meaning is abandoned or survived. Beside him, his buddy Yao curiously glances over and asks, "Hey, Z, were those mages just now from the Black Mirror army? Is that where the last card came from too?" Z just gives him a firm nod. "Yup, basically. They told me I'm on my own now." Hearing this, Yao just shrugs. "Well, the Arahan clan is gonna absolutely lose its mind. Our most solid backup just went poof." Talk about a classic manhwa twist. Our sponsors just bailed. Pushing that aside for a moment, Z shoots Yao a surprised look of his own. "Wait, how do you even know about the Black Mirror army?" For Yaozi's question was even more baffling. "How could I not know about them? Dude, even kids know that name. They might not know what they do exactly, but they definitely know they exist." With that, Yao casts a wary glance toward the knights a short distance away and whispers, "But still, we should probably lie low for a while. Look at them, they're on super high alert. If anything kicks off, we'll be instant toast." Back in Z's perspective, he also glances at the knights and makes an observation. "If they were the mages and I was the knight, I'd probably be dead already." Knights are the type to obsess over honor even if they're the most wanted criminal in the kingdom. Killing the person who just saved your life. Yeah, that goes against every single rule in their little playbook. Knights live and die for honor. Mages, on the other hand, would stab their best friend in the back if it gave them a decent power-up. If you ask me, both extremes are pretty darn ridiculous. But that predictability is exactly what makes them so easy to deal with, like a classic manhwa villain. For a knight, you just have to appeal to their sense of honor. For a mage, all you need to do is show them the profit margin. As if on cue, a knight strolls up to the two of them and says, "The young master wishes to see you. Please follow me." Cut to the inside of the command tent. And look who's up, it's Tuolesi. He He invites Jiye and Rian for tea and begins his little presentation. This is mint tea grown by my family. The aroma is truly magnificent. Hearing that Jiye happily takes a sip, completely unconcerned that the tea might be poisoned. After a taste, he has no choice but to nod in agreement. It really is fragrant. By the way, how are you feeling? Tuo Lacey replies, thanks to you I feel much better. Jiye just waves a hand. I can't stand all this stiff formality. Let's just talk comfortably, shall we? You're 17 this year, aren't you? I want us to be more casual with each other. Over on Tuo Lacey's side, Jiye's sudden casualness leaves the young knight completely speechless for a few seconds. Before he cautiously asks, so, how old are you? Jiye replies, this body is probably around 15. Tuo Lacey retorts, in that case I'm 2 years older than you. Jiye raises an eyebrow and says, you want me to call you big brother or something? Tuo Lacey frantically waves his hands. Oh no, please don't. Being called big brother by a mage is a bit much. Haha. He bursts out laughing. Tuo Lacey cautiously asks, so at how old are you? Jiye replies, this body is probably around 15. Tuo Lacey retorts, in that case I'm 2 years older than you. Jiye raises an eyebrow, and you want me to call you big brother or something? Tuo Lacey frantically waves his hands. No, don't do that. Being called big brother by a mage is just too weird. Haha, he cracks up. Jiye just grins right back at him and says, don't worry, I had no intention of calling you that anyway. Haha, the playful banter between them made Z can't help but wonder. Are the Arahan and Bahan clans supposed to be talking? Like they're old college buddies or something? Setting aside the pleasantries, Taurus decided to get straight to the point. All right, before we dive into the deep end, I suppose I should thank you. Thanks for, saving my life. His voice was filled with such sincerity that Z was certain he hadn't saved a total jerk. This guy was actually genuinely thanking a magician. If he's the heir of the Bahan family, his pride should be soaring somewhere in the stratosphere. Right, I know Tora's character well, thought to themselves. And that's exactly what I like about him. Meanwhile, Torres was already moving on with the story. Okay, enough with the mushy stuff, let's get to the main event. You claim that the murder of Chief Torres was a misunderstanding. What exactly do you mean by that? Hearing this, Z's expression immediately turned serious. Just as I said, I'll explain everything. And so Z laid out the entire dramatic saga, a story worthy of its own Manhwa. From his time in the prison camp all the way to how he ended up in this very situation. Of course, he conveniently left out the minor details about his epic mana breakthrough and the flashy new lightning skills he'd acquired. So in a nutshell, that's what happened. But as you probably know, the Arahan family isn't exactly known for backing down from a fight. They came for my head first, so I was just defending myself. Listening to this, Torres nodded slowly, though. He wasn't completely sold yet. If what you're saying is the truth, then this could be considered justifiable self-defense. But the million-dollar question is what you're saying actually accurate? In response, Z simply crossed his arms, his face radiating pure confidence. If I had no intention of clearing up this mistake, I would have just left you back there to become vulture food. From where I'm standing, there's no more solid proof than that. Well, I'll be, so it's true. It seems I have gravely misunderstood the situation. Please accept this. It's some freshly ground fine powder, a small token of my apology for the misunderstanding. As he spoke, the knight placed a small pouch on the table. Z, however, looked at this peace offering with complete and utter disdain. Our hero's face got a serious look on it as he said, if you're really trying to apologize, then forget this stuff. I'd much rather you grant me a different request. Taurus's eyebrow shot up, his eyes glinting with curiosity. A request, you say? If it is within my power, I shall grant it. The words had barely left his mouth when Z laid his cards on the table. Oh, it's definitely within your power. I want you to help find D's long-lost brother. This bold proposal left poor Dai completely shell-shocked. Torres, meanwhile, shot Z a critical glance. And what's in it for you? That's not how a proper mage operates. Are you trying to be the hero of some manhwa? Z just shook his head. That doesn't matter to me. I made a promise to help D find his family. And just like that, time skipped forward to the next morning. We find Z already hard at work grinding out some physical training while D watched on from the sidelines. His mind was still reeling from the night before. Who in their right mind would cash in a favor from the mighty Bahan clan just to find the lost brother of a total nobody? Seriously, this guy was something else entirely, snapping out of his thoughts. Dai offered with a smile, "Hey, are you hungry? They've got beefsteak you want." Me to go grab some. Hearing this, Z nodded and grinned back. Haha, let me just finish this last set and then we'll feast together. At that very moment, just outside the tent, a certain knight was secretly eavesdropping on their little bromance, and he was more confused than ever. Just what in the world is he plotting? A mage doing physical training until he's sweating buckets. A mage from that snooty crowd that thinks breaking a sweat is for barbarians. I heard Arahan has 0 mana for a mage. That's like being a knight without a sword. But even so, he hasn't given up. He's still pushing forward. Now that's a sight you have to respect. If I were in his shoes, would I be able to hold my head that high? I've made my decision. That mage, he's got more guts than any knight I've ever met. He's definitely going to be my friend, Torres thought, clenching his fist with newfound determination. And so to properly host these two starving devils, our gallant knight Torres presented them with his famous beef platter, staring at the massive slab of beef steaming right in front of him. You could hardly believe his eyes. Is that grade B beef? You seriously pulled out all the stops to get something this rare for us? Torres just grinned and puffed out his chest proudly. We're welcoming Arahan after all. This is the absolute least we could do. Plus, it's packed with protein, perfect for building muscle. All right. Everyone take a seat. There's no reason to waste time when there's delicious food on the table, he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, sitting off to the side, Lin couldn't help but crack a smile himself. He quietly thought to himself, a round table with no special seat for the guest of honor. That's just so typical of Arahan. This is the kind of detail that makes for a great Manhwa character. It just makes me respect the guy that much more. On the other side of the table, his buddy Yao leaned in to whisper a word of caution to our protagonist. Hey, are you sure this stuff is okay to eat? What if it's poisoned? Hearing this, Arahan just turned to him with a cool, confident smile. Don't worry about it, trust me. Just take one bite. I guarantee it's 1,000,000 times better than anything we ever had to eat back at that camp. Well, that was all the convincing Yao needed, and immediately shoved a huge piece of beef into his mouth, practically moaning in delight as he chewed. Seriously, this stuff is divine, he praised. It just melts on your tongue. Seeing this, Tuo Lisi Suosuo chuckled and asked, so how is it you two? Z shot back, incredible, I bet you get to eat like this every single day. Don't you? I'm so jealous. But as he said it, he gave himself a little mental reminder. Hold on a second. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Whining and dining me with something this fancy. He definitely wants something in return. This kindness will probably last until the final piece of beef is gone. That's just how it is. But right at that moment, one of the knights suddenly shot up from his seat. Lord Tuo Lisi Suosuo, he declared loudly, forgive me, but this whole situation makes me extremely uncomfortable. I can't be a part of this. I must take my leave. And right after he spoke, the floodgates opened. The rest of the knights started standing up in unison. Same here, one waved his hand dismissively. I can't sit here a moment longer. I put up with it when Ahan stayed at the outpost, but this is just too much. My apologies. And just like that, the entire group of knights filed out of the room one by one, leaving the massive banquet table awkwardly occupied by only the three of them. This whole scene feels like it's straight out of a manhwa. Oof! From Tuo Lisi Suosuo's perspective, seeing his own men act so hostile, well, he could only feel a pang of guilt. He turned to Z, his expression apologetic. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize for that rudeness. Hearing this, Z, ever the cool customer, wasn't too bothered by it. He understood the situation perfectly. Don't worry about it, and if you're thinking of punishing them, please don't. It's not going to do anyone any good. It's a waste of time. Tuo Lisi Suo looked at him slightly taken aback by his response. After being insulted like that, you're still going to stand up and defend? My men, Z just shook his head slightly and explained calmly. Ever since they were kids, they've been taught to see mages as the enemy. Instead of punishing them for it, right now we should try to understand them and soothe their fears. Understand them, ha. Tonight I've learned yet another valuable lesson, Taurus whispers. He says this just as the perspective shifts back to Z. Our boy here doesn't like to waste time, so he cuts straight to the chase. But more importantly, there's something you've been wanting to tell us this whole time. Isn't there? A flicker of surprise flashes in Taurus's eyes. So you noticed, we were planning to leave for the Yao estate to find Yao's sibling. Could you possibly postpone the departure by one day? Z looks puzzled. And why is that? Taurus explains. I want to show everyone that you're a good person. Just one day is all I need. Hearing this, Z ponders for a moment before turning to ask his companion, hey Yao, you okay with that? In response, Yao just nods. Yeah, I'm fine. Besides, it's not like we're the ones doing the actual searching. With this many people out there already, I'm starting to suspect we're all just pretending to look for him anyway. Hearing that, Z doesn't hesitate any longer and gives a firm nod. All right then, it's a deal. Excellent, let's do it. Time flies by. And the scene shifts to the southern front lines just beyond Walt. Maria. At this very moment, a purple lion had just managed to let out a roar when it was unceremoniously sliced clean in half by a knight from the Bahan clan. Admiring his own work, the knight brags like he's the star of his own action Manhwa. It was just a low-level demonic beast. Sir Taurus, the response is a shout of praise. Well done, everyone. We'll continue the search. Let's move. Out. Sir, yes, sir, the whole squad yells in unison as the scene cuts back to Z. He seems to be deep in thought, pondering something internally. This Taurus guy, that Taurus? What in the world is he thinking dragging me all the way out here? Ugh, fine, I'll just play along for now. But as it turns out, Taurus had rounded up a team of 20 members to form a frontline search party. Apparently, the southern and western fronts were crawling with some seriously nasty demonic beasts, making these search missions a total nightmare. As Yao was mulling this over, a sudden suspicion popped into his head. Wait a minute, don't tell me this is all because of that group, is it? You see, in Bahan, there's a tradition of throwing a party after every mission to celebrate the safe return of the deployed troops, so his grand plan is to throw me into that sappy, encouraging atmosphere, the kind of place where everyone's patting each other on the back, going on about what a great job they did. So dramatic, a classic move for a 17-year-old. Right at that moment, the voice of a knight suddenly rang out from up ahead. Sir Taurus, we've found some strange tracks over here. Hearing this, everyone immediately scrambled over to where the voice came from. And sure enough, they saw it. A massive gouge scraped into the earth. The bizarre tracks made Taurus's eyes narrow as he questioned his men. Let's see, these markings are peculiar. Does anyone recognize what kind of creature could have left these? At his question, the group fell completely silent. Then a knight, standing nearby, voiced his thoughts. It almost looks like the tracks of an undiscovered beast, something that isn't even in the monster compendium. Also, Sir Taurus, by protocol, we should be returning to headquarters to report this. Upon hearing that, the blonde-haired knight closed his eyes for a moment, deep in thought before speaking softly. But turning back now seems a bit premature. We're only in Area 1, aren't we? Even if it's an unknown creature, it's gotta be a low-level one. Seeing this, the others quickly tried to stop him, but even if it's a low-level one, it's still incredibly dangerous if you don't know what it is. You know, hearing this, Zek couldn't agree more. He's right, he thought. Just like the knight said, falling back is the smartest move, as long as we don't know what we're up against. After mulling it over, he offered his help. Do you require any assistance? His words made Torres ask in astonishment. Wait a minute. You know what this monster is? Zek explained. Of course, it's a basilisk. In this kind of manhwa, it's a mid-tier magical beast. But you're a level 6 knight and you've also got 20 level 5 knights with you, so dealing with it shouldn't be a problem at all. Really? Torres asked again, just to be sure. However, the mages in the back started yapping like a pack of rabid dogs. Sir Torres, you're not actually going to believe. This mage, are you a magical beast from the south that even we don't recognize? And yet some mage from the west claims he knows what it is. At this accusation, Zek just smirked and proceeded to school the entire group. Is there any proof that it only appears in the south? Maybe the Howe family just has more complete monster records than you guys. As soon as he said that, the knights started growling like angry poodles. You arrogant bastard! You're just some half-baked amateur with no magic. How dare someone from Howe mock the Ban family? Zek's voice turned to ice. The only ones doing any mocking here are you lot. A mere member of a unit dares to speak so rudely to the heir of a noble house. Seeing this, Torres, not wanting the situation to get any more tense, quickly stepped in to intervene. That's enough. All of you shut your mouths. Unless I give you a direct order. Then he turned to apologize to our protagonist, Zek. My apologies on behalf of my knights. Their mistake. I was hoping we could all just get along, but of course things are never that simple, are they? And right on cue, as if to prove my point about how these things go, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rips through the air, and along with it, a giant serpent erupts from beneath the ground. Seeing this, Tuo reacts with lightning speed, whipping out his weapon and at the same time barking at his group. Everyone get into formation, spread out now. The words barely leave his mouth before the monster snake whips its tail right at him, smashing the ground into a million pieces. Luckily, our knightly friend, Torres, has some slick reflexes and leaps to the side to dodge. Then he doesn't even miss a beat, turning to check. Ready? You okay? Before he can even finish the sentence, Z screams, Torres, behind you, move it. At that exact moment, the giant snake opens its massive maw, aiming straight for our golden-haired hero. Thank goodness he got the heads up from Z and managed to dodge in time. Chesh, there are two of them. Torres grunts in frustration. Then, as if he's ready to end this whole Manhwa chapter right now and deal with these two oversized pests, he hoists his sword high above his head, his entire body becoming enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. As he roars, "Focus all attacks on the one on the right." Hearing this, the whole squad of knights simultaneously raises their swords to the sky, gearing up for an all-out assault. And then the second they've gathered enough energy, Tuo unleashes a mighty swing of his sword, releasing a massive crescent-shaped slash that flies forward with wind-shattering speed. Following his lead, the other knights begin to unleash their own attacks, creating a barrage of countless crescent-shaped sword waves that slam into their target. Their provocations worked a little too well, sending the basilisk into a furious roar. But here's the kicker: despite the monster looking pissed, their grand assault couldn't even manage to give it a paper cut. Seriously, not a single scratch on its hide. Seeing this, one of the knight's eyes practically bugged out of his helmet. Wait, our attacks are doing jack squat, and he wasn't the only one. Even Zeke was completely floored. These were perfectly trained knights, for crying out loud, yet even their level 5 and level 6 sword auras weren't penetrating this creature's ridiculously tough skin. Meanwhile, the giant lizard snake thing was officially ticked off, like royally ticked off. It started aiming its spiky tail forward, and Zeke, being the sharp guy he is, immediately knew what was coming next. He yelled a warning, "It's about to counterattack. Everybody hit the deck now." At his command, the group of knights hesitated for a split second, but then Tuo bellowed, "All units, you heard. Zeke, get down." Only then did the knights stop hesitating and promptly plant their faces in the dirt. Well, almost all of them. There's always that one guy in every manhwa, isn't there? One absolute moron who refused to obey and stayed standing right there. Why the heck should we listen to some mage? He grumbled with utter disdain. Tuo looked about, ready to explode. I said, get down, you absolute buffoon. But the basilisk wasn't waiting for their little squabble to end. With a mighty swing of its tail, it unleashed a barrage of sharp spikes that shot forward like a volley of lightning-fast arrows. Luckily, the knights who'd actually listened were safe on the ground. If they hadn't been, they would have ended up looking exactly like the poor tree, behind them completely riddled with holes like a block of Swiss cheese. Watching the brown tree bark instantly, turn a sickening dark purple Tuoi felt a chill run down his entire spine. That attack, it spat poison needles in every direction, but somehow, not a single one even touched the ground. Meanwhile, in the absolute nick of time, Jue grabbed the black-haired knight by the head and yanked him flat onto the dirt. Getting hit by one of those would really sting. You know, I just saved your life, buddy. With that, he turned to Tuo Lei with a plan. Tuo Lei, their next attack, is gonna be low, so it'll be a real pain to dodge. Hearing this, Tuo Lei just nodded. In that case, we just need to take it down before that happens. Jue continued, Tuo Lei, can I leave the one on the left to you and your knights? To this bold suggestion, Tuo Lei was understandably a little skeptical. What, you're planning to fight the other one all by yourself? Do you really even know its weak spot? For real, before he could finish his rant, Joy yelled, there's no time. Just tell me if you can do it. Or not, staring at the intense look on his face. A single drop of sweat trickled down the knight's cheek as he finally nodded. Fine, breaking out in a sweat as he nodded. All right, let's do this. We'll take care of it and we'll do it fast. Just don't you dare die on me. Hearing that, Jue smirked to himself. In a situation like this, who's really worrying about who here? Seriously though, this guy is pretty awesome. With that thought, Jue smiled faintly. Then I'm counting on you. And just like that, the handsome knight led his team to take on the basilisk on the left. Everyone follow me. We're taking down the one on the left first. I'll lead the charge, now back. Tu Jue, seeing Tuo Lei already in action, our boy had no intention of just standing around. If his favorite Manhwa character was fighting so damn hard, there was no way in hell he was just going to stand by and watch. As this thought crossed his mind, he began to activate his own special abilities. The Challenger trait, fueled by sheer willpower, has been activated. All stats get a temporary boost of 10 points. Activating Transcendent Human Magic. In that instant, Z went full-on Super Saiyan, his entire body crackling inside a shroud of yellow lightning. He took a slow, deliberate step forward and started trash-talking the basilisk on his right. Hey buddy, who do you think you're looking at? Your opponent is me. With that, Z shot forward like a bullet, moving at his signature lightning speed. As he closed in, Z immediately noticed something. The basilisk's belly was kinda bloated, and its movements were a little sluggish. Instantly, the gears in his head started turning. A basilisk, that just had a big meal. Did I really get this lucky? Without missing a beat, he used that insane speed of his, weaving between the tree trunks, before launching himself high into the air. Now, the reason Z pulled off this dramatic leap is because this monster, like in so many manhwa, has exactly one weak spot, and it's right on the top of its head, and all he had to do was smash it to smithereens. With that single thought burning in his mind, Z came crashing down, unleashing a thunderous fist, and slammed it right into the giant serpent's skull. The impact was so intense its eyes rolled back into its head, and the beast collapsed to the ground out cold. Staring at his prize, Z started praying internally. All right now, please. Please come on, there it is. Devil's Breath. Devil's Breath is a key ingredient for crafting elixirs. You just add a splash of holy water, and there's a chance it'll transform into a genuine top-tier elixir. Normally, elixirs are a total gamble, boosting a random stats. But for me, the only stat that can possibly be increased is my mana. Since my mana is the only stat that can even be raised at all, it basically means this is a guaranteed mana boosting potion. 100% mana. Thanks for the freebie, universe. With this much overwhelming mana, perfect. Time to go bail out the crew on the other side. Our hero cheerfully declares. Meanwhile, over with the Toy Knights, things are not going so well. They're getting absolutely wrecked by a giant snake. Taurus raises his sword, barely managing to block a head-on charge from the serpent. However, the force alone sends him skidding backward, his entire body trembling, looking like he's about to be launched into the stratosphere at any second. Damn it, I've fallen so far behind the other knights. I can't afford to waste a single second. But before he can even make a move, a flash of golden lightning suddenly streaks down from above like a scene from a top-tier action manhwa, slamming right into the monster's head. The impact is so intense that its jaw just drops wide open, and the person who just arrived is of course none other than Zet, seeing the state he's in, completely wreathed in crackling electricity. Taurus can only stare in utter disbelief. What in the world is that freaky energy? On the other side, the backup knights who just arrived are equally flabbergasted. How the heck did he even get here? Wait a second, is that glow lightning aura? At this point, Taurus can't contain his curiosity anymore, and stammers out, Zet, is that energy really lightning aura? Yeah, pretty obvious, don't you think? Zet admits with a casual shrug. But that simple confirmation only makes Taurus even more stunned. How is that even possible? He blurts out. I thought you had no mana. In response to this, Zet simply says, I got my mana circle a little while ago. Hearing this, Taurus's face just goes completely blank. What you already have a mana circle. He continues, his voice frantic. The mana circle that surrounds the heart is supposed to be formed. Right at birth, sure, sometimes the mana veins might take a little while to form, but there's no way someone with 0 mana can just suddenly get one. That's impossible. Do you really have a mana circle? Zet just grins. I know it's a lot to take in, but it's the truth, I've got one now. Faced with that unwavering confidence, Taurus is completely and utterly convinced. And connect, but by 6 years old at the absolute latest. All the circuits are supposed to be complete. So what you're telling me is Zhao Jian, a kid who's already pushing 15, only just now got his mana circle. That's like being born with 9 fingers your whole life, and then suddenly sprouting a 10th one out of the blue. I mean, in the entire 1,000-year history of the Empire, nothing this utterly bizarre has ever been recorded. Even the heavens themselves must have been moved by Zhao Jian's sheer willpower. This is the kind of plot armor you only read about in a manhwa. Tuo Lisi thought to himself, completely floored. Meanwhile, Zhao Jian was already busy looting the giant snake's corpse, pulling out a bright red orb from its body. He casually turned to the knight and asked, Hey Tuo Lisi, mind if I keep this? Hearing this, Tuo Lisi cheerfully agreed. Dude, of course, you're the one who single-handedly slayed that monstrosity. The loot is all yours, my friend. But before he could even finish his noble speech, Zhao Jian cut him off with a wave. Nah, this orb is more than enough for me. But hey, if you skin this thing and sell the hide, you could probably get enough for a few pounds of some prime-cut beef. As he said that, he couldn't help but quietly geek out over his own insane luck. He'd been grinding this game for over 10 years, but not once had he ever managed to loot 2 devil's breaths at the same time. Man, I've officially hit the gacha jackpot today. I haven't even had breakfast, but I already feel stuffed just from the sheer satisfaction. A little time passes, and we cut to the scene over by the teleportation gate. The rumor mill is already in full swing as the knights are still buzzing about the absolute spectacle they just witnessed. Hey, you hear about Han? Weren't you on that hunting expedition with the others? One of them asks, and of course another voice chimes in. Yeah, man, word on the street is he took down some never-before-seen monster with his bare hands. And get this, I heard he unlocked lightning key. Hold on, isn't that power supposed to be a myth? Like for real, it was actual lightning key. I mean, we're talking about a mage with 0 mana who suddenly starts crackling with lightning. It makes no sense. I'm telling you, I heard he unlocked lightning key, another insisted. But that's just a fairy tale, isn't it? You're telling me it was really lightning key. A mage with absolutely no mana just decides to use it. Lightning key. Pfft, someone's definitely gotten their wires crossed. Word on the street is everyone who was there is singing your praises. Saw what happened. That's right, even Sir Torres admitted it. So there's no way it's a lie. That and Han guy is on a whole different level from other mages. Yeah, he even skins the monsters he hunts. I heard that too. They say he even trains until he's drenched in sweat during his breaks. A mage who can perfectly skin his own kill. A mage who actually sweats. The more I hear, the more he sounds like he's built different from your average magic user. Man, I wish I could have talked to that Han guy. I totally should have volunteered for the mission. Today, the whispers of awe and admiration filled the air as the scene shifted to the celebratory banquet. At that moment, the dark-haired knight Zet had saved that morning, bowed his head and offered his thanks. Zet, thank you for saving me earlier. Hearing this, Zet turned to him and asked with concern, "Oh, it's all right. Are you injured?" The knight shook his head. "No, but I truly can't believe I hesitated on the battlefield. As a knight, I will reflect on this seriously and strive to do better." His voice was filled with steely determination. Seeing this sudden dramatic change in attitude from the group, a bewildered Yao asked, "Haha, what on earth did you do out there to make the knight's opinion of you change so completely in such a short amount of time?" In response, Zet bragged a little. "I guess they like me now, I'm sure of it. He's like a real-life manhwa protagonist. Tomorrow they'll sincerely help you search for your family." Just then the knight Torres approached them. "Zet, could you two step outside for a moment?" His words took them both by surprise, but they quickly followed Torres. Once they were outside, Torres then said, "You did a damn good job today. Torres, looks like the knight's opinion of you has done a complete 180. Every single person from the mission said they're heading to the Podio estate tomorrow to lend a hand." Hearing this, even though Yao kind of saw it coming, he couldn't stop a massive grin from spreading across his face. They must be absolutely wiped after today, but man, this is just awesome. "Thank you." Torres just shook his head with a little laugh. For a knight, being bone-tired and still having to work is just part of the job description. Besides, as comrades in arms, I'm pretty sure we owe you a life debt. Tomorrow I've got to pop back home and see the family. The big boss must have had a heart attack when he heard about today's incident. Torres chimed in with a playful jab. "Ooh, are you gonna get grounded? I mean, for getting all chummy with a member of the Aaron clan." But as for Torres, he totally saw this coming, so he wasn't sweating it one bit. "I've already prepped for that lecture. I'll go see the old man first. And then I'm heading straight to the Podio estate. Yao, I'm going to do everything in my power to help you find your sister. We will find her." Hearing this, Yao couldn't help but feel a swell of pride for his friend. Awesome. Yao, the heir to the Bahan clan himself, is going to help you find your family. Talk about having friends in high places, right? Now that's what I call reassuring. At this point, Yao just couldn't hold it back anymore. The waterworks started and his eyes welled up with tears. Thank you. Thank you both so much." They just waved it off like, "Dude, don't even mention it. We're friends." Time flies when you're bonding, and just like that, it was the next day. Scene changed the city of Podeo. This place is a bustling port city, the commercial hub of the South. And this is where our boy Yao starts giving the details for this real-life manhwa search quest. Her name is Lisa. She has waist-length blonde hair and is about this tall. Hearing that, Zet was genuinely thrilled for his buddy. Fantastic. Yao, the heir to the Bahan clan, will personally help you find that relative. That's a huge relief to hear, isn't it? At this point, Yao really couldn't hold back his emotions any longer, his eyes welling up with tears. "Thank you both so much." They just waved it off, replying, "Don't mention it, we're friends after all." Time flew by, and the next day the scene shifts to the city of Podeo. This is a port city, the commercial hub of the South. At this time, our boy Yao began to describe his relative. "Her name is Lisa, she's my sister, and she's 13 years old this year. She has waist-length blonde hair and is about this tall." Clan, this is a port city, the commercial hub of the South. At this time, our boy Yao began to describe his relative. "Her name is Lisa, she's my sister, and she's 13 years old this year. She has waist-length blonde hair and is about this tall." Waist-length blonde hair and is about this tall. Well, she's probably grown a bit since then. Yao added, holding his hand out to guess at his little sister's height. But for Z, this wasn't exactly a mountain of helpful information. "Is that all you've got? Let's see. She's pretty." Cute. Torres chimed in with that helpful observation, leaving Z utterly speechless. Finally, he just had to turn to the pros. All right, let's get the knights on this. It's not much, but it's all. We have to go on. We don't know where she went, but she's definitely somewhere in the Yao estate. I want you all to start searching through the servants of the branch families and expand the search into the city. You can handle an investigation of that scale, can't you? In response, the whole squad gave a firm nod. Yes, sir. Seeing them ready to go, Z laid out the first step. We'll start with the Merchant Guild you used to work for. Yao's eyes widened in surprise, saying that it wasn't too far from here. Z just nodded. Perfect. By the way, is there a decent tailor's shop around here? A short while later, after a quick costume change, Yao had led Z straight to his old stomping grounds. Z, that's it right there. That's the Hamalu Merchant Guild. The last place I worked before they framed me for theft and threw me out on the street. Back over to Z's point of view, he turned to give Yao a warning. All right, they'll definitely recognize you. I'm going in alone. Our Manhwa protagonist said this while smoothing out his new clothes, and seeing Z in his dazzling, expensive-looking getup. Yao's voice faltered. Oh, right, my bad. Hey, you really look like a genuine noble in that outfit. I mean, I know you are one, but wow, you look completely different. Shaking off the compliment, Z squared his shoulders and strode purposefully towards the Merchant Guild alone. The servant outside saw him approaching and hurriedly bowed his head in greeting. Oh, welcome, esteemed guest. Thank you for visiting us. Are you perhaps looking for a particular item? Instead of answering, Zet tossed back a question of his own. Is this the Hammu Merchant Guild? The gatekeeper let out a huge laugh. Haha, perhaps. The young master is mistaken. This is a slave market. But what he didn't realize was that Zet had already latched onto his every word and was ready to clap back. A slave market, you say, funny. Didn't you just ask me if I was looking for any goods? Right after Zet's words, suddenly, the gatekeeper's expression turned ice cold, his attitude flipping on a dime. Hey, brat, you're not a noble, are you? How dare you try to pull a fast one like that? Our boy Zet just shook his head and continued his award-winning performance straight out of a drama manhwa. You're mistaken, and what if I am a noble? In response to this, the big bruiser nearly died laughing. Haha, you dare to pull a scam on a merchant? Listen here, kiddo. Merchants live and die by their razor-sharp intuition. To these aristocrats, slaves are just another piece of merchandise. Nothing more. And a true nobleman never ever travels alone. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew something was off. Look at this whole circus. Did DeVito send you? Or what? Zet shot him an icy glare, asking, so are you actually clever or just a special kind of stupid? At this point, the big lug couldn't hold back his rage any longer. You little punk, I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised a fist the size of a ham. However, in a turn of events straight out of a brutal action, Manhwa just a few minutes later, his face was a swollen mess as he knelt on the ground before Zet. If you don't want to get hurt even more, then you already are, you'll answer my questions now. But just then, the voice of that poodle-haired dude Philip suddenly piped up. Answer my question immediately, accompanied by the words, he said, giving the guy a piece of his mind. After slapping the guy's face sideways, he continued his questioning. I was under the impression that this building belonged to the Han Miao Merchant Guild. So what in the world are a bunch of goons like you doing here? Hearing the question, the big brute obediently spilled the beans. Hey, the old owner went belly up, so we, took over. Z pressed on, so who is this Dway Tuo? Is he one of you slave-trading scumbags too? The big guy's head bobbed up and down like a dashboard doggy. Yes, sir, he's the big boss of the largest slave market in this entire southern region. The moment he heard that Z knew he'd found his next target, this Dway Tuo guy was going down, so before taking his leave, he added one more question. One last thing. Where is everyone who was here before? The goon hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, Everyone, sir, do you mean the merchandise? As a reward for that brilliant choice of words, he promptly delivered a crisp backhand across his face. Merchandise, you son of a bitch, do you want to say that one more time? Yes, sir. The merchandise, the goon yelped, and immediately after, he was met with a literal monsoon of slaps, a whirlwind of open palms that sent his head snapping left and right, like a metronome on crack. After he'd had his fill, C finally paused to deliver a life lesson. Slaves are human beings, you idiot. Do you really think it's okay to treat people like they're just things? Try living with a shred of decency. It's not that hard, is it? Now, take me to them, immediately. At this request, the big goon couldn't have been more relieved. He scrambled to his feet, eagerly leading Z inside and pulling a heavy curtain to one side. Right this way, young master. Looking at the iron cage within Z's face hardened. So they're keeping people locked up in a place like this, ha! Seeing this kind of scene in a manhwa is one thing, but this just makes my blood boils. All over again. He then turned back to the thug. Is this everyone? Are there any others being held here? The goon frantically shook his head. No, sir, this is every last one of them. This caused a flicker of disappointment in Z's eyes. Not a single one of them has, not a shred of gold in sight, and absolutely no sign of any child slaves. Young slaves fetch a high price. Lisha was probably sold off or shipped to a bigger market by now. Next on the agenda is to hunt down the trail of that slaver DeVito. But first things first. After a moment's thought, his voice dropped to an icy tone. I'm giving you one last chance to act like a human being. Bring me every last coin from that vault, and also the keys to all the prison cells. Following that command, Joe immediately went to free every single person who had been locked away inside before grabbing the big oaf of a guard and tossing him into a cell to let him try out life on the other side of the bars. You just sit tight in there for a while. It's about time you got a taste of this yourself. Time flew by and evening quickly fell. By now, all of the rescued slaves were flocking around him, showering him with gratitude. May you be blessed for this, sir, for a humble man. Like myself, this kindness is something I never even dared to dream of. A man with brown hair said, clutching Joe's hand tightly. But our hero just gently shook his head and said, no thanks are necessary, just focus on getting some rest. In his mind, he was already piecing things together. I've already divided all the slavers' hoarded wealth among the very people they just rescued. The knights have already led them to decent lodgings. While I was sharing a meal with them, I made sure to listen to each and every one of their life stories. The tales of those who have been through hell and back. Sometimes they hide the most unexpected clues. It's a classic turn of events in any good manhwa, and this time was no exception. At that moment, an old man with white hair began to recount his own tale. My name is Guodeng. Once upon a time, I was an aide to the house of Kiewen. After the family fell from grace, I'm not quite sure how, I ended up drifting to a place like this. Hearing about the old man's past, Joe was visibly stunned and pressed further. You served the Kiewen family. I thought they had all been wiped out. Well, it's a relief to see you're still kicking. The old man just shook his head, insisting he only made it out alive thanks to a massive stroke of luck. And then he started spilling the tea about the Cheven family. See if the Ahan family were the rock stars of the mage world. Then the Cheven family were the absolute legends among blacksmiths. Back in their heyday, people were practically tripping over themselves just to get their hands on a single artifact forged by the Cheven clan. But plot twist. The Empire wiped them out, slapping them with a traitor label. Now their name is little more than a whisper in the history books. And this wasn't just true in the annals of history. It was the same lore that Z knew from the game. With no heirs left, their legendary crafting skills were supposedly lost forever. For an empire that was still duking it out with monsters, this was a huge blow, a classic manhwa trope, really. Completely oblivious to what was running through Z's mind, the old man let out a sorrowful sigh of his own. Ha! The golden days are well and truly behind us, aren't they? Z, playing along, chimed in with his own lament. Such a shame. If the Cheven family's techniques had survived, imagine the incredible artifacts we'd have today. And he silently added, yeah, a huge loss for me specifically. Across from him, the old man suddenly leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. And only you, can you swear to keep this a secret? But of course, Z declared. I swear on my honor, Z said. The old-timer then scanned the area, making damn sure no one was eavesdropping on their little chat. Satisfied, he yanked Z deeper into the woods and whispered the bombshell. The truth is, I am the true heir of the Chevan family, and I'm still alive. Hearing this, Z's jaw just about hit the forest floor. He couldn't stop a shocked gasp from escaping. Once again, after glancing around nervously and making absolutely certain that their conversation was private, the old man dragged Z further into the thicket and hissed in his ear. Oh, listen, the real heir to the Chevan family. That's me, and I'm still alive. At this revelation, Z's composure completely shattered. He let out an audible gasp. Z just couldn't hold back his utter astonishment, letting out a shout that made the old man jump. The old man frantically shushed him. Quiet, keep your voice down. Hearing this, Z, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his head and asked, so, where is that person now? The old man, began to answer, his face etched with sorrow. His closest aide died in his place. They swapped clothes and the aide's body was burned beyond recognition to make sure no one could ever identify it. If everything went according to plan, then right now, he should be hiding out in Mire. For Z, this was an absolutely mind-blowing revelation. A plot twist worthy of the best manhwa. But even though this person was alive, their status as a fugitive made any kind of meeting practically impossible. Mulling this over, Z simply nodded. Thank you for telling me. I hope that one day I'll have the chance to speak with him. The old man nodded and added, I'm telling you this because I feel you are a trustworthy person. Please, I don't let any harm come to him. Don't worry, Z replied. I completely understand his situation. Then he added, come on, we should head back inside. Being gone for too long will look suspicious. And just like that, the two of them headed back inside. Meanwhile, perhaps as a result of the ongoing search, and so our boy Yao let out a long, weary sigh, one so full of dejection that the newly returned Z couldn't help but notice. What's wrong? Not hungry? Lost your appetite? Don't be so down. That slaver we dealt with today was just a small fry, a total nobody. Tomorrow we'll go squeeze some more clues out of that guy DeVito. Yes, sure, Yao mumbled, not even trying to hide the miserable look on his face. Meanwhile, old man Go overheard that name and immediately rushed over. Hold on a second, sir. Did you just say DeVito? You absolutely can't go after him. He's on a completely different level compared to the place we were just being held captive. Don't you have any idea who's backing that monster? In response, Z simply crossed his arms and smirked with unshakable confidence. I don't care how powerful his backer is. So powerful, in fact, that even the guys next to me were scrambling. He is a knight of the Bahan family, after all. In response, old man Zhang dropped a bombshell that was even more shocking. Sir Devitt's network is like a nasty web stretching across the entire empire, and there are even rumors going around that his biggest client is none other than the Ahan clan. The moment those words left his mouth, Z's face went completely blank. He stammered, asking the old man, impossible, why would the Ahan clan bother messing around way down here in the south? From behind them, another old man who had overheard the conversation shouted out, there's a perfectly simple reason the downfall of your enemy is a win for you seizing. All the slaves would cripple the southern noble families, and that includes the Bahan family. Hearing this, Z was sent spiraling into deep thought. If the Ahan clan is involved, it all starts to make a twisted kind of sense. But wait, if that's true, then it's highly likely the Black Sword Army is the one providing protection for Devitt. In that case, this isn't just about taking down some scummy slave trader. This could ignite a shadow war between the Ahan clan and the Bahan clan, a plot straight out of a political manhwa. Meanwhile, let's check in with our buddy Yao. Naturally, with his sharp instincts, he'd already pieced together the gravity of the situation and turned to Z. If what that man said is true, then at that point, Yao trailed off, but he didn't need to finish the sentence for Z to catch his drift. Z thought to himself, is Yao worried? I'm about to swan dive headfirst into danger. With that, he shot his friend. A reassuring grin. Don't sweat it. I'm doing this for you, but I'm also doing it for justice. I'm just doing what I believe is right. No matter what happens, we still have to deal with Devitt. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. The scene cuts to that scumbag Devitt's slave market where Z himself has shown up to start his investigation. Outside, a guard spotted him and offered a token welcome. But a second later, Z just shoved the door open and swaggered inside like he owned the joint. It even sent this big lug running to keep up. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? The kid, however, doesn't even bother to answer the question. Z just stares them down and asks, "Where's DeVito?" Across from him, the guards obviously weren't about to spill the beans that easily. They growled, "Do you have any idea where you are, punk? Just some little noble brat? In a place like this, even nobles get their skulls caved in." Their pathetic attempt at being tough was already giving Z a headache. Tick. Looks like doing business with the Ahan family has made you all soft. As he spoke, he nonchalantly removed his contact lenses, revealing two blazing red eyes. The moment they saw this, the whole crew of thugs panicked and dropped to their knees, begging for their lives. "I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were the young master of the Ahan family." Way in the back, a cloaked figure who had been standing frozen this whole time gave a slight nod as if to say hello. This little gesture immediately caught Z's attention. Is that guy DeVito? No, that's not right. Judging by the cheap clothes, he's just a lackey. But with a reaction like that, he's definitely one of the Black Sword Army. I was hoping it wasn't true, but it looks like I was right. At that exact moment, an annoyed tisk echoed from the second floor above. Well, well, what business does a high and mighty guest like yourself have in a filthy place like this? I heard you completely demolished the slave market at the port yesterday. I honestly thought you wouldn't dare show your face after that. Seems you're either braver than I thought, or perhaps you're just an idiot. As he spoke, he casually picked up a glass from a wooden shelf. But Z wasn't about to waste any more time. No, that's not right. Judging by the clothes, he's just a flunky, but with a reaction like that, he's definitely a member of the Black Sword Army. I was hoping it wasn't, but it looks like it's true. Just then, from the second floor came the sound of a condescending tisk. Well, well, what would a distinguished guest like yourself be doing in a filthy hole like this? I heard yesterday you completely wrecked the slave market at the port. I figured you'd be too scared to show your face. After that, right, turns out you're more courageous than I thought. Or maybe it's just plain stupidity. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a glass from the wooden shelf. Meanwhile, Z had no time for this classic Manhwa villain monologue, so he cut straight to the chase. From this day forward, the Ahan family will sever all business dealings with you. I'll be taking all the remaining slaves with me. Hearing Z's declaration, the slave trader DeVito absolutely lost it and burst out laughing. Haha, oh, my apologies for laughing. That little attitude of his earned him a serious frown from Z. Is this guy seriously calling me out on my manners? You've got the nerve to stare a member of the Ahan family right in the eye, and you actually expect to walk out of here alive. A few seconds later, after wiping a tear from his eye, DeVito finally got his giggles under control and replied, "Oh, that's right. So when exactly is my execution scheduled? Anyway, that's enough idle chatter. Since you're such a valued guest, I won't be the one to kill you. Just consider this a little life lesson." As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling his underlings. In a flash, his pack of goons whipped out their weapons. They formed a tight circle around Z, cutting off any and all paths of escape. Even the so-called Black Sword mercenary on the side was white-knuckling his own weapon. This whole situation made Z let out a heavy sigh internally. Well, damn. Lucky for me, there's only one Black Sword mercenary here. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's only at level 5, I can probably handle it. If I strike first and take him down quickly. With that thought, Z clenched his fists, ready for action. However, before he could even make a move, a booming voice suddenly ripped through the air. Surround this building. Team 1 and Team 2 stormed the building and wiped them all out. The one yelling his lungs out was none other than the knight Torit Soso, who was leading his men on a full-blown raid. Over on the other side, the merchant DeVito saw the armed squad storming in. And it was only now that he finally started screaming in terror. The Bahan family. What in the world are they doing here? What the hell is going on? He was so terrified his legs gave out and he crumpled to the floor. And then a man in a black cloak emerged. He stepped out from behind the knight. This man was none other than the Knight Captain Reese. He walked over and handed Z a pouch of money. This is for your troubles. As for DeVito, leave him to us. Z took the cash and promptly peaced out. He wanted absolutely nothing more to do with this Ahan and Bahan family drama. This whole Manhwa plot was getting too complicated. All he wanted was to find a quiet place to live and get back to his training grind. A moment later, the head of that black sword mercenary mage was unceremoniously tossed right in front of him. This declaration sent the merchant into a complete panic, making him stumble back several steps. Just then, Torres stepped forward to address him. Slave trader DeVito, you are under arrest for the crimes of illegal kidnapping and the imprisonment of the weak, and for staining the honor of the Bahan family, with your filthy deeds in the southern region. As the Lord of Bahan, I will make an example of you by severing your limbs. As he spoke those chilling words, Torres began to draw the sword at his hip. Meanwhile, DeVito found himself staring down a blue-eyed man and a red-eyed man, both glaring daggers at him. The sheer coldness on their faces sent a shiver down his spine. Those two pairs of eyes were supposed to be filled with hatred for each other. So why were they both aimed at him now? This was insane, like a scene from some dark manhwa. Whatever he was thinking, it was immediately replaced by pure survival instinct as he started to beg. My lord, please spare my life. I'll never dare to do it again. But he didn't even get to finish his pathetic plea. Torres's blade sliced clean through his shoulder, sending one of his arms flying. For a moment, DeVito just stared his face, a mask of utter shock. Before he could even process what had happened, Torres swung his sword again. And just like that, his remaining arm permanently parted ways with its owner. Having lost both hands, DeVito finally got the message Torres wasn't bluffing. Not even a little bit. Wait a second, please spare me. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. The sword flashed again, taking both of his legs clean off. And finally, his head was relocated to a brand new detached property. After finishing the remodeling, Torres muttered to himself, well, the situation on the first floor is officially handled. Beside him, Zay was looking a little stunned, seeing them show up at that exact moment. The timing was perfect. But hold on, what was all that about an imperial decree just now? In response to his question, Torres simply sheathed his sword and gave a curt nod confirming everything. And at last, his head was moved into its new separate residence. Once the deed was done, Torres mumbled again. The first floor situation has been taken care of. Standing nearby, Zay was still a bit surprised to see them all show up. Perfect timing. It's exactly as you heard. The Emperor had issued a holy decree wiped them out. Ah, slave traders, what a truly benevolent king we have. Zaref was a little curious about the Emperor's sudden decision, so he had to ask, so have you guys dealt with all the other slave traders already? In response, Taurus explained, we've dispatched teams of knights to all their known locations. This place, however, is the most critical one, which is why I came. Personally, by the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me. You were planning to take down Devitt all by yourself. Zaref just shrugged. Well, for one thing, there were a few things I needed to check out for myself. In response to Zaref's rather risky plan, Taurus couldn't help but lecture him a bit. Awakening your mana at your age is seriously impressive, but your level isn't nearly high enough to be pulling stunts like this on your own. So don't overdo it. With that said, he ordered his subordinate to head inside, search the area, and report back if they found any slaves. Meanwhile, Zaref crossed his arms, mulling over the Emperor's decision. An imperial decree, huh? The timing is just a little too perfect. Still, he thought, the Bahan family isn't just going to let this slide so easily. Then his gaze shifted to the head of the captured mage from the Ahan family. Unlike the others, this guy had a look of complete resignation. Was he not resisting because he couldn't or because he wouldn't? If it's the latter, then that's some respectable loyalty to the Ahan clan, the kind you read about in a dramatic manhwa. Just like that, the slaves began to be freed and brought outside one by one. Amidst the crowd, Yao frantically scanned the faces, desperately searching for his little sister. A soldier reported, "Sir Taurus, we've estimated there are about 600 people here." Taurus nodded, adding a special instruction. "Understood. If you find a young girl with blonde hair, bring her to me immediately." At that very moment, Yao caught a glimpse of a familiar blonde figure up ahead. He immediately yelled out, "Lisa, hey, you up front, turn around." However, the face he saw was a total stranger. This sent our blonde-haired buddy stumbling backward, right back to his spot. Meanwhile, Ray was starting to get that classic bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. About 500 people had already been brought out, and she was still nowhere to be seen. It was a disgusting truth of this world. But young girls were highly valuable and sought after, so it was entirely possible she'd already been sold off. He kept that grim thought to himself, though, and just gave his friend's shoulder a comforting pat. "Yao, don't give up hope." Yao just nodded silently. Down in the detention basement, after the knights completed one last thorough search, they came upstairs shaking their heads as they reported, "Sir Taurus, unfortunately, the people we just brought out were the last of them." Hearing this, Yao's face darkened, a perfect shot for a dramatic manhwa panel. Time flew by, and by the afternoon, all the people who'd been abducted were gathered outside. A knight with jet black hair began to speak. "Sir Taurus, as per the royal decree, we are to escort the rescued to the palace." Taurus replied with a faint smile. "Right, please do so. You two have worked hard enough today. We'll continue our crackdown on the slave traders tomorrow. Yao, you'll find her soon." "Thank you for your help," Ray added. At that very moment, a small figure in a brown cloak approached a white stallion, causing the horse to let out a spooked neigh, which in turn made the person jump back and fall right on their butt. Seeing this, Taurus walked over, clearing his throat to offer a bit of advice. You probably shouldn't sneak up on him, from the side like that. Are you all right?" As he spoke, he offered a hand but paused mid-motion. He found himself a bit startled when he realized the person under the hood was a girl with a head full of golden hair, and she's also drop-dead gorgeous. Rui took notice of that and immediately had to ask, "Hey Yao, have you seen a little girl who looks like this?" Up ahead, the little girl seemed to hear what they were saying, so she looked over and asked, a little lost, "Excuse me, sir." Seeing the girl's familiar face, Yao's eyes immediately started to overflow with tears. He rushed forward, pulling his little sister into a tight, emotional hug. Rhett piped up with a theory. "It must have been the hood, that's why no one noticed her. We almost walked right past her. We really owe that horse one," the hero said, glancing over at Torrit. By now, the tough knight was completely failing to hold back his own tears. Rhett couldn't resist a jab. "What's wrong? What are you crying about?" "I'm not crying," Torrit insisted, turning his face to the side, trying to hide just how moved he was. This, of course, only gave Rhett more fuel to continue the teasing. "I'm sure something just flew into your eye, right?" Torrit shot back desperately, trying to salvage his tough guy image. "You cold-blooded freak. How can you be so calm after seeing a scene like that?" "You're crying. You are definitely crying," Rhett pressed on, loving every second of this top-tier manhwa drama. "I am not," Torrit yelled. Time flies and the scene shifts to a celebratory feast. They were celebrating their victory after successfully rescuing the group of slaves. Torrit also raised his mug of beer high and shouted, "Tonight's on me, everyone enjoy yourselves." Hooray, the entire group cheered in unison. As for little Laya, she was just staring at a massive platter of beef piled high in front of her. Her eyes went wide as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Seeing this, Torrit casually handed her a piece with a gentle smile. "Go ahead, eat as much as you want." Laya bowed her head, trembling slightly. "Thank you, sir." Time flies and the scene shifts to a celebratory feast. They were celebrating their victory after successfully rescuing the group of slaves. Torrit also raised his mug of beer high and shouted, "Tonight's on me, everyone enjoy yourselves." Hooray, the entire group cheered in unison. As for little Laya, she was just staring at a massive platter of beef piled high in front of her. Her eyes went wide as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Seeing this, Torrit casually handed her a piece with a gentle smile. "Go ahead, eat as much as you want." Laya bowed her head, trembling slightly. Thank you, sir. Torrit casually handed her a piece with a gentle smile. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. Laya bowed her head, trembling slightly. Thank you, sir. Torrit. Torrit waved a hand dismissively. Yao is my friend, and you are too, so there's no need to be so formal. It's not quite like that, but you could say she thinks of, and that guy is a real brother. He's cold, but he's a good person deep down, Tuo explained, while subtly glancing over at Z, which definitely caught his attention. Inside his head, Z thought a 40-year-old dude hanging out with a 15-year-old kid and his 13-year-old sister. Yeah, the vibe in this party is definitely a little weird. Meanwhile, Yao tossed his own sister a piece of beef and boasted confidently. If you want something, just say the word, your big brother will get it for you anytime. My friends are stupidly rich, you know. I'm probably the only person who's got friends. From both the Ahan and the Bahan clans, his bold declaration made everyone around him crack a small smile. The conversation between the two young siblings made the atmosphere feel more lively than ever. Maybe this is the first truly peaceful day since I stepped foot into this world, Z thought to himself. What a great Manhwa scene this is, but alas, the good times couldn't last for long. Suddenly, a tall, imposing knight strode right into the room. The moment Z looked at the man's face, he immediately knew. He recognized the guy, none other than Bahan's vice captain, Philip. Seeing him appear out of the blue, our hero couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity, and what brings you here, the vice captain? Philip stated that he was there because of a declaration from the Lord, a fact that only made our knight even more suspicious. A declaration? You say funny, I don't remember getting that particular memo. What exactly did the Lord declare? In response to this question, the vice captain immediately drew his sword, pointed it straight at Z's face, and growled, "The Lord has ordered that this scum Ahan be brought before him immediately." Faced with this rather dramatic ultimatum, Z felt a familiar sense of weariness. Oh, for crying out loud. I was really hoping for one peaceful day. But I guess that's not how this manhwa is written. It's finally happening. Next up, whether he liked it or not, our boy Zik was unceremoniously shoved onto a horse-drawn carriage and escorted to the Bahan family's grand estate. On the way, the vice captain, a charming fellow named Philip, made sure to lean in and offer a few words of advice. Listen up, kid, so you don't get yourself killed, he started. Let me lay down the law for you. First, you do not under any circumstances look the Lord directly in the eye. Second, you will get on your knees the moment you are in his presence. And third, you will keep your mouth shut and not ask a single question. Before this walking tin could finish his lecture, Zik shot him a look so cold it could give a man frostbite and practically snapped, "Hang on, and who are you to be giving me orders?" Now you can imagine how well that went over. The knight's face twisted into an ugly, constipated scowl. He immediately started reminding Zik of his place. Don't you forget where you are, punk? This is the territory of the Bahan family. Show some damn respect, or I'll be more than happy to beat it into you right here and now. But inside the carriage, even with the very credible threat of a beatdown, Zik couldn't have cared less. He just smirked. I think you're the one who needs a reminder of his station. Don't forget, I'm from the Ahan family, he shot back. And right on cue, they arrived. At the front gates of the estate, Zik glanced up at the family crest flapping ominously in the wind, and thought to himself, so this is the Bahan mansion. Looks like the game has officially begun. I have no idea what the head of the Bahan family, a man named Inando, is plotting, but as the heir to the Ahan family, I have to maintain the perfect posture. For some reason, I get the feeling that's the only way. I'm walking out of this place in one piece. This whole situation is like I'm walking a tightrope. If I bow too low, they'll write me off as a weakling. But if I hold my head too high, I'll just end up provoking them. The tension in this manhwa is no joke. I have to play this perfectly. I really hope my intuition is on the money, Zik mused to himself. With that, his delightful nightly escort led him into the reception room, a guest of the house, while the vice captain, Fei Lipu, stood guard off to one side. She completely ignored the guy's grumpy face and subtly scanned the room. taking it all in before starting his internal monologue. This is the reception room on the 6th floor, just like in the game. It's not the office on the 7th floor, but the reception room, which means he's receiving me as a proper guest. Not bad at all, was the little lie Z told himself. But just a second later, an unbelievably crushing pressure slammed down onto his shoulders, causing Z's posture to buckle ever so slightly, and with it came a voice dripping with authority. You are the very first member of the An clan to ever set foot inside the Pan clan's manor. From Z's point of view, it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who that voice belonged to. What the heck was he right here the whole time? Right behind me, the lord of the Pan clan. Just by being in the same room as the guy, he found he couldn't even focus properly. He didn't even have the guts to turn around. He's not using his aura, otherwise my own power. Core would have reacted by now. This is purely the pressure from his sheer existence. So this is what it feels like to be near someone who has surpassed the true master swordsman level, completely ignoring the storm raging in Z's head. A massive figure strode past him and casually sat down in the chair, reserved for the master of the house. This was a man with a mane of golden hair and a matching beard. His body was so huge, he looked like a grizzly bear. Just by sitting there, he radiated an overwhelming presence, the kind you only read about in a top-tier manhwa, which made our protagonist so nervous he started gulping like a fish out of water. Even so, he at least managed to bite down on his lip, determined not to show a single trace of fear. Bite down on his lip, determined not to show a single trace of fear. After watching him for a few seconds, Finantuo gave a small nod of approval. After observing him for a few seconds, Fernando gave a slight nod. I'll give you this, kid. You've got some serious guts. But this is the estate of the Bohan family, so you'd better act accordingly. And with those words, like a scene straight out of a manhwa, a crushing pressure began to bear down on him. Despite this, Jian struggled to remain standing, desperately chanting a mantra in his head. I cannot kneel here. Kneeling to the powerful is the ultimate shame. The moment I show any sign of submission, he will never see me as an equal again. With that in mind, Jian simply gave a slight dip of his head, a gesture he hoped passed for respect. Thank you for the invitation. Invitation, Fei Nandu shot back, his voice dripping with skepticism. Thinking fast, Jian laid out his logic. Yes, I was brought here in a carriage, and then escorted to this reception room. Isn't that how one typically treats their guests? I came here under the impression I was a guest. But if kneeling and bowing your head is the proper etiquette of the Bohan family, then I will of course follow your local customs. At Jian's razor-sharp retort, even the old patriarch's eyes shot wide open in surprise. Meanwhile, Jian himself was sweating bullets anxiously, waiting to see how the old man would react. Then after a tense 2 or 3 seconds, the big guy suddenly burst out into roaring laughter. Haha, you've got some serious nerve, kid. All right, fine, take a seat. We can't have a guest just standing there. Nina served the tea, and only then did our hero allow himself to relax just a tiny bit, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank the heavens he's actually treating me like a guest, at least for now. Across from him, the old man seemed to read the thoughts swirling across the young man's face, and decided to probe a little. You seem to have a lot on your mind. I only called you here out of personal curiosity. So don't let your imagination run wild. I heard you paid a visit to that smuggler on the Emperor's orders, was it? In response to this question, RT just shook his head slightly. I heard nothing about any such order. The whole thing had been taken care of. This only made the family head even more intrigued. So you're saying you took matters into your own hands before receiving any orders? Why is that back over? To Z, who knew he had to be extremely careful now. He couldn't just blurt out whatever came to mind. There were a million answers that might have pleased Fernando, but in this situation, only the truth would do. After all, you can't exactly lie your way out of a conversation with a bona fide swordmaster. Steeling himself, he began to explain his reasoning. Slave trafficking is a crime against humanity. I was simply acting according to my conscience. On the other side of the room, Fernando's expression became thoughtful, as if he were mulling over something profound. Then he finally asked, "You really didn't know that DeVito had connections to my family?" Z replied, "At first I thought it was just a rumor, but the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew it was true." Fernando raised an eyebrow, "And yet you still didn't back down." Z replied, I care about what's right and wrong. Family has got nothing to do with it." Nanda warns him that the Ahan clan will absolutely not let this slide. However, Z couldn't care less about that little warning. "It's fine, I'm doing the right thing, so I have absolutely nothing to regret." At this point, even the family head couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for Z. Impressive, he thought. The kid knows full well that what he's doing is defying the clan, especially as an Ahan himself. And now, thanks to my own curiosity, I've probably just shoved him into even deeper trouble. Z was right. He really is a mage who understands the meaning of honor. With that thought, he brought the conversation to a close. "All right, Z, stay and rest for the night. If you don't mind, I'll be inviting you to breakfast tomorrow morning." On the other side of the room, hearing those words was like music to R's ears. He could finally escape this high-pressure meet and greet. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir," he said, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful salute. That gesture caught Fernando completely off guard. That was the salute of a knight. "Ha ha! I never thought I'd see the day a mage saluted me like a knight. Today is just full of surprises, isn't it?" After that, our protagonist was escorted to his personal quarters. And by quarters, I mean the VIP guest suite inside the grand mansion. The very instant his butt touched the cushioned seat, our physically spec'd hero let out a soul-deep sigh. Phew, thank heavens I actually made it through that. That old man really sucked the life right out of me. If Fernando hadn't acted exactly like his in-game character, I probably would have cracked right then and there. It seems that being brutally honest instead of trying to bluff my way through is what saved my skin this time. But man, after surviving that mountain of stress, I'm suddenly starving. Our boy grumbled to himself. Just then a sound echoed from outside the door. A moment later, a servant gracefully pushed in a food trolley. A ridiculously luxurious spread was rolled right into the room. "Please enjoy your stay," the servant said softly before making a swift exit. Meanwhile, Z's eyes were practically glued to the mountain of food. He clicked his tongue in appreciation. Now this is what you call five-star service. His voice was practically singing with joy. But that joyous melody didn't even last for a few seconds, because our hero's eyes suddenly went wide in disbelief. Somehow from out of nowhere, a pristine white card had appeared on one of the dinner plates. It was left by the Black Mirror mages of the Arhan clan. This revelation left Z absolutely stunned. He shot up, throwing the door open to look outside. But there wasn't a single soul in the hallway. He returned card in hand. Z examined the mysterious card with extreme caution. A pristine white card had materialized on his dinner plate. Left behind by the infamous Black Mirror mages of the Arhan family, a classic Manhwa plot twist. The shock of it all nearly gave Z a heart attack. He had bolted out the door in a flash to see what in the world was going on. However, the figure of that helpful attendant from before had vanished into thin air. Just like that, the man had barely left and he'd already completely vanished. How in the world did He Jing even manage to get all the way out here? It was baffling, but he quickly shook it off and headed back to his room, clutching the white card and pouring his mana into it to see what the heck it meant. And there inside the card was a big fat zero. Zero magic, which basically meant go back or cancel mission. That message made Z's face drain of all color. He couldn't help but wonder, is the head of the Ahan family making his move now? The hours crawled by until the crack of dawn. But Z's mood hadn't improved one damn bit. In fact, it was getting more and more negative by the second. He grabbed his head, unable to believe he'd just seen a magic card. From the Ahan family of all people. Seriously, just how far did the Ahan family's influence even reach? This Manhwa plot was getting complicated. Z was lost in thought, but he didn't have much time to ponder before a voice called out from outside. "Hey Z, you in there?" The voice was oddly familiar, making Z get up to open the door. And the person who'd just arrived was none other than that knight. Torres, is that you?" Hearing that Torres gave a little nod, Z immediately asked about his best friends. How are Yao and Lisa? You came all this way by yourself. Torres replied that everything was already handled. I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. I was worried sick not knowing if you'd been held up or something. I only heard bits and pieces. It's a relief to see you're all right. I even heard you scored an invitation for breakfast. His voice was practically dripping with sarcasm. Naturally, Z was in no mood to be cheerful. The words peace and quiet don't exactly suit someone in my position. In response to that gloomy remark, the knight offered our main character a chill pill in the form of good news. The family head finally sees what kind of person you are. He's even planning to get rid of that wanted notice they put out on you. A spark flashed in Z's eyes as he whipped his head around to ask, What wanted notice? Hearing this, Z scrambled all his brain cells together to process it. Man, I did not see that coming. Everything would have been perfect if that stupid magic card hadn't popped up. If I can't escape the Ahan clan no matter where I run, then the only answer is to face them head on. Time passed, and after a meal at the manor, Tristan was dragging Z all over the place, giving him the grand tour of the family estate. Cut to the area where the knights train. The knight pointed ahead and made the introductions. This is the knight's quarters, and over there is the training field. Z just nodded along, barely paying attention. His mind was still completely freaking out over the threat from the Ahan clan. Maybe it's because my head is such a mess right now. But even seeing this in real life instead of in a game doesn't really feel all that special. In any other manhwa, I'd be geeking out right now. Just as he was lost in thought, something suddenly grabbed Z's attention. He looked over at something in the distance and asked, Hey, what's that over there? Tristan followed Z's gaze and calmly began to explain. That place is a little special. You've probably heard the stories. The white steeds of the Ahan clan choose their own masters. That's where they keep the ones that haven't found a rider yet. And so to satisfy their curiosity, the two of them eagerly headed forward. Jennings muttered to himself as he walked, a horse that chooses its own master. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. The moment he finished his sentence, a loud neigh echoed through the air. Jing turned around to see a magnificent white horse walking straight toward him. Tristan was just as flabbergasted. Jing stumbled back in shock. Is that horse coming for me? No way, I want absolutely no part of this. Tristan quickly spoke up. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you. The horse approached Jung and gently nuzzled its head against him. Jing was completely frozen. What in the world is happening? Tristan said joyfully, Congratulations, you've been chosen by it. This is the first time anyone's been chosen by a white steed. This quickly, it's like a scene from a manhwa. He arrived at the stables. However, Jung only saw, with only a single horse inside, which honestly caught our boy Z a little off guard, as if to give Z a live demonstration. The blonde-haired knight reached his hand out toward the creature. But the second it laid eyes on that hand, the white steed recoiled as if it had just seen the plague, whipping its head to the side to dodge him completely. In the face of that sassy reaction, even Torres couldn't help but feel a little bit salty. Normally, these beasts are tamed within 3 months, but this one has been holding out for 2 whole years. Talk about being picky. And it's the only one that's even rejected the head of the family. At that little tidbit, Z's eyes went wide as dinner plates. He couldn't figure out where this horse got the sheer audacity to just turn down the big boss. Wait, is that even possible? I thought they were supposed to pick the strongest person. Up ahead, Torres just heaved a sigh and turned back to explain. It doesn't always work out that way. It seems each one has its own, very particular standards. Z nodded along. That's actually pretty interesting. From Torres's point of view, seeing Z suddenly so interested in this particular horse was a bit of a shock. You don't seem to care about anything else, but this white steed is what grabs your attention. Hearing that, our protagonist just grinned and replied, Hey, the white steeds of the Baihan family are legendary in every manhwa for a reason. Exactly. They're not just called divine beasts for nothing. They aren't just some fancy asset. They're a partner, a comrade in arms. That's why we respect their decisions. Torres said, his eyes fixed on the magnificent creature. Meanwhile, Z found himself staring directly into the deep blue eyes of the white horse. And then, as if driven by pure instinct, Z suddenly reached his hand forward, wanting to caress its face. And as if on instinct, Z suddenly reached his hand out, forward as if wanting to stroke the creature's face. However, before he could even make a move, when suddenly a disruptive voice cut through the air. Well, 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 look who it is. If it isn't the heir of the Ahan clan, that vaguely familiar voice made Z glance back over his shoulder. And wouldn't you know it? That incredibly irritating tone belonged to none other than that punk's Vice Captain Philip. Seeing that Z had noticed him, the guy kept running his mouth. I heard Taurus was looking to get some practice, and so I dropped by to say hello, but it seems you're busy with someone from Ahan. His voice was absolutely dripping with mockery. And for a guy who takes honor as seriously as Taurus, there was no way he could just stomach that kind of disrespect. Instantly, Taurus's face turned grim as he ordered, "He is a guest invited by the head of the family. Show a little respect." But on the other side, Taurus's words might as well have been the wind for all Philip cared. He paid lip service saying he agreed, but that smug, contemptuous look on his face didn't fade one bit. Of course. In that case, why doesn't our dear Z join us? For some training, he sneered. Oh, that's right, there aren't any quiet meditation rooms here, so maybe that's a bit much. How about a little sparring match then? Would you be willing to grace us with a few of your moves? The vice captain, this classic Manhwa villain, said, sticking his chin out with a smug look, his provocative attitude on full display. Hearing this ridiculous request, Taurus's eyebrows knitted together as he shot back, "What in the world do you think you're doing? Have you forgotten that he is our guest?" In response to that question, the other guy had an excuse ready to go. "Sir Taurus, a friendly little match isn't exactly disrespectful, is it? It would be a wonderful experience for the squad, and for Z as well, should think." But Taurus wasn't having it. He flatly refused. "Z isn't ready. We'll do it some other time." Over here it was that yapping mutt Philip. He seemed completely oblivious to the annoyance in Tao's voice and continued to point a finger behind him, taunting, "Come on now. It's just a friendly little match. If you're worried about the skill gap, we have a rookie who just joined a few days ago. And if that's still not enough, the rookie can even give you a handicap." Now back to Zheng's perspective, seeing these idiotic knights running their mouths in front of him. Time and time again, how could he possibly hold back any longer? "To hell with it, I'm in. You wanted this, right? Fine, let's have a sparring match," he said, while pointing a finger straight at the blonde rookie's face. And just like that, the whole group shuffled over to a nearby clearing to prepare to greet each other with some affectionate punches. Meanwhile, our ill-fated rookie was still brimming with confidence. He declared, "Since this is just a sparring match, I'll be using a wooden sword." On the opposite side, Zheng was already warming up as he replied, "You're going to regret that. You'd better come at me with everything you've got." The rookie completely blew off Z's warning and coolly fired back, "Let's just hope you're not all talk." Meanwhile, our boy Tuo was completely baffled, having absolutely no clue what Z was cooking up in that head of his. "Hey Z, what in the world are you thinking? You're not even level 1 yet. You know damn well you can't go up against a level 5 knight, right?" Back to the cocky rookie. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword in his hand and said, "Let me ask you something. You honestly think you stand a chance?" Z calmly replied, 50-50, something like that." For some reason, Z's casual remark seemed to seriously get under the rookie's skin. He was suddenly reminded of his father, whose words, "Don't become a barbarian," echoed in his mind. The rookie's face twisted in anger. 50%. My someone's feeling optimistic, aren't they? As his words echoed, the rookie cloaked his entire body in a powerful aura. Meanwhile, our protagonist Z ignited his own body with crackling lightning mana. He growled, "I just hope you can put up a fight long enough to get me warmed up a bit. 'Cause if this ends too quickly, it's gonna be seriously boring." Over on the sidelines, Vice Captain Philip, despite seeing the lightning Z was conjuring, was still oozing confidence in his subordinate. "So that's the magic I've heard so much about, huh? It truly lives up to its name as the dream attribute. It feels more intense and chaotic than anything else like a scene from a fantasy manhwa. But even so, the amount of mana I'm sensing, from him doesn't even reach the second tier. No matter how generous I am with my assessment, this fight is going to be over in a flash. With that thought standing on the outside, he bellowed, "Let the match begin." The second the command was given, the rookie poured power into his legs and shot forward like a bullet. However, Z just stood there completely motionless, which made the knight a little curious. What the hell is he doing? He's a mage, but he's not trying to keep his distance. He's not even chanting a spell. Wait, could it be, am I so fast that he can't even react? Well, if that's the case, this is a total letdown. Still, I can't exactly murder a guest, so I guess I should hold back a little. With that in mind, he reined in his power just a smidge. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop to the floor. With a single ridiculously simple move, Z casually sidestepped the attack, and even turned to complain to the rookie. "I'll say this one last time. Come at me with everything you've got." The moment those words left his lips, Z flashed a devilish grin. The knight suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Something was very, very wrong. He scrambled to a halt. Not giving the newbie a chance to breathe, Z whipped his leg back and launched a devastating kick. The rookie managed to raise his sword in front of his chest, just in time. Even as he parried the blow, his body was sent skidding backward, a good 10 meters. He thought to himself, what in the world is this insane manhwa-level power? But before he could even process what was happening, Z's form blurred, reappearing right in the knight's face in an instant. Seeing this, the knight frantically dug his heels into the ground to stop himself from sliding back any further, all while swinging his sword wildly in a desperate counterattack. However, against Z's lightning-fast movements, this guy's sword couldn't even manage to touch the hem of his clothes. Back to our main character's point of view. After toying with the knight for a few seconds, he took a deep breath, gathering the mana inside him, causing his entire fist to be enveloped in crackling lightning energy. Next up, Z gave this clueless rookie, who didn't know his place, a mountain-splitting punch right to the gut, making him double over in agony. But before he could even puke, another fist came flying, smashing right into his face. The end result. This knight didn't even have a chance to do a single thing. In the end, our boy served him a knuckle sandwich that knocked him flat on the ground. The outcome was so shocking. It left both Tuoli Si and Fei Lapu standing there completely dumbfounded. They had absolutely no idea what just happened. Off to the side, the white steed observed the battle, with a peculiar glint in its eyes. A few moments later, the other knights finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed over to check on the new guy. To their horror, he was already foaming at the mouth, looking like he had a bad case of food poisoning. Someone yelled, "Hey, get a hold of yourself. I think he's passed out. Damn it, get a healer over here now." Meanwhile, another knight decided to let his inner thug out to play. Someone yelled, "Hey, get a hold of yourself. I think he's passed out. Damn it, get a healer over here now." Meanwhile, another knight decided to let his inner thug out to play, aiming his wooden sword right at our main character. And he muttered, "This freaking bastard. All right, fine, I'll be the one to fight you this time." But before Zeph could even get a word in, our boy the knight Tuoli Si jumped right in to shield his newfound buddy. "What in the world do you think you're doing? The match is over now, back off." And in response to that reasonable request, a furious roar from the knucklehead knight. "Tuoli Si, get the hell out of my way, I have to fight this damn mage." He screamed, but Tuoli Si just screamed right back even louder. "Are you trying to have a sparring match, or are you just looking for a street fight?" Meanwhile, from Zeph's point of view, watching these knights relentlessly provoke him, even after he'd already won, he started to feel more baffled than worried. Have these guys completely lost their minds? They're going to have to ditch their old ideas about range and come up with a new plan now. Both that warden Kailasi and the other rookie, they both lost because they were trapped in their own rigid mindsets, not because they were unskilled. Objectively speaking, a level 5 knight should have the upper hand. No question about it. But this situation was anything but stable, especially with so many knights seeing red. This whole Manhwa chapter was about to pop off. realizing he was about to get jumped by a whole squad of angry knights. Zeph put a hand up to stop. Tuoli Si then turned to the crowd. So one match wasn't enough for you, I take it. I could have sworn that accepting defeat with a little dignity was part of that knightly code. You all go on about, well, that was absolutely the wrong thing to say. Hearing Zeph's lecture just sent the knights into a full-blown rage. You dare lecture me about the knight's code? You rotten piece of trash. What the hell would a damn mage like you know about honor? In response, Zeph just calmly laid out the facts. I fought this duel just as you all demanded. And not in some back alley either. We fought right here in the very heart of the Bahan territory. Do you understand what that implies? As this was happening, Z was quietly running his own calculations. Would they really dare to duel a mage? Right in the heart of the Buhan family's territory, it's a bold move for any Manhwa character. Right on cue who should appear out of thin air. But old man Fernando, his voice suddenly booming. Impressive! At the sight of Fernando, the entire group shouted in unison, family head. Over here, Fernando's eyes were practically bulging out of his head. As he growled, all of you sheathe your swords now. Hearing that command, the knights flipped a switch, immediately dropping to one knee and shouting, Sir, the only one left standing was, you guessed it, Z. Even though he knew this old geezer was absurdly powerful, having him just pop up like a ghost right behind you was enough to give Z a mini heart attack. Even with an observation stat of 100, I still couldn't sense him until he was right on top of me. So is this the level of a swordmaster? Paying no attention to Z's internal monologue, Fernando shot him a quick glance and whispered, a member of the Ahan family demanding a one-on-one duel right on the Buhan family's training grounds. This is definitely going down in the history books. In reply, Z quickly placed a hand over his chest and bowed his head in respect. Forgive my bluntness, sir, but there's no way in hell I'm backing down from this duel. Instead of getting mad, Fernando just straight up acknowledged it. But of course, a true member of the Ahan clan never backs down from a challenge. With that, he unleashed this crushing aura of his and started schooling the group of knights. Hey, listen up, all of you. This right here is why you can't afford to slack off on your training. Sure, climbing the ranks is great and all, but experience, that's the real game changer. Take a good long look at this man from the Ahan clan and learn something. Then he once again unleashed his intimidating aura and began to lay into his knights. All of you burn this into your minds. This is exactly why you can never get lazy with your training. Getting a high rank is important, sure, but what's more important is battle experience. Learn from the man standing before you. Absorb every lesson and make his strength your own. Understood, yes sir. The whole group let out a collective shout. Meanwhile, Z was completely baffled by Fernando's barbed comments, having no clue what the old man was trying to get at. Then, as if he could read the confusion all over our hero's face, Fernando shot him a look that could freeze fire. You taught my knights quite a lesson today, and trust me, I won't be forgetting this. And even though the old geezer's face was a mask of calm, everyone in the room could feel that he was absolutely seething. Z got the message loud and clear. This was a direct and simple warning. He felt like he was trying to sleep on a bed of nails. In the end, all Z could do was meekly bow his head in acceptance. Yes, sir. Just when you thought the drama would finally take a break. For some godforsaken reason, the white horse that was chilling in its stable apparently ate something weird, went completely bonkers and charged outside. It started galloping in frantic circles all over the courtyard, leaving poor Z completely lost as to what in the world it was doing. But unlike him, the knights of the Bahan family knew exactly what this meant. This can't be happening. Why now? Is this some kind of joke? Z, his curiosity piqued, turned to ask, what's going on here? To explain the horse's baffling behavior, the solemn voice of an elder knight cut through the tension. This is a ritual. The white horse is choosing its rider. It is displaying its strength to earn the recognition of its one true master. That can only mean the master of the white horse is here. What happened next was a scene straight out of a legendary manhwa. After finishing its grand display, the horse trotted right up to Z and bowed its head in submission. This sent the elder knight into a frenzy of joy like he'd just struck gold. Z, the white horse, has chosen you. It's displaying its strength, vying for the approval of its master. That's right, the true owner of the white horse is here among them. And then once the magnificent beast had finished its performance, it ran straight towards Z and bowed as if to pledge its loyalty. The elder knight was absolutely over the moon. Z, it chose you. The white horse has chosen you. It's putting on a show of a lifetime, all to win the acknowledgement of its true master. Which can only mean one thing: the fated owner of this legendary steed is here. And then after completing its power flex for the ages, it galloped right up to Z and knelt, offering its total allegiance. And over on the side, you just had to see it. Uncle Fernando's face had turned as black as the bottom of a soot-covered pot. His hands clenched as he quietly lamented. The old family head would be absolutely speechless if he saw this. All right, let's switch back to Zui's point of view. He was still finding it hard to believe that this notoriously untamable horse had actually picked him of all people. Did it really choose me? Now flipping over to Fernando's corner, he more than anyone else in this crazy manhwa knew just how ridiculously proud this horse was, which made this whole situation even more unbelievable. But still, thank goodness, he was just relieved it had finally found a rider. But why did it have to be a member of the Ahan clan of all people? Is this some kind of respect for a fellow warrior? Or are our traditions just completely messed up? Or maybe the answer has been staring us in the face this whole time. With that thought, he turned to our main character, Zui Ahan, and asked with the utmost gravity, will you accept Jindu as your partner and stay by its side for the rest of your life? Hearing this, Zui was naturally completely flustered. Whoa, hold on a sec. This is all happening a bit too fast, he stammered. Meanwhile, his inner monologue was screaming, for the rest of my life. What is this, a wedding proposal? I'm not marrying a horse. Right on cue, the white steed, Jindu, moved its head forward, bringing its face right up close to Zui's. In that moment, their reflections appeared in each other's eyes. And as if sensing the horse's earnest feelings, Zui found himself blurting out, You want me to say yes, don't you? Jindu let out a soft whinny, which was basically horse speak for duh. At the same time, good old Fernando in the back started radiating an insane amount of pressure, the kind of vibe that screamed if Zui even thought about refusing, he'd be eating a knuckle sandwich for dinner, left with no other option to, stay alive. Zui had no choice but to cave and accept. Honestly, it was mostly because Fernando's face looked dead serious, and our boy wasn't brave enough to say no to that. Jindu, for its part, looked absolutely thrilled. But just as everyone was enjoying this heartwarming, picture-perfect moment, the plot decided to take a sharp left turn. Zui was suddenly launched right off the horse's back. He didn't even have time to process what was going on. A voice cried out, You cannot allow this to happen, sir. My lord, this is simply impossible. Throughout the clan's history, only a member of the Bahan family has ever been allowed to ride a white horse. We cannot allow such a disastrous precedent to be set. He said this while bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. And faced with that statement, not even Fernando could argue. He was forced to admit that is correct. Until now, only a member of the family has been chosen by a white horse. Because there was no other choice, only a family member was ever allowed. Hearing this, I don't know where this guy Philip found the courage, but he snapped his head up and directly challenged his own master. Have you forgotten the atrocities the An clan committed against the Bahan family's white horses? They devoured our white horses like a pack of starving pigs. So how can you possibly entrust our comrades to animals like that? Mages lie as easily as they breathe. How in the world are we supposed to trust them? The more Philip spoke, the more unhinged he became, like a classic rival from a drama manhwa. To put the matter to rest, the family head Fernando made a vow. Very well, I promise you this, Vice Captain. If Zhao Ran fails to treat our white horse as a true comrade, then I will take his life with my own two hands. The voice that came from him was absolutely bone-chilling. How can you possibly entrust our comrades to animals like that? Mages lie as easily as they breathe, so how can we possibly trust them? The more Philip spoke, the more he seemed to be losing his mind. And to guarantee it, the family head Fernando also made a promise. All right then, I promise you this, Vice Captain, if Zhao Ran doesn't treat our white horse as a true comrade, then I will personally end his life. The sound that came from him was filled with deadly seriousness, making even Zhao's hair stand on end. However, it seemed Vice Captain Philip still wasn't satisfied with this result. He opened his mouth to say something more, but the old patriarch cut him off immediately. Philip Robert, that I have never once doubted your loyalty, but on this matter I will hear no more advice. Faced with those final words, even though Philip was still seething, he had no choice but to fall silent. Fire and holy water and the success rate. It all depends entirely on the divine purity of the holy water. If it's a low-grade holy water, then I'll have no choice but to accept the outcome. I understand. And just like that, time flew by until nightfall. Meanwhile, Z is out for a joyride on Jindu, getting a feel for this magnificent warhorse's incredible speed. He thought to himself, good thing I got out of there. My gut told me that staying put was a one-way ticket to trouble. Still, I gotta admit, this is getting ridiculously fun. I'm starting to like you, kid. You've blown all my expectations out of the water. Giddy up, we're making a beeline for Chicken Fortress. Z yelled with exhilaration as they blazed across the land at top speed. In no time at all, he rendezvoused with Yao and Lisa, leaving them absolutely gobsmacked. What in the world am I looking at? You didn't just survive deep inside the Ba Han clan's territory, you came back with a legendary white steed. Dude, you must have the main character plot armor from a hit manhwa. Man, I'm so glad I'm on your side. Hearing this, Z just cracked a small confident smile. Let's head inside, we've got a lot to talk about. So once they were all in a private room, Z laid out the whole crazy story for both of them. Everything from the Blackline Army's magic card to the sinister demonic energy, and right down to the whole deal with Leo Shevin. After explaining the entire situation, Z got straight to the point about his next move. I'm heading to the Ahan clan now. It's unavoidable, so I've got no other choice. And before Z could even finish his sentence, Yao cut him right off. If you're going to the Ahan clan, then I'm going with you, Z. You're the one who said you'd never leave a comrade behind. I mean, think about it. It's been ages since you were exiled. You probably don't have a single trusted person by your side anymore. And those so-called brothers in the Ahan clan, they fight dirty. Is there anyone in that entire family you can actually trust? Hearing this, Z was completely stunned. After all, he was technically part of that clan. You're the one who said you'd never leave a comrade behind. I mean, think about it. It's been ages since you were exiled. You probably don't have a single trusted person by your side anymore. And those so-called brothers in the Ahan clan, they fight dirty. Is there anyone in that entire family you can actually trust? Hearing this, Z was completely stunned. After all, he was technically part of the Ahan clan. The moment he got transported into this Manhwa world, he literally materialized inside a closet there. Completely ignoring our protagonist's rather baffled expression, Yao turned to his little sister and piped up. Hey, Lisa's already busted her butt doing all the tough jobs. She can more than pull her own weight. If you hire us to be your retainers, we'll be a massive help to you. Just you watch. As for Zet, he was actually stewing in his own worries. A part of him thought it would be best to part ways with them right here, especially when he considered all the dangers that lay ahead. But then he glanced over at the two siblings in front of him and gave a firm nod. All right, thanks you two. Let's head to the Ahan clan together. Now, just because he said that doesn't mean Zet was stupid enough to just barrel into the Ahan clan's territory without a single ounce of preparation. He thought to himself, even if I'm the one in charge, I can't just rush in blind. We need backup. Right now, the last survivor of the blacksmith clan is on the verge of collapse. There's Lord Shevin, the demonic aura from the basilisk, and the holy water needed to turn that foul energy into a divine elixir. To solve this mess, we're gonna have to visit the Mage Guild. The only problem is I have no clue if the head of the Ahan clan will even help us. Now that is the real question. Time zipped by, and soon it was the next morning. At the crack of dawn, Zet's party had packed their bags and officially hit the road. Time flies, and we cut to a scene around a dinner table. All of a sudden, for reasons beyond our comprehension, our pal Yao slams his fist on the table and screams, "What? All the gold ingots. That's 500 gold coins. What in the world could you possibly need all that money for?" In response, Zet seemed to think that amount was actually a bit on the low side. Honestly, that much might not even be enough. As he said this, our protagonist was already doing the math in his head. The kind of divine elixir I'm planning to make requires a demon's aura, and the holy water necessary to transform that demonic energy into a miracle potion. To pull this off, we'll have to go to the Mage Guild. But I still don't know if the head of the Ahan family will have our backs. That's the real million-dollar question, isn't it? Fast forward, and once again, it's the next morning. At this point, Zet and his crew had packed all their gear, and were officially on their way. And another time, skip later, we're back at the dinner table. And just like before, our boy Yao slams the table out of nowhere, shouting, "Come again!" Without it, you could pour in hundreds of vials, and it would still be useless. On average, a single vial of holy water goes for about 10 gold coins. He figured that with this amount of cash, he could get his hands on about 50 bottles. And trust me, that is a lot. I mean, imagine dropping your entire fortune only to come up completely empty-handed. Now that's just cruel. That's why I'm going to see mages, he thought, because that priest is trustworthy and has no idea what I'm truly planning. Although Yao had no intention of stopping him, he was still a little worried and had to voice his concern. "Are you seriously taking all of it? Shouldn't you at least leave one gold bar behind as a backup?" In response to this, Z simply turned around and replied, "Don't need it. Besides, we've still got a few silver coins left. I'm heading out for a bit, so I need you to find someone for me. It's that old geezer I mentioned yesterday. He's got one eye and a head full of white hair." Faced with Z's request, Yao just about froze, dumbfounded by the ridiculously vague description. He shot back, "Dude, this place is crawling with one-eyed white-haired guys. It's like a casting call for a generic Manhwa villain." Hearing that, Z turned back and tossed him a few silver coins, giving him some more specific instructions. "Just tell everyone there's a reward, and then round them all up in one spot for me." The moment Yao saw the money, he figured this would be a piece of cake. "We've still got a few silver coins left. I'm heading out for a bit, so I need you to find someone for me. It's that old geezer I mentioned yesterday. He's got one eye and a head full of white hair." "Oh, well, in that case, we'll find him in a jiffy. I mean, we don't need that much money for this." Explaining his reasoning, Z said, "The old man is a fugitive. A few spare coins aren't going to be enough to make him show his face." Yao frowned. "So how the heck are we supposed to find him then?" Z replied, "That's the point. I'll be keeping an eye out for the ones who don't show up. And he won't be using his real name, so don't go around calling him Lacto or anything like that." At this point, it seemed Yao was starting to piece things together. "Looking at that face of yours, you're a noble's kid, aren't you?" Our golden-haired friend decided not to press the issue any further, so he just nodded. "All right, I'll give it my all." And just like that, Z left the whole people-finding mission to Shu and hustled off with a suitcase brimming with gold coins. He quickly made his way outside. As he walked, he started mapping out his next moves. "My original plan was to blow all this cash on magic tools, but after what Gay Dun said about Luo, I've had a change of heart. I'm going to use this money to craft the EOS, and then pull La Tuo over to my side, commissioning him to make all my magic gear. That's the dream scenario anyway. If everything goes smoothly, it could seriously compensate for my pathetically low magic stats." Just as he was deep in thought, a massive commotion up ahead suddenly grabbed his attention. All right, please keep it orderly. No pushing your way to the front of the temple. I don't care if you're a noble, a merchant, or a commoner. First come, first served." "Hey, I said no pushing." The frantic voice of a security guard echoed through the crowd. Z, his curiosity officially piqued, jogged over to see what all the fuss was about. "What in the world is going on here? This is a church, isn't it? So why is it more packed than a new Manhwa release day? Hold on. Don't tell me the news about Yue Han's divine power has already leaked. No way. It's way too soon for that." Deciding to solve this little mystery, Z tapped a brown-haired man in front of him. "Excuse me, what's all this about?" Hearing the question, the man kindly turned around to explain. "They're selling holy water at a 50% discount. That's why everyone's stampeding to get in." Upon hearing this, Z's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets as he yelled, "Wait a minute, did you say half price?" Seeing Z's utterly flabbergasted reaction, the brown-haired guy kindly turned back around to explain again. They're selling holy water half price, so everyone is cramming their way in here. And again, hearing this info, Z's jaw just about hit the floor. As he screamed, "Hold on!" A 50% discount. At Z's completely dumbfounded look, the brown-haired man sighed. Perhaps we should just let these commoners have it. He even clicked his tongue in disdain after saying it, looking totally ticked off by the swarm of nobles, flashing their cash to buy up all the stock. Little did that guy know, Z couldn't care less about any of that. Instead, our boy was starting to panic about something else entirely, wondering if he'd even be able to buy enough holy water to craft his potions. Oh, this is bad. This is a huge problem. With that deal, I can turn both breaths of the demon fire into spirit elixirs. But there's one little problem. Holy water has to be infused with sacred power, so normally they can only make about 1 bottle per day. With Johan's personality, since he doesn't really care about money, getting the holy water at half price should be a piece of cake. That part is definitely possible. But this much when each vial takes a whole day to create, yet yeah, something's not right here. As this thought crossed his mind, Z started to smell a rat. Then after what felt like an eternity, it was finally Z's turn to buy the holy water. From deep inside the temple, a man, dressed in priest robes, finally spoke up. To greet the guy. "Welcome, my son." Across the way, Z was also staring daggers at the man and began running the numbers in his head. I've only ever seen this geezer through a graphic image before, so just looking at his face makes it pretty hard to recognize him. With that thought, he decided to run a little test. Let's see if this guy is the real deal or a cheap knockoff. "Greetings, Father Johann." On the other side, the phony priest had absolutely no clue that Z was putting him under the microscope. He just kept smiling and replied, "Ah, my son, how many vials do you need?" The moment he heard that answer, Z's eyes narrowed sharply. Now that he'd confirmed this dude was a complete fraud, he thought it must be exhausting. Putting on this act all day long, huh? The main character's casual remark made the fake Johann's face twitch a little. "Okay, this might not be as easy as I thought," he muttered, flustered. "My apologies, I don't know what anyone was talking about." At this point, Z, done with the pleasantries, our boy wasn't even going to pretend anymore. He slammed his hand right on the door and roared out, "There is only one Father Johann at the Mage's temple, and that's Johann. Sis, you're an imposter. Where is the real Father Johann?" In response to Z's accusation, the phony priest nonchalantly slipped a hand into his coat pocket and pulled out a razor-sharp dagger, saying, "Haha, I really have no idea what you're talking about, kid. I am Johann. Now, if you have no other business, kindly get lost. There are people waiting behind you, you know." And just as he said, the townfolk, completely oblivious to the situation, were getting annoyed at Z for holding things up. One of them snapped, "Hey, you two are causing a traffic jam. If you have nothing to say, then beat it. My child is gravely ill. We don't have much time left, so please hurry up." Hearing that, Z glanced over at the barrels of so-called holy water and the mountain of gold coins piled up beside them, then sneered, "You really think you can mess with the church and just walk away? I'm reporting this to the provincial army immediately." The fake Johann just threw his head back and laughed as if he didn't have a care in the world. "Haha, the provincial army be my guest. If I've committed a crime, I'll gladly face the music, so if you don't want to get hurt, scram. Stop getting in the way of a busy man," he whispered right into Z's ear. Z was stuck, not wanting to cause a scene. He had no choice but to return to his inn and plan his next move. He didn't even flinch when I mentioned the royal army. Could it be that the provincial army is actually backing these guys? The plot of this manhwa is getting complicated. The central royal army is as strict as they come, but the provincial armies are a different story. They're easily caught up in all the local corruption. I don't have a shred of proof, so I guess I'll have to investigate this myself. With that thought, he began to scheme. Quickly scribbled a letter to leave for D and bolted from his room. His sole purpose was to report this intel to the provincial army in Mei Shi. There had to be a fortress for the provincial army around here somewhere, he thought to himself as he gazed at the barracks up ahead. Meanwhile, the guards at the gate only needed to see Z's Jindu horse for a second and they instantly knew exactly whose fancy ride this was. Hold on, isn't that the family's white steed? I think so. What brings you here, sir? The guard asked, raising a hand in greeting. Z got straight to the point. I'm here to make a report. Is the general inside? Hearing this, the soldier didn't exactly hurry to agree. Instead, he shot back, Do you have an appointment, sir? Z answered flatly, I do not. This response put the soldier in a rather tight spot. If that's the case, this is a little tricky. You'll have to schedule an appointment and return later. A classic Manhwa bureaucracy in action. Hearing this, Z was a little taken aback. Is he really that busy? The soldier shook his head slightly and continued patiently. Sir, it's just the general's policy. He never sees anyone without a prior appointment. At this, Z's tone began to sharpen, with a touch of annoyance as he pressed on. It's not that I don't want to follow the rules, but this is an emergency. The safety of this entire province could be at stake. Can't you just pass along the report? Isn't the local military responsible? For managing the situation here, you're telling me I need an appointment just to report. And something this serious, in the face of his words? The soldier could only look completely flustered. I'm sorry, we're just following and our orders. Back to our hero's perspective, Z's eyebrows were furrowed so tightly, they were practically about to become one. He had to admit yelling at the grunts wasn't going to change a single thing. But still, just turning around and leaving like this, yeah, this isn't looking good for you at all. At that exact moment right behind him, a deep booming voice echoed out. The soldier immediately snapped to attention and saluted while Zet turned around to size up the newcomer. So that's supposed to be the general around here? No way, a night get real, just look at that soft and squishy physique. In Zet's eyes, the so-called general was nothing more than a bloated slob without a single ounce of a commander's presence. Across from him, the general calmly strode right up to Zet and demanded, And who are you? Zet gave a polite bow and explained that he had come to deliver a report. Just then the general's eyes landed on Zet's horse, and he pressed further, You don't look like you're from the Bai Han family, so why are you riding one of the Bai Han's white steeds? Did you steal it? Zet replied smoothly. It was a gift. But even as he said it, in his mind his opinion of this stinky pig of a general had already hit rock bottom. The guy couldn't care less about the actual report. If it wasn't for this spectacular horse, a creature straight out of a fantasy manhwa, he probably wouldn't have even bothered to look his way, completely oblivious. To these inner thoughts, the General Ponman looked a bit surprised. A bit surprised. A gift I've never heard of anyone. Just gifting. A white steed. What family? Do you belong to You Don't Look Like a Knight? Zet just shook his head slightly. I'm just a mage from a nameless clan, that's all. Hearing this, Ponman obviously wasn't stupid enough to just buy that. He sneered, a mage who isn't even a knight receiving a white steed from that family as a gift. Do you really think you can just waltz in here and spew such nonsense? As he spoke, he stared daggers at our protagonist, trying to intimidate him. However, Zet, he remained as cool as a cucumber, replying with unshakable calm. It's a rare case, I admit, but more importantly, don't you think you should hear the report I came all this way to deliver down below? Someone is selling counterfeit holy water at the Major Sir Cathedral and is even impersonating a priest. As you know, holy water is incredibly precious. But before Z could even finish his report, all of a sudden, this General Ponman character started bellowing orders to his soldiers to arrest that bastard immediately. What is this, some kinda dramatic manhwa plot twist? I haven't even finished my sentence yet, Z wondered to himself, but by then, the soldiers had already surrounded him from all four sides. Meanwhile, the general had dismounted his horse and ordered them to drag Z into the dungeon and confiscate his white steed. At this point, all Z could do was let out a heavy sigh. So you're all really in on this together. In his mind, he let out a little curse. Damns it. My intuition is never ever wrong. Across from him, Ponman was still arrogantly lecturing our main character. You're going to regret ever opening mouth. You little brat, what are you all standing around for? Get him out of here. And just like that, the soldiers swarmed him quickly, tying his hands behind his back and hauling him away. But even as he was being dragged off, Jay couldn't resist a final warning. Oh, you'll be the one to regret this, he yelled, such a classic empty threat. This little outburst sent the general into a fit of roaring laughter. Ha ha ha, let's see how much you run that mouth of yours. After we've snapped every last bone in your body. At this point, Z didn't even bother to argue back. He just let out a small, knowing smirk, looking exactly like a manhwa protagonist who's already 5 steps ahead. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene over at the Bahan family estate, Lord Fernando was in the middle of a conversation with a certain knight. The emperor has announced a magnificent reward. Hearing this, Fernando began reading from a notice, as Tuas cut straight to the point. Hold on, are you telling me our clan was the top contributor? In response to that eager question, Fernando whipped out a list of his own and confirmed, you bet your britches we were, among all the imperial citizens we saved from those scummy slave traders. The Bahan clan single-handedly rescued 3,720 souls. Coming in second is the Ahan clan with a respectable 2,580. The emperor is always big on balance and harmony. Knights and mages are rarely pushed to compete like this, so believe me, he is really paying attention to this mission. For the Bahan clan to be the star player in a real-life manhwa-style mission is a massive accomplishment. You'll be getting a hefty reward too. The journey ahead is a long one, so stop wasting my time and get packing. But just as he was wrapping up his little speech, the clan head's voice suddenly faltered. His eyes narrowed, glued to the very list he was holding. Right on cue from outside, a knight barges in with a report. My lord, there's some kid at the manor asking for you. We were about to give him the boot, but he said that he's a friend of Sir Tuas and Za, so I figured I'd better check. Hearing this, Toyce's head whipped around. That boy, his name wouldn't happen to be Yao, would it? The knight nodded in confirmation. That's the one. You actually know this kid. Upon hearing that, a wave of anxiety washed over our boy Toi. He shot a nervous glance at his boss before replying, yeah, I know him. But what in the world is he doing here? Up front, Fernando's expression had turned deadly serious, which made Tuas frantically try to do damage control. My lord, I'll handle this. Personally, please don't trouble yourself with it. But before he could finish, Fernando cut him off. No need, bring the boy in. Zahan must have sent him. He apparently has something to tell me. We might as well hear what it is. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Za's achievements were being celebrated. It is for assisting the subjects of the empire regardless of their status. All noble families are expected to follow this shining example. Standing before the imposing figure of Fernando, Yao was absolutely terrified. I'm just a humble servant, he stammered, trembling. Greetings to the great Lord of Bahan. The Lord of Bahan, lounging on his grand chair, looked down his nose at Yao and drawled, all right, and what business brings you here? The blonde-haired young man quickly offered his thanks for the audience. He then presented a striking red letter. Well, you see, it's like this. He left me a note. He wrote that if he hadn't returned by nightfall, I was to deliver this to you, my lord. A Bahan servant took the letter from Yao and presented it to Fernando. The lord accepted it, his mind already racing with possibilities. The emperor's decree ended by praising the Ahan name, he thought. The Bahan family may have won the battle, but we've lost the war. And now a letter from Zi Ahan, the very man the emperor himself commended. Even if its contents are trivial, it's only proper that I read it myself. Slowly, the Lord of Bahan slid the letter from the red envelope. The very instant his eyes fell upon the message inside, he couldn't hide his utter astonishment. This letter was a detailed record of the crimes of a certain member of the church, a priest. That last line made the general absolutely roar with laughter. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you're still talking so tough after we've broken every single bone in your body. From the holy sanctuary, a major sir has been using the church's name to sell fake holy water. exploiting the people's faith to scam them, absolute traitors who've forsaken their duties. Despite being warned, he stubbornly remains and is even suspected of colluding with the local military and accepting bribes. Upon learning of all this, Lord Bahan was deeply skeptical. So the kid wrote all this with the intention of me reading it with my own two eyes. This is truly the worldview of a 15-year-old boy. At the very bottom of the letter, Z had left a small note that if I don't make it back by nightfall, Yao is to deliver this letter to Lord Bahan. After reading it, Fernando nodded sagely. So now I understand why he wrote it this way. Meanwhile, Yao was still in a full-blown prostration on the floor, his entire body trembling as he tried to speak. Yes, my lord, I was afraid something terrible had happened to Z. I know that. I've overstepped my bounds, but I still took the liberty of coming here. I am so sorry. The man seated majestically upon his throne let his voice boom out with a soul-shaking authority. You must have been terrified, and yet you still dared to come here for the sake of your friend. That is a very respectable act. Upon hearing this, the boy looked up in utter confusion, letting out a little, huh. His words may have been sharp as ice, but their meaning was unbelievably warm. The master of Bei, Han, gestured behind him with a golden arm, ordering, "It's already late. Go find something hot to eat. In the meantime, I'll write you a letter, so just relax and enjoy your meal." Yao watched his retreating back, so overwhelmed with gratitude that he bowed repeatedly, shouting, "Thank you. I am truly, truly grateful, my lord." He then froze for a moment, replaying Fernando's words in his head. Just now, he called someone like me respectable. Man knights in this Manhwa are truly extraordinary people. Not long after, Yao found himself being served, as if he were an honored guest. Servant brought him a pastry with a gentle smile and said, "Please enjoy your meal." The kid replied gratefully, "Thank you so much." The moment Yao stuffed the delicious pastry into his mouth and started scarfing it down, tears began to stream uncontrollably down his cheeks. He was so moved, savoring the absolutely divine flavor in his mouth, thinking, this thing is even more delicious than freshly hunted beef. Meanwhile, in a dark and filthy dungeon, the surroundings were pitch black save for the flickering light from a single torch. On the ground, blood and sweat were splattered everywhere. Xiaoqiang and Jiahui were running rampant, parading around the cell as if they owned it. Z was strung up upside down, his tightly bound feet streaked with blood and covered in horrifying bruises. The sound of his heavy panting echoed throughout the prison cell, but as it turns out, he was doing inverted sit-ups just like that. He was completely calm, focused on his workout without a single break. This sight made the guard outside both wary and grudgingly impressed, as he thought to himself, that psycho, he's been at it for over 2 hours now. He's been hung up for torture, and this is what he decides to do. This is like something out of a hardcore manhwa. I feel like I'm the one who's about to go insane here. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a man walked in, complaining loudly. My nose is about to rot right off my face. Recognizing his superior, the guard quickly saluted. General Panman, sir. The portly man's face turned purple as he clutched his nose with a handkerchief and demanded, what in the hell is he doing? The soldier snapped to attention and reported, we're not sure, sir, but he's been like that the entire time. The guard from the previous shift said he was handed over in the exact same condition by the guy before him. And the guy before that, Panman, finally got the picture. So you're telling me he's been doing this for hours? He asked. The guard glanced over at Z, who was still in the middle of his training, and replied, yes, sir, pretty much. The guy's a lot tougher than he looks. Right on cue, Panman ordered his soldiers to unlock the cell door. Z was finally let down, collapsing to his knees on the floor, flanked by 2 guards from behind. The general's voice boomed with authority. Depending on your answer, I might just let you go, or I could kick this torture up a whole new notch. That white steed of yours refuses to listen to me. Did you put some kind of curse on it? Z shot back, that's ridiculous. A white steed only submits to a master it chooses for itself. Panman, still holding a cloth over his nose, simply raised an eyebrow, clicked his tongue, and sneered. And now we're supposed to believe the horse has a rider. Seriously, you're going to bet on some pathetic spellcaster. Zet shot a mocking smirk right back at him. Oh, don't you worry, you'll see for yourself soon enough. Being talked to like that sent Pan Man into a blistering rage. He glared, his voice a low growl. You absolute bastard! He dramatically tossed his outer armor aside, rolled up his sleeves like some classic Manhwa villain, and stalked forward. It seems our last session was a little too gentle for your liking. From now on, I'll be handling you personally. No one has ever lasted more than 30 minutes under my personal care. Faced with the general's incandescent fury, Zet just smiled calmly as if he was waiting for the fun to start, which only cranked Pan Man's rage-o-meter up to 11. Oh, look at you, he thought. Still got a smile on that face. Pan Man selected a long pointy knife from the smorgasbord of weapons on the floor and walked towards him, his glare full of menace. I can't wait to see how long that arrogant look lasts. Nobody has ever withstood what I'm about to do. I'm going to take this dagger, jam it into your kneecap, and twist it until I hit bone. This is your last chance to start talking. As he spoke, he prodded the tip of the knife against Zet's very firm thigh. But this little move didn't scare him in the slightest. Instead, Zet just ramped up the defiance, snapping, "Get lost." Having been poked and prodded one too many times, Pan Man finally lost all patience and roared, "You miserable little brat!" He swung the knife high into the air, but suddenly his entire body froze solid. An arrow was now sticking squarely in his throat. He was about to put all his strength into that long, pointy knife. He was aiming for Zet's thighs, preparing for a truly horrific torture session. Suddenly, soldiers rushed in from outside with an urgent report. This sudden interruption caused the knife to stop just 3 centimeters from his thigh. "Sir, we have a problem." A letter was just delivered to Ba Han. The soldier's appearance totally killed Pan Man's mood, and he was furious. He hurled the knife in the soldier's direction, screaming his head off. "Damn it, what is wrong with you? I told you not to bother me when I'm having fun." All of a sudden, fierce bolts of lightning erupted from Zet's body. You really shouldn't interrupt someone during a torture session. Didn't I tell you that already? The guard bowed, practically tripping over himself to explain. My apologies, sir, but this is an emergency. It's a letter from the head of the Bahan family. The furious general snatched the letter right out of the poor guard's hand. Then he bellowed, "If this isn't important, you can start preparing for your own funeral." He ripped open the letter and read it out loud, his voice dripping with disdain. "So what does this little love note say? The man you've captured is the master of the White Horse, and he's a friend of Bahan." The gist of the letter went something like this. The guy you're currently holding prisoner is the master of the White Horse, a friend of Bahan and the son of the Ahan family. Since you are currently under suspicion for a teensy-weensy bit of corruption, you are to immediately relinquish your command and await a full investigation from the Central Army. He muttered the final damning lines under his breath. If you resist, you will face the judgment of Bahan. He absolutely lost it, tearing the letter to shreds and roaring. What the hell is this? An investigation judgment. You think he has the right to talk to a general? Personally appointed by the emperor like that. This was your little scheme all along, wasn't it? That smug look on your face. This is exactly what you were waiting for since the beginnings. Still haven't snapped back to reality, have you? Even if he's the head of the Bahan family, he can't just walk all over an imperial general. Lei just smirked, looking entirely too pleased with himself as he shot back a reply. Oh, but he can. The reason for that should be painfully obvious by now. The general began twirling a sharp dagger in his hand. His eyes gleaming with pure murderous intent, he hissed, "A reason, you say? Don't make me laugh. If I just kill you and that phony priest, there won't be any witnesses, no evidence. Not a single loose end left." Just then, in a classic Manhwa power-up, fierce arcs of lightning erupted all over Lei's body, instantly charring the ropes binding his hands to a crisp. Lei's expression was pure ice. The lightning incinerated the ropes binding his hands. In a chilling tone, Lei spoke. "A piece of work like you will only learn your lesson after experiencing a sufficient amount of pain." And with that, he sat up completely free and ready to rumble. A ferocious bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from his body, making Ben leap back in shock and scream, "What the?" The guy was just standing there, completely clueless about what was going on. Then a blast of wind shot forward and a chain suddenly whipped around his ankle. What in the world is this? Even our boy Z was staring bewildered by this bizarre power. It seemed to appear from nowhere, completely ignoring Pan Man's desperate screams. "You bastard," he roared, but the white chains just kept on coiling. They wrapped around his entire body and began to slowly consume him. Z could only watch in stunned silence as the guy was crushed into oblivion. His horrifying screams echoed through the air. Just then, Z sensed another presence and whipped his head around. Turns out those fancy chains belonged to some mystery mage, and who knows how long this dude had been standing right next to him. But strangely, he didn't seem hostile at all. Z immediately clocked the identity of the guy in the black cloak. He thought to himself, a member of the royal guard slumming it with these low-ranked soldiers. Seriously, just how deep does this organization's influence really go? While he was lost in his thoughts, a voice snapped him back to reality. "Young master." The commander of the black-robed squad, standing right in the middle, spoke up. "The head of the family has ordered your immediate return. We are here to escort you. Please come with us." Z didn't say a word, simply letting them lead him away. He had to get back and see what on earth was going on with his family. For them to summon him back so urgently, something was definitely up. Meanwhile, in another location, a man was kneeling before a woman. He reported, "My lady, we have failed." That Z character was rescued by his own family. Looking at this crew, Z was absolutely stunned. He wondered to himself, since when were they involved? Damn it, just how far does this blasted network even reach? This is getting more complicated than your average manhwa plot. He asked suspiciously, "Why the sudden summons?" The commander replied coldly, "That is of no importance. An order is an order. Please hurry." Z hesitated, thinking to himself, "This is bad. I haven't gotten the elixir yet, and I still haven't found Lagu Shavin." With that in mind, he said, "Just give me a few more days. I'll return on my own." But the commander was not having any of it. "Impossible, we are only following the orders of the family head." Z glanced down at Ban, who was trussed up like a turkey on the ground, and thought to himself, "I need more time. I have to find a way to stall them." Suddenly, an idea sparked in Z's mind. "You're the Shadow Guard, aren't you? Don't tell me you're clueless about the situation in the Ahan clan. Going back now is basically a death sentence. There's no way the clan head doesn't realize that." The men in black were struck silent, listening intently as he continued his pitch. "Please deliver this message to the clan head for me. If I'm expected to survive this upcoming storm, I'm going to need some time to prepare. If he still wants me to return after that, I'll go back without another word." The commander used a teleportation spell, instantly warping away to report to the clan head. He soon returned and reported, "Understood, please wait here." While waiting for him to come back, Z stroked his chin, calculating his next move. The Ahan clan head must have been watching my every move through his shadow guard. The real challenges are dealing with that slave trader and then getting to the Bahan territory. I'd better prepare a good story in case Dad asks me about them. Before long, the commander reappeared. He bowed deeply and announced, "Young master, the clan head has agreed to grant you more time. You are to return to the clan within 14 days. That is all the leeway you will be given." Hearing this, Z's expression became deadly serious. He imagined the blood-soaked battle waiting for him at Ahan, a scene straight out of a grimdark manhwa. The clan head and his mysterious guards would be ready and waiting for him in just a few days. Z's eyes, however, lit up again, now burning with fiery determination. He knew the 14-day countdown started now, and if he wanted to save his own skin, he had to get moving and fast. Zet propped his chin up with his hand, his jade-green eyes staring thoughtfully at the ground. "Well, the countdown has officially begun. At least I managed to score an extension, so silver linings, I guess. 14 days, that is all the time you're getting." The moment he heard that, Lee's expression hardened. His mind instantly flashed to the bloodbath waiting for him at the Ahan estate. The head of the Ahan family and his squad of shady, mysterious guards would be waiting for him in just a few days. A fiery resolve suddenly blazed in Lee's eyes. He knew the clock was ticking, 14 days starting right now. He had to move fast if he wanted to save his own skin. Zet rested his chin on his hand, his jade-green eyes lost in thought as he stared at the floor. "The countdown has officially begun. But at least I got an extension, which is a small mercy. I got an extension, so that's something. I'd better get a move on. The commander in the black cloak held his position. He maintained his super respectful bow, speaking in a grave tone. The matter concerning Kaan and the Majoris Church has been assigned to you, sir. An investigator will be arriving shortly, so please handle things discreetly. Hearing this, our boy couldn't hide his shock and shot back. An investigator? Already that was fast, I thought. It'd take at least a day. As he said that, Luo stared at the commander, his mind starting to whirl. Don't tell me this is the Yingwei's doing again. The more I learn about them, the more I realize just how terrifying they are. I want that kind of power for myself. Just when he thought the briefing was over, the guy spoke up again. There is one more thing. Luo propped his chin on his hand, curious. What now? The commander relayed the order. The family head wants you to stop hiding. The fact that you possess the Ahan bloodline. Luo was utterly baffled, pointing to his own eyes and blurting out, what in the world? Hold on, my contact lenses. You mean, you want me to stop wearing them? The commander gave a slight nod. That is correct, but our hero just couldn't wrap his head around it. Snapping back in frustration, but why? Luo wondered to himself. First they forced me to hide everything, and now this. The commander, of course, had no answers for him. He just said, frankly, we were only instructed to deliver that exact message, sir. So, with your permission, we will now take our leave. And with that, he and his squad of black-cloaked minions used some kind of teleportation magic, fading into thin air, a classic manhwa exit. Luo stood there with his hands on his hips, watching the last wisp of dark energy dissipate. Of course, he muttered. They drop a bombshell like that and then just ghost me. Like they were never even here. About 2 hours later, a man with a magnificent mane of silver hair and a beard named CT, an official investigator for the Empire, spotted our hero and greeted him with a beaming smile. For such a young man to accomplish such astonishing feats, one miracle after another, and now fate itself has chosen you to expose the corruption within the Imperial Army. So tell me, son, which noble family do you hail from? His Majesty the Emperor will without a doubt personally honor your contributions. Instead of rushing to reply, Z casually popped a contact lens out of his eye, unleashing the blazing crimson eyes that just screamed, I'm the main character of this manhwa. He recalled the commander's words and thought to himself, well, he did tell me to stop hiding my identity. He held his head high, looking straight at Gao, and offered a crisp greeting. It is an honor to meet you. The moment Gao saw the true color of Z's eyes, he nearly jumped out of his boots. Chin up, Z formally introduced himself. I am Zhao, the seventh son of the House of Ahan. Gao could hardly believe his ears. He was stunned for a moment before stammering, Z. Are you truly Zhao? Z was a little surprised by the man's intense reaction, but replied all the same. That's right. The commander gently stroked his snow-white beard, a look of awe on his face. My goodness, I am truly astonished. So you are the Ahan written into the official imperial decree. Z, on the other hand, had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. He could only tilt his head and wonder, an imperial decree, what's that about? Noticing the utter confusion on the young man's face, Gao raised his sleeve and explained, it would seem you are not yet aware. Gao produced a well-creased document and held it out in front of Z, explaining with a proud smile, your name is written at the very end of a decree penned by His Majesty himself. The Emperor praised you with the highest of words. As he spoke, the old man raised his hands and pointed to a line of text on the paper. The elegant characters were perfectly clear. The great deeds of Zhao, who came to the aid of the Empire's people, shall be lauded with the highest honor. Every noble shall endeavor to follow this example. Gao neatly rolled the paper up and tucked it back into his sleeve. He then said in earnest, I have long wished to meet you. The words echoed in Z's mind, Zhao, who aided the Empire's people, shall be lauded with the highest honor. Every noble shall endeavor to follow this example. And just like that, Gao had rolled up the decree and put it away. He'd said it with such genuine feeling, too. I have long wished to meet you. But for this meeting, Z was still finding it all a bit hard to grasp. He voiced his doubt. But how in the world would His Majesty even know about me? He replied that the emperor values a man's word, far more than his status or rank. Word is a few of the people who were recently repatriated couldn't stop singing your praises. Hearing this, Zuo's jaw just about hit the floor. Wait a second, Gordon. He did say he'd repay me, but I never dreamed it would happen this fast. What is this, a Manhwa speedrun? An image of a beaming Gordon flashed through Zuo's mind. Meanwhile, Investigator Cao's voice continued to echo in his ears. His Majesty was very pleased to hear the story. This is also a tremendous honor for your family. Zuo muttered the words, my family, to himself, then placed a hand over his heart and spoke. Investigator Cao, I have one request. I want to handle the Magister Church case myself, all the way to the end. Is that permissible? Cao gave a slow nod, humming thoughtfully for a moment before saying, I see, you want to finish what you started. I like that. Hearing this, Zuo bent into a full 90-degree bow to show his profound respect. Thank you for your understanding. He thought to himself, now that's a true investigator from the Central Army for you, willing to give up a potential major achievement that could have been his without a single moment of hesitation. The man held out a hand, confessing to him that whether you're in a Han or not, you're the first person to thank me in a very long time. Perhaps I've just lived for too long. Take a central unit. With you, you all will be facing those who have violated imperial law. If they resist, you have permission to execute them on the spot. If anything happens, I will take full and complete responsibility. With that, Cao placed a hand on Zuo's shoulder, patting it lightly. A few times, Zuo was a little taken aback by his words, blurting out in admiration, your generosity is far beyond what I expected. Zuo flatly rejected their opinions. Wait. Hearing this, Cao just roared with laughter, slapping Zuo's shoulder repeatedly as he teased, you're nothing like the other Ahan people. Way too polite. I'm starting to like you, kid. Zet just stared at the man, an expression of pure shock on his face, wondering to himself. His jaw went slack. Wait a minute, does this mean everyone else in the Ahan clan is a straight-up Manhwa villain, a certified card-carrying lunatic for real? Moments later, the banner of the Central Army was hoisted high, whipping majestically in the wind, radiating a power that was just as imposing as the exquisitely embroidered logo on the flag itself. The entire army had assembled in perfect formation, right in front of the church. Different divisions, each with their own designated role, stood in disciplined, orderly ranks, and at their head, standing tall, was Commander Zet. Sensing drama, a crowd of nosy townspeople instantly swarmed the area, buzzing with all the juicy gossip. So what's the deal? The Central Army squaring off against the church. This is getting good. You haven't heard they arrested General Bo. Word on the street is he was caught up in some shady business with the church. And get this, I heard the head priest is a total con artist. The absolute scoundrels. The commander at the head of the formation slammed his foot down on the ground with a resounding stomp. Zet solemnly pinned the gleaming gold badge to his chest and boomed, a message for the low-life scammers who have been exploiting the good people of this empire for personal gain. I'm going to count to 3. If you haven't crawled out by then you can just rot in whatever hole you're hiding in. A few tense seconds passed, but the church remained deathly still. Not a single person stepped out. Getting antsy, a soldier stepped forward and asked, should we, go in and drag him out ourselves? Zet mulled it over cautiously before answering. The use of weapons and magic is forbidden. Inside an imperial church, is it not? It's too risky. The soldier nodded. That's right, but I really don't see any other option. A mage then came forward with an idea. In that case, perhaps, we should wait for an official warrant. He strode forward and declared, that won't be necessary. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Hearing that, the two of them were absolutely floored, blurting out in perfect unison. What? Zuo just coolly turned his head and laid it out for them, plain and simple. I don't have much time left. I'm going to handle this personally. So just do me a favor and wait right here. A soldier, practically sweating bullets, tried to stop him. You can't. What if something goes wrong in there? But Zuo was already striding into the church like he owned the place. tossing back a casual, "It'll be fine." The poor soldier, now a nervous wreck, turned to the mage, totally bewildered. But he can't even use magic. What in the world is he planning to do in there? Another guy chimed in, "Hey, aren't we supposed to be his backup? Isn't that why we're here?" Just then, Gao strode up holding a piece of white paper. The second they laid eyes on him, everyone erupted. "Mr. Gao, in your hand, is that an official authorization warrant?" You could say that. That was all the soldiers needed to hear. Instantly, their hands flew to the hilts of their swords. One of them declared, "Now that we have the official green light, there's no reason to stand around anymore. We're storming in and arresting every last one of those criminals." But Gao flat out refused. He took a step back, leaving everyone completely baffled. "Wait, what?" they all stammered, turning to him. He calmly explained, "When I handed that token to Zuo, it was because I was entrusting him with full authority. I gave him complete control to handle this case. I gave him complete control to handle this case." And that's exactly what he wanted. That all-powerful token was the badge. The very same badge Zuo had pinned to his chest. The gold command badge granting him the power to mobilize the entire Imperial army. The soldiers stared as Zuo calmly strolled inside. Watching him walk into that church, one soldier, absolutely fed up, yelled out, "But there's a whole armed gang in there, and we're just not gonna do anything about it. If something happens to him, it's our heads on the chopping block too. Sir, please just give the order to charge in." Suddenly, a loud crash. Zuo had kicked the church doors clean off their hinges. And there they were, all the scammers already subdued and captured alive by Zuo. Every single one of them was bruised black and blue. As he stepped inside, the aged voice of Gao echoed from the other side. You really don't know a single thing about the Ahan clan, do you? This is the kind of drama you only get in a good manhwa. Do you have any idea why the Anhan family is at the top of the food chain? Or why everyone is so terrified of them? Because they're stronger than the other families, right? Just because they're stronger, is that all you think it is? No, there's something far more important than that. He coolly strode into the church. Right in front of him was that whole gang of scammer priests, each one clutching a dagger for self-defense, on high alert as Rep kicked the door in. CT continued his lecture, patiently explaining to everyone that a member of the Anhan bloodline will never ever go back on their word. No matter the cost, no matter how dirty the job, they will see it through to the bitter end. That is what makes people truly fear them. Hearing this, the soldiers and mages let out a long collective "oh" of understanding. Meanwhile, back with Rep, the moment he laid eyes on the fraudulent squad, he looked absolutely delighted. A smirk played on his lips as he spoke. "I told you I'd be back, didn't I? You miserable fakes. So you better open your eyes and watch carefully. Because today, I'm the main character." With that, Zhao Ran, completely unarmed, charged head-on into the pack of scammers, kicking off a bloody battle worthy of its own manhwa series. The church doors suddenly slammed shut, and at the same time, blood-curdling screams and the brutal clang of metal erupted, so loud that even the people outside could hear every last detail. After a tense wait, an impatient soldier, thinking it was a lost cause, finally spoke up. "It's all quiet. Was it that fast? I knew it. I told you he shouldn't have gone in alone." Just then, a white figure emerged from the church. Seeing someone approach, the commander barked out an order to the troops. "Someone's coming, prepare for battle." A few seconds later, the expressions on all the soldiers' faces turned to pure bewilderment, their mouths hanging open. And right on cue, a figure in white casually strolled out from the church. Seeing the person, the army, following their commander's orders, shouted, "Someone's approaching, get ready to fight." But just moments later, the faces of every single soldier went completely slack-jawed with shock, utterly speechless, because a whole line of priests all tied up in ropes was being marched outside. And walking right behind them was none other than our main character. Yug tilted his head, his handsome face on full display. A small, satisfied smirk crept onto his lips. He stepped forward like a true hero straight out of a manhwa. At the sight of him, the entire crowd just erupted. Everyone's faces lit up with joy as they cheered their hearts out. Go, standing right in the middle of it all, was absolutely beaming. He thought to himself, "I knew it." People were tripping over themselves, asking him in utter disbelief, Sir, did you really take them all down without using a single drop of mana? How in the world did you win without any magic? Yui clenched his hand into a tight fist. He smiled back at them and said, "It wasn't as hard as you think." Overjoyed, Guo practically bounced over to stand in front of him. He burst out laughing, unable to stop showering him with praise. "Now that's what I call a hero. I have to say you've managed to astonish me once again. Truly phenomenal." Yu pointed at the gang of bruised-up scammers and spoke. "Investigator Guo, this group was selling fake holy water. I'm sure there are countless victims. Please take care of them." The investigator cheerfully replied, "But of course, I will personally handle this matter. It's my responsibility as an investigator after all." Yue tilted his head, humming thoughtfully. The man cheerfully continued, "You can count on it. I'll personally see to it myself. That is my duty as an investigator, you know. And another thing, Father, you can come out now." He turned his head and called out behind him. This made Guo incredibly curious, his gaze shifting towards the church. A figure in a white priest's robe timidly stepped out from the shadows. Just then a shocked voice cried out from the crowd. "Wait a minute, that's sunlight." It shone down upon the priest's elegant face. Instantly, the surrounding townspeople roared with delight. "It's Father Johann, he's alive." One woman even broke down in tears, praying. "Oh, thank you, Lord, thank you." The ringleader of the scammers, beaten black and blue, shot a venomous glare in his direction. Guo handed him something, not looking too fondly at the captured man himself. All of a sudden, Johann spun on his heel. He headed straight for the ringleader. Gently, he placed his hand on the man's head, channeling a healing green energy into the stunned rebel. Overcome with emotion, the ringleader looked up and whispered, "Father," as Johann's entire body began to glow with that serene green mana. Zet could only marvel to himself, that's holy power. Just looking at it made you feel warm and peaceful, like you were witnessing something truly divine. After receiving the full force of Johann's healing ability, all the bruises on the ringleader's face completely vanished, making his henchmen stare in absolute disbelief. Johann then expanded his healing aura to encompass all the rebels. He gently told them, "Repent for your sins and live according to the Lord's will. Do that, and he will always be by your side." Hearing this, they all bowed down in unison, deeply moved, and chorused, "We're sorry, thank you, Father. We swear we will never defy the Lord's will again." That day, the entire church was filled with the joyous, relieved cheers of everyone present. A voice echoed, carrying, with unrestrained emotion, Father Johann was back. After things settled down, Johann finally turned to the Central Army to introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Johann Sidiser, the 49th priest of the Empire. I am eternally grateful to you, John, for carrying out God's will. I would very much like to invite you for a cup of tea. Could you spare a moment?" With that, he gestured invitingly towards the inside of the church. John, without a second thought, immediately replied, "Yes, of course." But just then, Master C from behind him held out a hand to stop him. "John, over here for a moment." Confused, he turned his head back. The old man opened his palm to reveal something gleaming, and then he spoke. "If you don't mind, I would like to bestow upon you." Looking at it, John asked hesitantly, "Is this an investigator's badge? The kind of authority that can mobilize the Imperial forces?" Gotik nodded, adding, "That's right. Just flash this little thing anywhere in the Empire and they'll immediately jump to assist you." Zet was completely floored by this, his mind just a whirlwind of confusion. Why would you give this to me? You don't even know what I'll use it for." Guota simply placed it into Zet's hand, his voice dropping to a low tone. "I'm trusting that you won't tarnish my reputation. Just promise me one thing, you'll only use that badge for the good of the Empire. If the day ever comes when you use it for your own personal gain, then you'll have repaid my trust with betrayal." Zet's hand tightened around the emblem. He replied to the old general, his voice rock solid. "Yes, sir, I understand. I will never let that happen." Hearing that, Guote was clearly pleased, letting out a booming laugh. "You're really nothing like any Ahan I've ever met before." With that said, he turned away, lost in thought. Seems living a long life really is full of surprises. Guote raised a hand high, giving a command to the central army, and then bid Zet farewell. Everything's taken care of now, we'll be taking our leave. I hope we meet again. Guote led the column of soldiers away. Zet remained standing there, his eyes fixed on the man's retreating figure. He clutched the emblem tightly, his heart filled with silent gratitude. What a classic power-up moment in this manhwa. He then turned back to Father Johann and the townspeople. Every single one of them was looking at him with eyes full of gratitude and deep respect. Zet cracked a smile, a truly sincere and warm one. He knew that from this day forward, the responsibility on his shoulders had become immensely heavier. But he had no intention of backing down. Then came the perfectly synchronized marching of the Central Army's boots. Xie immediately bowed a full 90 degrees, a deeply respectful farewell. When he looked up, the corner of his mouth was slightly upturned, his face filled with immense gratitude as he watched. The group's figures slowly fade into the distance. Inside the ancient church, a solemn and warm atmosphere enveloped the entire scene. At a small wooden table set with 2 cups of hot tea, Johann's voice broke the silence. Thank you for saving us. I also heard that everyone who was affected by the incident will be fully compensated. You've truly done something wonderful, something extraordinary, Sir Zet, he humbly replied. Father, you're giving me far too much credit. Seeing right through Z's little game, Johann cut straight to the chase. What is it, he asked, getting right to the point, that you desire from me? Being read like an open book like that actually made Z smirk. He was inwardly impressed. As expected of him, sharp as a tack. The priest knew he wasn't just acting out of pure faith. With that thought, Z laid his cards on the table. To be perfectly honest, he said, I need your holy water. Father, Johann's expression immediately turned serious, his eyes filled. With caution, the father asked, the holy water is meant to heal the sick and destroy evil. What precisely do you intend to use it for? Z answered without hesitation, I need it to forge magical artifacts. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that counts as destroying evil, but it will at the very least save my life. The priest tilted his head, intrigued. Your life, you say? Z nodded, and began to explain. Yes, I'm an Ahan, but I was disowned by the family because I can't use mana, and now I've just received an order to return home. Do you understand what that implies, Father Johann? Understood instantly. Yes, I've heard the stories. The struggle for succession among your siblings is notoriously vicious. It sounds like something straight out of a grimdark manhwa. But do you really think a few magical trinkets will be enough to stop them all and save your own skin? Z pushed back. I simply want to be prepared with every single advantage I can get. He calmly raised the teacup to his lips for a sip, his mind already deep in calculation. Okay, so right now the maximum stat boost I can get from elixirs is 2. And if the transcendent skill requires 5 mana points, I only have 3. That thing is ridiculously precious. The difference between being able to use it freely versus only being able to use it when I'm straining with all my might, well, that's a world of difference. On the other side of the table, Priest Johann gazed pensively at his own reflection in his teacup. You know, I have heard a rumor or two about you, model, that you were the one who dealt with that notorious slave trader. The very one the Ahan clan used to secretly pull the strings for. I believe it is God's will that a man from the house of Ahan came to Major's sanctuary to help protect this holy place. Perhaps even my helping you right now is all part of his grand design. With that, he rose from his seat, making Jue, who was sitting opposite him, jump in surprise. Johann turned back, placing an old, dusty black box on the table. He wiped away the layers of dust, still clinging to the box, and said, I have been keeping this for the one who truly needs it. The potency of holy water all depends on how much sacred power it contains. I crafted these vials over a very long time, pouring all the strength I could possibly give into them. I hope they will be of service to you. As he finished speaking, Johann opened the box to reveal 3 vials of intensely powerful, brilliantly blue holy water. Seeing it, Jue practically shot out of his chair, scrambling to show his gratitude. Holy water this precious? Father, I am truly, truly grateful. Johann just smiled, gently extending his hand and this is a personal gift from me. May the blessings of the Holy Spirit always be with you. After the meeting was over, Zui was shown to his new lodgings, a room inside the ancient church. Sitting in the small chamber, he pulled out the items he'd just received, staring at them for a moment, lost in thought. Looking at the gift in his hands, Zui muttered in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? I can't believe I actually got the one item I've been thirsting for. Ever since I started playing this game, a priest's emblem, this gleaming badge, was the personal gift Johann had given him. It's called a priest's emblem, or, in other words, a seal of approval from a priest. Now that might not sound like a big deal, but in the world of this manhwa, it wields an absolutely immense amount of power. The church only has the authority it does today because the emperor has poured all his resources into building a morally upright empire. Therefore, a priest's seal is basically an indirect stamp of approval from the emperor. With a priest's badge in my hand, I won't be hunted down or arrested the moment I'm spotted. And more importantly, no one can just arbitrarily take my life anymore, Jan thought to himself. Just this one little badge is enough to make me a whole lot safer. Amidst this internal power struggle, this is some next-level manhwa plot armor. Johann must have known that when he gave it to me. He looked at the two items in his hand and said aloud, "An investigator's badge and a priest's seal. This is probably the best gear I could possibly get before returning to my clan. From now on, anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay a very steep price for it. And no matter where I go, the Imperial Army can protect me. Just looking at these is enough to make my heart feel at ease." Jian cracked a smirk, his face finally relaxing, filled with a sense of security. He then turned his attention to the vials of holy water on the ground. "All right, next up," he muttered. Zet snatched up a vial, his mouth running a mile a minute with his analysis. In this manhwa's game system, Johann's holy water only has a 20% success rate, but he did say this batch was made with extra care. "I've got 3 vials of holy water and 2 portions of demon's breath. It would be so sweet if this worked on the first go. Welp, let's give it a shot. If it fails, I'll just have to figure out how to farm some more." With that settled, he yanked the cork off the holy water vial with his teeth. Zet carefully poured the shimmering blue holy water into the fiery red demon's breath. The two opposing colors slowly began to merge. He waited for a miracle to happen, a single bead of nervous sweat trickling down his forehead. As the last of the holy water was used up, the blue essence coiled around the demon's breath, emitting a few currents of sacred energy. Realizing this change was a good thing, with it, Jin let out a low whistle of admiration. Just a few seconds later, the devil's breath cracked open, revealing a vial of exquisitely carved blue glass. A brilliant aura enveloped it, radiating an immense pressure. Staring at the item that had just appeared before him, Jin's eyes went wide, his jaw hanging open in utter shock. He was absolutely ecstatic, gazing at the brand new creation and cheering, "I actually did it. I really succeeded on my very first try." Without a moment's hesitation, Jin tipped the glass vial back and chugged the deep blue liquid coursing through his veins. Almost instantly, the system window flashed with a notification: magic stat has increased by 1. Your magic has leveled up to level 4. Seeing that message, he exclaimed with joy, "All right, just as I'd hoped, my magic stat is on the rise." Inside the old black box, only 2 vials of holy water remained, which meant he could still craft one more. Jin clenched his fist, his eyes glued to the system panel as he calculated. "If the next one is also a success, I'll hit 5 points in my magic stat. I've got 2 holy waters and 1 devil's breath. If I pull this off again, I'll still have 1 vial to spare." And with that, he immediately started crafting another vial of power. The devil's breath, upon receiving the holy water, blazed red like a miniature sun. Watching it, Jin prayed under his breath, "Please, oh please work." Crafting successful, a vial filled with a butterfly pea blue solution once again appeared before him, radiating a dazzling halo. It looked divine. At the sight, he let out a loud cheer. "This is insane. I succeeded again. I feel like the main character in a manhwa. Jin looked at the empty holy water bottle in his hand doing the math. Wait, is the success rate for this like 80% or something? Man, that old guy must have spent an eternity making these. With this much divine power, it's basically like having a whole extra life. He decided it was best to save one for later. Without another word, he immediately chugged the powerful solution from the vial. Almost instantly, the system announced that his magic stat had increased by +1. His magic was now at level 5. But this time, the system didn't just stop at that one notification. A brand new display panel flashed to life right in front of Zet. The gist of it was that his new magic level had unlocked a new skill called Transcendence. Its effect was to dramatically enhance the user's physical abilities and create a shield effect proportional to their magic stat. After reading all that, Zet couldn't contain his excitement for a second longer. He shot up from the bed, punching the air triumphantly. A massive ecstatic grin plastered across his face. In his over-the-top excitement, Zet's foot promptly got tangled in the bed frame. He just laughed it off and fell backward, relishing the change in his body with a satisfied little smile. Zet let himself sink into the soft bed, his eyes drifting up to the ceiling as he let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "It feels like all my stress is just melting away. Man, I was seriously on edge just now. If the requirement for Transcendence had been 10 magic points instead of 5, I would have been so screwed." As he said this, he let out a chuckle, a look of pure joy on his face. Zet's gaze was glued to the system panel projected on the ceiling, still grinning as he thought to himself, "Honestly, this is way more fun than any video game or manhwa I've ever read." Inside the city, towering skyscrapers were built packed tightly together. Each building painted a different fascinating color. Yao was taking a stroll down the street, his eyes fixed on a piece of paper in his hand as he began to speak. "Oh, by the way, I looked into those white-haired people from the Esco tribe you asked about. Turns out there are only about 40 of them. Not nearly as many as I thought." Lisa was right behind him. She listened in silence as Zet spoke up. "Yeah, that's not a lot. Each with its own interesting color." Yao stepped onto the street for a stroll, his eyes glued to the paper in his hand as he started talking. "Oh, by the way, I investigated those white-haired folks from the Esco tribe that you asked about. Turns out there are only about 40 of them, not as many as I expected." Lisa was behind him. She quietly listened. As Zet replied, "Yeah, that's not many at all, is it?" Yao, walking beside them, added his 2 cents. "Just as you suggested, I use the money to lure them in and round them up." Exactly. 34 people showed up, which means the person you're looking for is definitely among the last 6 remaining. Z curiously asked, "And you have the locations for those 6? Yao turned back and replied, "But of course, to be extra sure. I even wrote down the precise coordinates for each one. I guarantee you'll find them in a flash. You'll track them all down, no problem." Taking the paper from Yao, Z couldn't hide his satisfaction. "Now this is my kind of style. Thanks, you just made my life a whole lot easier." The kid just let out a polite little chuckle and said, "Oh, that was just basic stuff. I can handle cases that are way more complicated and tough. So I'm pretty capable, wouldn't you say?" Hearing this, Z's jaw dropped. He just stared at the kid, deep in thought for a few seconds before finally saying, "Yao, I already know you're a smart guy. You don't have to constantly try to prove it." Z's words left Yao absolutely stunned, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Z stood right in front of him and declared with total conviction, "I will take full responsibility for you and your sibling all the way to the end. You're the first real teammate I've ever had. This is what a real manhwa partnership looks like." Hearing this, both of them were completely overcome with emotion, bursting into a blubbering mess while calling out Z's name. But our boy just coldly reminded them, "Hey, don't get all emotional over something so obvious. That's a sickness, you know." Just then a woman approached them and cheerfully called out, "Excuse me, those red eyes. Could you be Zahan?" Z turned to look at her, asking suspiciously, "And how would you know who I am?" The woman, her dark blue eyes sparkling and her face flushed with excitement, blurted out, "What anyone in Mazors who doesn't know who you are has to be a spy. You're the young Zahan, the one who took down that Kaan artist and protected Father Johann and the church." But by the time he managed to slip away from the adoring crowd, the guy had completely vanished into thin air. Staring at the now empty street filled with nothing but random passers-by, Z cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it all. Seeing him rush off, Yao quickly chased after him, asking anxiously, Saz, what's wrong? What just happened? The whole city is buzzing about it. And it was only then that Z finally started to notice the massive crowd. A buzzing crowd was gathering. He turned his head around and looked at them, finally realizing, so that's why. Everyone was giving me such weird looks. I just assumed it was because of my eyes. But I guess it was something else entirely. From the crowd of townsfolk, a young man in a blue shirt spoke up, that guy over there is Zet. The dude next to him was not pleased with that casual address and immediately corrected him. Hey, that guy, you should call him sir. Show some respect, will you? I heard that just making eye contact with someone from the Ahan family will get you killed. Is it really okay to be staring at him like this? They say it's fine if you're a messenger of God. Besides, not all Ahans are cruel. Watching the crowd gossip up a storm, a thoroughly confused Yao asked, what in the world is going on? Lisha, trembling with fear, clutched his shirt with teary eyes and cried out, Yao, I'm so scared. Just then, the entire crowd turned and shouted at the three of them in unison. Thank you, sir, for protecting the Magister Church. Our families will remember your kindness. For generations to come, thank you, sir. Zet, looking a little awkward, thought to himself. You'd think I'd be completely used to scenes like this by now. But if I'm being honest, this is still seriously awkward. With that thought, he turned to Rue and subtly pointed towards an escape route, whispering, let's bounce. But suddenly a jolt of pure dread shot through Zuo's mind, making him freeze in his tracks. Sensing a murderous aura thick enough to cut with a knife, Zuo snapped his head around his eyes, locking onto one particular man in the crowd as the horrifying realization dawned on him. Something's not right. That guy, he stared and the pieces clicked into place instantly. The scarred eye, the white hair, it couldn't be anyone else. That man was Lakiti Shevin. Zuo's eyes were glued to the figure disappearing into the sea of people as he desperately shouted out, wait a minute, stop right there. He immediately started shoving his way after Lakiti Shevin, pushing through the packed crowd. Excuse me, coming through. Zuo growled, his voice low and grim, it's him. Yao sputtered in confusion, him? You mean, that's the guy we're looking for? Z's voice was grim. He was just here, but he's already bolted. Yao, give me the closest of those 6 locations you mentioned, now. We have to move fast. Z shot him an urgent look and Yao instantly nodded in response. You got it. A moment later, all 3 of them were tearing off in the direction he pointed. Take a left at the end of this street. Meanwhile, as Z sprinted, his mind was racing, putting the pieces together. He's probably trying to slip away using this route. If this guy is serious about hiding, we might never find him. Following Yao's directions, he quickly reached the end of the alley. Spotting a simple stone building up ahead, Yao yelled, that building, room 203. Without a second's hesitation, Z stormed right into room 203. He practically kicked the door wide open, only to find a strange old man with a flowing white beard and hair. The old-timer took one look at him and his jaw hit the floor. He's trying to get away using this route. If this guy is dead set on hiding, we'll probably never find him. Following the directions from Yao, he quickly reached the end of the alley. Spotting a simple stone building up ahead, Yao yelled, that building, room 203. Without a second's hesitation, Z stormed into room 203 of that house, hastily throwing the door wide open. But inside was just a strange old man with a flowing white beard. The moment he saw Z, he gasped, his mouth hanging wide open. Damn it, Z muttered, panting with disappointment. This wasn't the debt collector the old man was expecting. The white-haired man immediately dropped to his knees and started begging. I swear I'll pay the rent tomorrow. Just give me a little more time. But Z couldn't have cared less about him. He immediately bolted straight for the window. Like a hero straight out of an action manhwa, Z leaped from the second-story window, barking an order as he fell. Next location, move. Seeing him just yeet himself from that height left Yao completely terrified, screaming with his mouth wide open. Hey, are you insane? But Z was relentless, continuing the chase without a pause. There's no way he's causing this much destruction with just a magical tool. They combed through several other rooms based on the intel Yao provided. They hit every single spot, throwing open doors and giving each one a thorough sweep. The master of every single one of these rooms, their next destination was a place that was as dark as it was creepy. The place was practically fossilized in dust and grime. Yao's terrified voice echoed down the corridor. Next up is the other side of the first basement. The room on the left. She gripped the doorknob, feeling an overwhelming, oppressive aura. It was radiating intensely from inside that room. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Yao called out softly, "Zhe!" Without offering any explanation, he gave a cold, hard command. Yo, you need to go upstairs, now. Ji's face grew serious, his mind racing. We need to hurry. But what is this gut-wrenching feeling of dread? Their opponent this time was the greatest blacksmith in existence. And to top it all off, he was a deserter. If this really is the place Luo CTO used to live, with that thought he knew he couldn't hesitate a second longer. He immediately activated his trap skill. The system announced the casting of Thunder Flame magic. Crackling arcs of powerful lightning erupted all over Ji's body. With his supercharged hands, he gently pushed the door open. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded from within, and it was followed by a ridiculously huge explosion. The blast didn't just shake the house, it completely obliterated it. The very ground erupted violently. Earth and stone were sent flying in every direction. Right at that moment, the system chimed in with an update. Thunderflame magic has been nullified. Talent Immortal Challenger has been activated, a classic Manhwa power-up. Ji's eyes shot wide open in shock, staring at the brilliant blue flames that roared to life. He could feel a searing heat enveloping the entire space. He recognized it instantly. This was Blue Flame. Hearing the cataclysmic boom, Yao came rushing back. He yelled frantically, "What in the world was that? Yaji, are you okay?" But Z didn't respond to him. His gaze was fixed dead ahead. He took in the surrounding scene of utter devastation, and the blue flame that was now slowly starting to fade. The sight sent him deep into thought. Blue flame is a high-tier attribute of fire. Even mastering standard fire magic is incredibly difficult. But this guy managed to create blue flame with nothing but a simple trap. How is that even possible? Lai gazed upwards, muttering in pure frustration. Damn it, everything's been blown to kingdom come. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for the Immortal Challenger trait this time, I would have been a goner right there on the spot. Immortal Challenger. True to its name, is one heck of a special trait. It lets you completely ignore what should be instant fatal damage. I know it all too well since I used to use it all the time back in the game. To put it simply, with a trait like this, no one can take me down in a single hit. I thought it was a level 4, maybe level 5 explosion at most. And yet, Immortal Challenger actually activated. I always had faith in this ability. But thinking about the fact I technically just died once is not exactly a warm and fuzzy feeling. I have got to get my hands on that guy. I am 100% going to make him my ally. A little later, they all regrouped in Z's room. D's indignant voice cut through the tension. This is completely absurd. Why are we the ones being suspected? We're victims here too. This is so unfair. Lai slumped into a chair, looking utterly drained as he chimed in. Well, we were the only ones at the scene of the crime after all. If we can't prove that the explosion was caused by a trap, then we're the perfect sacrifices to pin this on. Not to mention, Han is from a major clan in this Manhwa. We don't have an alibi. Unless we can prove the explosion was a setup, we're the most convenient scapegoats they could ask for. On top of that, Han is from a prominent family. The Fire Clan, no less. Remembering the obliterated room, he thought, I already tried sifting through the wreckage for clues. But everything was incinerated. There's absolutely nothing left. Yao, her voice trembling with anxiety, turned to Z and asked, so what are we supposed to do now? Shouldn't we just, I don't know, make a run for it before the Imperial Army shows up? Should I try to ask for help? Or maybe I reach out to the Bahan clan. The Lord there seems like a pretty decent guy. If we just explain the situation, he might help us out. Hearing that, Lai shot up from his slouch, suddenly sitting bolt upright. It would be for the best if we don't explain anything. The man's face hardened, his entire demeanor shifting to that of a commander as he announced himself. I am Ma Dan's successor to General Banmin here in Mayas. And get the Bahan clan involved any further, lie finished, as Yao finally understood. Ah, is it because of the Heijing Jun? Zhu nodded. Yeah, and they had a very strong reaction last time we met. Meanwhile, outside the room, a scene straight out of a tense political manhwa was unfolding. The flag of the local garrison flew high in the wind while a squad of heavily armed soldiers stood in perfect formation right in front of the inn. The commander at the front cleared his throat and bellowed, "By order of the majestic local garrison, General Madan and Zhao Ran, get out here this instant." Hearing the summons, Zuo shot bolt upright. Well, they're here. Yao, sitting beside him, practically jumped out of her skin. Zuo, you're not seriously just gonna walk out there, are you? Taking in the intimidating sight, Lisha, who was next to them, whimpered in fear, "Big brother, I'm so scared." But in stark contrast to their panic, Zuo was the picture of calm as he pinned his priest's insignia to his shirt, his voice steady as he reassured them. "It's gonna be fine, you two just stay put. I just need to go out there alone, that's all." Yao practically shrieked in panic, "Alone, wait a second." But it was too late. Zuo had already opened the door and stepped outside. The second the commander saw him, he raised his voice. Zuo Ahan has emerged, and yep, these were definitely the guys from the majestic local garrison. General Madan, he pointed forward, barking orders for his soldiers to seize the man immediately. But just as they moved in, Madan froze in his tracks, his eyes widening at the sight of the badge pinned to Zet's chest. Staring at the gleaming, powerful-looking priest's crest, he frantically waved his men down. "Wait, everyone hold your positions." Madan nervously shuffled over to question him. "Sir Zet, is that truly the seal of a priest?" Zet just nodded coolly, replying, "That's right, a little gift from the head of the majestic cathedral." Hearing such a big-shot name dropped, the general let out a few nervous coughs. "I see, my apologies for not recognizing you sooner," Zet just smiled. "No worries, it's just a misunderstanding. And those are easily cleared up. There was a massive explosion in town earlier," Madan explained, "and your name came up in witness testimonies." "Were you at the scene of the incident?" Z answered with utmost sincerity, "Yes, I was caught in that explosion." Madan, his face dripping with suspicion, pressed on. "You were caught in it? So what you're saying is you're a victim, not a suspect." He affirmed with rock-solid confidence, "That's right, 100% accurate." The old man pondered this for a moment, then continued his line of questioning. "May I ask why you happened to be there? This is just a procedural question, of course. So if you'd rather not say, that's perfectly fine." Z offered a disarmingly calm smile and began his story. "Oh, there's absolutely no reason for me not to answer. I was looking for someone and just happened to wander in, but it turns out the place was already rigged with a trap. I was pretty surprised myself, to be honest." Ma Dun let out a long, drawn-out sound of pure skepticism. "Is that so?" Seeing that look on his face, Z gloated internally. "Thanks to this priest's seal. No matter how shady I look, he can't just slap the criminal label on me without a second thought. Heh, you know this might actually be a blessing in disguise. If I can get the local military garrison to give me a hand, finding Luosito will be a piece of cake. Ah, but before that, I need to... Crap, there's still something I haven't done yet. This whole explosion has completely ruined my plans. My life is becoming as chaotic as a manhwa." Just as Z was lost in his web of thoughts, Ma Dun suddenly asked, "Do you want to come see the remains of the explosion site? It's always so much easier to hide in plain sight." With that thought, Z decided to ask General Ma Dun for a favor. "Could you possibly help me out with something?" The man shot him down instantly. "Sorry, but the Imperial Army does not interfere in personal affairs. We can't just go around abusing public authority without a legitimate reason." As if he had anticipated that exact response, Z reached to his hip, pulled something out, and held it up. "A legitimate reason, you say? Well, how's this for a legitimate reason?" Seeing the gleaming badge presented in his hand, Ma Dun gasped in utter shock. A badge for a lockdown and search investigator. The work of Ahan himself. Where in the world did you get something like that? Z replied coolly, "Oh, this an investigator gave it to me, model." Is that so? Well, I heard showing this little thing gets me all the support I need. From the Imperial forces, isn't that right? The general's head started bobbing like a wind-up toy. Of course, absolutely. According to Imperial law, we are required to give our full cooperation to anyone carrying an official investigator's badge. He said that, but inside Madan's mind was racing. A priest's seal and an investigator's badge. Just who in the seven hells is this guy? Zet, seeing his chance, immediately took command of the troops. Good, and this isn't just about me personally. This is about tracking down the culprit who caused that explosion, which I believe is a job for the local military garrison. Madan and his men snapped to attention, saluting with vigor. Yes, sir, we await your orders. From this moment on, the My military garrison will give Sir Zet our full support. Seeing this complete 180, Zet had to laugh to himself. Man, this investigator badge is way more powerful. This Manhwa is full of convenient plot devices. If the priest's seal was a get-out-of-jail-free card, then the investigator's badge was the right to command the entire prison. With that thought, he spoke up. All right, first things first, we need a composite sketch of the perpetrator. Find me someone who can handle that. Madan instantly obeyed. Yes, sir, I'll find someone immediately. Just then, a sound from upstairs made Zet glance up toward Yao. He called out curiously, "What is it?" Yao frantically shook his head, trying to signal that everything was totally fine. But on the inside, he was having a full-blown meltdown. This guy is terrifying. The next morning, a sketch of the criminal had already been drawn up. It was then plastered all over the town's public notice board. The contents basically read as follows. Wanted a reward of 50,000 gold coins for any information provided. Please go to the elm tree outside the south gate. If the culprit isn't found within 3 days, the entire city will be placed under lockdown. As everyone buzzed with discussion, a particularly shifty-looking man approached the poster. He looked sketchy as heck, and the moment someone got close, he immediately scurried away. This, of course, caught the attention of Lei, who turned to Ma Dun. Quick, go get that guy. Ma Dun immediately led his troops in pursuit, but the man was surprisingly fast and managed to escape. Lei narrowed his eyes. It seemed this guy was no simpleton. We have to find him before he causes any more trouble. Z nodded in agreement, and just like that, the official manhunt began. The entire town swarmed together, everyone whispering and gossiping. 50,000 gold pieces. Just how ruthless is this criminal to warrant such a massive reward? For that kind of cash, maybe I should try snitching on someone. Hey look, it's the face of that bomber from yesterday. Meanwhile, Luosituo was deep in disguise. He expertly slipped into the chaotic crowd. Staring at the sketch, he couldn't help but wonder, completely baffled. Did he get my face wrong? No way, that guy knows exactly what I look like. He drew it differently on purpose. But why? Could it be that he wants to meet me? As he pondered, the townies kept chattering about the hot-off-the-press poster. These wanted notices are plastered all over the city now. Wow, he seems really determined. Another man chimed in, sounding completely fed up. Tsk, tsk. If bad luck comes knocking, I'm afraid we're in for a bloodbath. After taking it all in, Luo Shituo lowered his gaze. He slipped away from the crowd. As he walked, a thought crossed his mind. I guess I'll find out what his game is once I finally meet him. I can't even remember how many cities I've drifted through anymore. I'm so tired of living this fugitive life like some tragic character in a manhwa. Maybe it's finally time to put an end to all this. I've lived long enough. At this point, I have nothing left to regret. Suddenly, Luo Chito's eyes landed on the crowd in front of him. Man, that's a huge mob, he thought. First things first, I need to blend in with them. I've got to get in there and observe the situation, but just then Zhao Ran appeared, whispering right behind him. Now that's what I call a professional-level disguise. A disguise worthy of a spy manhwa, I see. The sudden voice made Luo Chito jump out of his skin. Noticing his panic, Zhao Ran murmured a gentle reminder. Just act natural, look suspicious, and the guards will be on us in a flash. Full of apprehension, Luo Chito glanced back and demanded, "Who are you?" Zhao Ran replied instantly, "I am Zhao Ran. It's an honor to finally meet you." A confused Luo Chito pressed him. "Why were you looking for me?" Zhao Ran scanned their surroundings for a moment. before telling him to follow. We need to talk somewhere else. Come with me. Once they were in a safe spot, Zhuo finally ditched the hood. His tone turned dead serious. This is our first time meeting. I am the 7th generation heir to the house of Anja. Luo Qiao didn't say a word, simply removing the magical mask from his face, revealing his true features. Seeing this, the young man continued, I already knew who you were. Am I wrong? The man's expression hardened. Kid, he grilled him. If you already know who I am, then why did you come looking for me? Zhuo just smirked cryptically, answering the question with a question of his own. One doesn't seek out a living legend for a simple reason now, do they? I'm here because I want you to become the exclusive blacksmith for the House of Anja. Hearing such a brazen proposal, Luo Qiao was so stunned his jaw practically hit the floor. His eyes went wide, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Games and reality really are worlds apart, Zhuo thought. One of the most obvious differences, which you never see in a manhwa, is the hassle of actually equipping items. In a game, it's just a simple double click and you're done. But in reality, you gotta put it on yourself. And it's not just about comparing options. You also have to consider things like comfort. And wait, all the magic tools on the market are made for adults. So there are a ton of factors to account for. No matter how great an item is, if the size is off, it's totally useless. And that's exactly why I have to recruit Luo Qiao. He can craft magical gear that's a perfect fit for my body, and I'll be able to get new stuff every time my stats increase, not to mention auxiliary gear. For all kinds of situations, I absolutely have to make him my ally. With his mind made up, Zhuo declared, a warhorse is born to gallop, and a sword is meant to be wielded as the only bloodline left of the Chaowen clan. Sir, what will you live for? Hearing this, Luo Qiao's gaze dropped to the floor. He was silent at first, completely lost in thought. Zhu An placed a hand over his chest, his face brimming with confidence as he declared, the greatest artisan who forges magical artifacts for the greatest of families, for the skills of the Chaowen clan to be passed down to future generations, and for its history to continue. I believe that is the mission that has been entrusted to you, sir. Luo Tito stared at him, his expression grim. His voice was laced with sadness as he hesitantly repeated, pass down our skills to the next generation and continue the flow of history. He scoffed. That sounds like a fairy tale, something straight out of a fantasy manhwa. It's so grand, it's overwhelming just to imagine, but my family, Zhu An's next words left him utterly stunned. I know it was all a frame-up. Ahan will clear the Chaowen family of those cruel long-standing accusations. With the help of Ahan, this can all become a reality. Luozito was skeptical. He asked, do you know everything about the Chaowen massacre? The man answered honestly, I don't know the specifics. Hearing that, Luozito let out a cold snort, replying with utter disbelief, you plan to help the Chaowen family without even knowing their circumstances? Then tell me, how can you be so sure it was a frame-up? Z mulled it over for a second, his crimson eyes locking onto the guy. The Shevin incident was a side story, something that happened long before the main scenario of the game even kicked off. That's why I can only piece things together from bits of NPC dialogue. Even in the official records, all they mention is that the family plotted treason and got wiped off the map by the Imperial Army. But now Z processed this for a moment, then a small smile played on his lips as he spoke. I may not know all the juicy details of what went down, but I know the Shevin family. Letsio eyed him suspiciously. You know, us? Z just shrugged, not bothering to deny it. That's right. The Shevin family poured their hearts into crafting top-tier magical artifacts. They had absolutely zero reason to start a rebellion. As he spoke, he thought to himself, plus the Emperor is a monster who's reached the level of both Sword Saint and Archmage. He's the supreme being sitting pretty at the pinnacle of glory. Under his command is the Central Legion, a fancy little army of knights and mages. At this point, even if Ahan and Bahan held hands and tried their absolute best, they still couldn't even scratch the Emperor. And since the Emperor is an immortal being who will live forever, the undisputed absolute ruler of this world, There's absolutely zero reason for Shevin to even think about staging a rebellion. A look of pure sympathy washed over his face. He stated firmly, "Please tell me the entire story about what happened." "Sir, I am absolutely certain it was a frame-up." The guy squeezed his eyes shut, letting out a long dramatic sigh. After a moment's hesitation, Lazio suddenly perked up and asked, "Hey kid, you know the Matin family, right?" Z just nodded. "Of course. They're the second strongest family in the magic world." The old man continued, "That's right. They're also our main trading partners. Matin has always wanted to surpass Ahan." Z held up a hand, adding, "Yeah, even though that's practically impossible." Lazio nodded sagely. "Exactly. The Ahan family is just that ridiculously powerful. The trouble started when the Billy family stuck their noses in it." Z muttered the name to himself, the Billy family. He stared off into the distance, a memory clicking into place. He recalled they were just a bunch of nobodies at first, just some mediocre mages. But then they shot up the ranks out of nowhere. By the end of the game, they were even rivals to the Matin family. Man, this whole setup is classic Manhwa drama. His curiosity got the better of him. "So what happened?" Lazio just stared at the ground, his voice laced with sorrow. "There's no time to explain, and there are no more chances left for us." Hearing that, it all started to click for Z. He drew out a long, I see. He thought to himself, "Okay, I think I've got the gist of the situation now. But one thing is still nagging at me. Is the Ahan family really completely innocent in all this? If they are involved, then bringing Lazio along with me. Trying to overthrow him would be a suicide mission, plain and simple. Since the Ahan family didn't do business with the Shevins, they probably saw them as a major thorn in their side, especially with the Shevens supplying high-grade magical tools to other powerful families. And if the Black Mirror army got involved, then you're looking at a perfect untraceable crime. Not a single shred of evidence left behind. Knowing just how ruthless the Black Mirror army can be, the more I think about it, the more this smells like a classic twisted manhwa plot. No, hold on, I might be getting ahead of myself. They don't jump to conclusions. After a moment of internal debate, Z spoke up. "If mages were part of the problem, I can definitely handle it." Lazio's voice was dead serious. "Can you take full responsibility for saying that?" Z nodded without a hint of hesitation. "I give you my word. So please come with me." As he said this, Z held out his hand. His lips were slightly parted in a sincere, inviting gesture. A brilliant light flashed in his crimson eyes, filled with unshakable determination. Seeing that look, Lazio just stood there, jaw agape for a few seconds, staring at the hand offered to him. Hesitantly, he started to raise his own. "I honestly thought it wouldn't matter if it all just ended here," he thought to himself. "But hey, taking one last leap of faith, it's not the worst idea in the world." But taking one last leap of faith isn't the worst idea in the world. One last shot in the dark couldn't hurt, right? And with a firm handshake, a beautiful friendly partnership was officially born between the two sides. Lutu'u spoke up, "As long as the techniques and history of Shivan can live on, I will gladly walk this path with you." Having finally gotten what he wanted, Zhu was absolutely ecstatic. He spun around, grinning from ear to ear. "All right then," he announced, "let's hit the road." Right now, Z was on cloud 9. He was slowly but surely gathering all of his original companions. And next on the list were Bahan's legendary white horse, the investigator's badge, the priest's holy seal, and with it, the very last bloodline of Shevin. It felt like a scene from a classic manhwa, all the key items gathered in the palm of Z's hand. He clenched his fist, feeling the pieces fall into place. He glanced down, silently hoping that all the goods they'd acquired in the south would be worth an absolute fortune here. In Anne, just the thought of it was exhilarating. The corner of Z's mouth curled up into a deeply satisfied smirk. A short while later, they were in the western district of the golden city of Nir, a city so bustling and outrageously wealthy that one of the mansions high above was literally made of shimmering gold. As Yao strolled down the streets, his eyes wide as he took in the sheer extravagance of the golden city, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of awe. What in the world is this place? After a long journey together, Z's entire crew had finally made it to their destination. Yao's head was on a swivel as he exclaimed. In utter astonishment, it's so shiny. I can't believe a place like this is real. This whole city looks like it was ripped straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Noticing his jaw was practically on the cobblestones, R turned back to ask, "You've never been to near before while working for the merchant guilds?" Yao answered honestly. Nope, near is kept on a tight leash by the major merchant guilds. For the small and medium-sized outfits I used to run with, a place like this was nothing more than a pipe dream. Suddenly, Li Sha's eyes started to sparkle like diamonds. She excitedly tugged on her brother's arm, pointing ahead and yelling, "Oh my god! Big bro, look, that building over there is made entirely of gold. And that one over there too." In stark contrast, the old-timer Luo CTO calmly surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "Well now, it's been quite a while since I was last in Nier. This city is developing at an astonishing rate." Z bowed his head slightly, asking with curiosity, "You've been here before, sir?" Luo CTO chuckled and began to explain, "I paid a visit once, as a tourist back in my twilight years. Even so, it's been less than 10 years and this place has already changed so much I can barely recognize it." Seeing how utterly blown away everyone was by the Golden City, Z began to observe everything around him with a more serious, calculating eye. He stared at the buildings that glittered and glowed. Lei, meanwhile, was just taking in the sights, making some mental notes. It's definitely colder than the south, he thought, but this place has a surprisingly lively and relaxed vibe. It's got a whole different atmosphere, but honestly, it kind of feels like I'm rolling into Gangnam. Suddenly, every single head on the street snapped in Lei's direction. The gossip train immediately left the station with everyone whispering about the horse he was riding. Wait a minute, isn't that Shibahan's legendary white horse? No way, that's impossible. Look closer, you idiot. Check out those blue eyes. Seeing the commotion, Lei couldn't help but sweat a little. Yeah, okay, he thought to himself, maybe riding Ba Han's super famous horse through the middle of a Han city, that wasn't my most low-key move. After mulling it over, Lei decided they needed to lay low. He spoke up, trying to sound casual. So, maybe we should find a place to stay first. And just like that, they found themselves a simple, cozy inn. Before they knew it, they'd been there all day, and the sun was already beginning to set. Inside their modest room, Yao tossed his backpack on the bed. He turned to Z, looking puzzled. Hey, I thought the plan was to go straight to A Han? Z, already changing into a fresh set of clothes, just smirked. We've still got a whole week before the deadline, he said. We can't just let all this precious time go to waste now, can we? We still have a whole week before the deadline, so we can't afford to waste any time. Hearing this, his curiosity was piqued. He turned to Zuo. Heading out again, he asked. Zuo just nodded. Yeah, there's a place I've gotta go. Alone. This left Yao completely baffled. Stuck alone. Zuo clapped Lei Kei on the shoulder and said, Look, I might be gone for a few days, so don't sweat it. Just hang tight here, okay? And that goes for you too, sir. Yao looked at him, completely taken aback. Huh? You're not coming back tonight? Nope, Zuo replied, laying down the rules. A week might not even cut it. Just grab food from around the inn. And don't forget to feed Jin either. Right before heading out the door, Zuo tossed one last piece of advice over his shoulder. And try not to wander too far from this area. It's a real maze out there, you'll get lost. Hey, I'm not a kid, you know. Yao nodded along. But yeah, this place is ridiculously easy to get lost in. He cracked a small smile. You be careful out there. From the back, Li gave a respectful bow. Zet looked at them and smiled, a silent confirmation that he understood. Then he opened the door and left the lodging. He stepped out into a street that practically sparkled with the smell of money. It was glamorous, with throngs of people bustling about on their evening strolls. He looked around as if searching for something, silently taking it all in. It was like the scent of gold, silver, and cold, hard cash was wafting at him from every corner. But no matter how radiant a place is, darkness always finds a place to fester. So many people come to the Golden City hoping to change their lives, but in the end they fail. He wondered if they were now living in places like that. A moment later, Zet popped into a small shop. The second he walked in, the shopkeeper's jaw dropped. Oh my heavens, Why would an heir of the Ahan family grace our tiny little shop? In any case, it is a tremendous honor. Ignoring the man's flattery, Zet pointed down at a pair of contact lenses and said, "Give me a pair of the black ones." The shopkeeper froze, asking, why would you choose the cheapest and most common color available? Isn't that the eye color of a commoner?" Zet simply stared back at him with a completely soulless gaze. The shopkeeper immediately got the hint and said, "Yes, yes. I'll fetch them for you right away." Right after that, he dropped into a clothing store. As he entered, he glanced around at the selection. A jet black outfit immediately caught his eye. After changing into his new clothes, he made his way to the city's slums. It seems every glamorous city has its dark underbelly, a classic setup in any good manhwa. A place for all the losers to hide. Zet strolled into a small tavern and took a seat. A man approached him and asked, "What'll you have?" A moment later, the owner hurried over to greet him. But then he stopped dead in his tracks. "Welcome." Without a word, Zet pointed at a pile of shabby-looking clothes. They were filthy and stacked in a messy heap. The message was clear: he wanted to buy them. But the owner immediately waved his hands, refusing. "Those are work uniforms, they're not for sale." In a classic manhwa protagonist move, before the man could even react, Zet had already swapped into the commoner's outfit, holding out the luxurious suit he'd been wearing toward the shop owner. He offered, "It's fine, I'll pay you with this." Next, Zet walked into a shoe store and said, "I'd just like to buy a pair of shoes." But the shopkeeper there just looked at him with disgust and shooed him away. "You damn beggar, get the hell out of here." Having successfully transformed himself into a penniless beggar, he leaned back and let out a sigh of pure satisfaction. Zua caught his reflection on a grimy yellow wall and had to chuckle. "Well, would you look at that? I look exactly like a bona fide beggar. Speaking of which," he thought to himself, "all right then, time to pay a little visit to the king of the dark alleys." Just thinking the name sent a jolt of excitement through him, and Zuo shot forward like a man on a mission. We cut to a filthy, impoverished district where darkness clung to every corner, making the whole place feel like a tetanus shot waiting to happen. In one particularly stinky little alley, where flies buzzed with impunity and all sorts of critters owned the air, sat Zuo, perfectly disguised as a beggar, perched in a corner, deep in thought, plotting his next move in this awesome manhwa. His eyes drifted up to a dilapidated old building. He could feel it in his bones: the time was right. "All right," he thought, "guess it's showtime." And just like that, Zuo was on the move. He strode forward, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on the ground, completely oblivious to the chrome-domed thug tailing him from the shadows. And surprise, surprise, Mr. Clean had a friend with him. The two of them watched Zuo's back as he walked, just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. But wait, the party's just getting started. It wasn't just two of them. There were a few more goons lurking right behind. The two men watched Zuo's back, just waiting for the perfect moment to lunge. But the welcoming committee didn't stop at two. Behind them, a few more goons were sizing Zuo up. But they were all eyeing our boy Zuo. With his razor-sharp senses, he could practically see them with his eyes closed. He had a perfect picture of the entire pathetic situation behind him. "These idiots are just standing around," he thought. To be precise, there were 7 of them circling him. At this point, Zuo could barely see a few feet in front of him. Well, it looked like it was time to get a move on. This is what happens when you dress like a beggar. You get beggar-level hunger pangs. "If I knew this was gonna happen, I would have packed some beef jerky," he grumbled to himself. "Then again, these vultures probably would have jumped me for it anyway." Zuo kept walking, clutching his stomach as it roared like a lion, suddenly blocking his path. A mountain of a man appeared out of nowhere. Not only was he cornered, but now he had to deal with this guy. Surrounded from behind, just as I expected, Satiriorates, he thought to himself, and right on cue, the guy with the rooster haircut clears his throat to greet him. "And where the hell did you crawl out from, punk? Cat got your tongue. If you're the new recruit, you better start acting like it. Otherwise, you won't last long in a place like this." Hearing this, Zet was thoroughly unimpressed. This little intimidation tactic, please. He wasn't the least bit scared of this goon. In fact, he just nonchalantly asked, "Got any food? I'm about to starve to death over here." Feeling utterly disrespected, these lowlifes immediately gritted their teeth in fury. The bald one roared, "Look at this damn punk. The first thing out of his mouth is a request for food. Where'd you hide it, huh? Another bald dude appeared lunging forward. As he screamed, "Don't you worry, we'll make sure you die. Long before you ever starve," but just as he threw a punch, Zet swiftly ducked out of the way without even bothering to look back. The bald guy froze for a second, his voice filled with manic excitement as he yelled, "Oh ho, what's this? The new guy's got some moves. Doesn't he?" As if on some unspoken command, the entire gang of misfits charged forward to jump Zet all at once. The rooster head rushed in, shouting, "You damn rat!" The bald guy once again made the first move. He leaped high into the air using both hands to prepare for a devastating blow from behind, looking like a total manhwa protagonist. Zet was completely unfazed by these wannabes. He just glanced over, then dashed towards the airborne bald dude, shoving him right back into his own cronies. Unable to react in time, one of the thugs got slammed in two, his mouth hanging open in sheer agony. As for the other one, Zet obviously wasn't about to let him get a move in. He instantly appeared right in front of him and swung an elbow straight for his head. The guy screamed in terror, squeezing his eyes shut and throwing his hands up to shield his face. But the elbow strike was just a feint. The moment it was just inches from his face, Zuo changed his stance in a flash. His arm shot out like a whip, fluid and graceful, before bam crashing right into the redhead's neck. It hit so fast the guy never saw it coming. The sheer grace of his movements, combined with a relentless barrage of brutal attacks, left these dregs of society completely and utterly shell-shocked. This was some next-level manhwa protagonist stuff. They stumbled back in terror, realizing way too late that the demon in front of them was not someone you mess with. But Zuo wasn't about to let them get away that easily. A wicked little grin spread across Zuo's face. The gloomy alleyway soon became an opera of pain, conducted by Zuo's fists and feet, with the agonizing screams of the street thugs providing the vocals. A few moments later, they were all knocked out cold by Zuo, littering the ground like human garbage. One of them, however, was still barely conscious, mumbling curses under his breath. You damn monster!" Zuo, meanwhile, was doing a quick mental check of his stats and thought to himself, my strength is already at 70, I was barely even trying. And it hurt them that much. Amused Zuo leaned down to look the wannabe tough guy in the eye and asked with mock concern, "Hey buddy, you doing okay? Does it hurt a lot?" The thug somehow pushed himself up and screamed, "Damn you. What the hell are you, some kind of psycho?" He let out a deep sigh and began to lecture them. "And this is why I told you not to start trouble. Just give me a piece of bread and we can call it a day. But no, thanks to you now, I'm even hungrier than before." The bald-headed goon was more concerned with his friend, helping his comrade up while spitting out furious threats. "A damn rookie has the nerve, you think? You can just walk away after doing this. You won't last a day in here. Our organization will make you disappear without a trace, and no one will ever know." Hearing that, Zeph just smirked. "Is that so?" he declared. "In that case, I'll just take over that entire organization myself." The guy on the ground, let's call him Chicken Head, couldn't believe what he was hearing and blurted out, What in the world is this lunatic even talking about?" Suddenly, out of nowhere, a razor-sharp dagger came flying towards Zeph in a sneak attack from behind. He was actually a bit surprised by the assault. But he could easily dodge it. A mysterious man approached, a sleazy grin curling on his lips as he wondered. He dodged that attack. This guy isn't your average pushover, is he? The second they laid eyes on Captain Mohawk, all the lowlifes in the alley gasped in unison, yelling, "Captain!" Every single one of them scrambled to line up behind the captain, clearly holding him in high esteem. Hearing the word captain, a curious smile played on Zeph's lips. He thought to himself, "Hooked a big fish on my very first day. Guess my plan is about to get fast-tracked." The rooster-haired goon puffed out his chest with ridiculous pride, sneering, "Do you have any idea who this is? He's the legendary assassin who once shook the entire city of Ni'er, the one and only Lord Qi Nuo. If you want to live, then get on your knees and beg for your pathetic life right now." Faced with a name that meant absolutely nothing to him, Zeph simply adopted a defensive stance and shot back with biting sarcasm. A legendary assassin, you say? So why would someone like that be playing captain for a bunch of bums? Hearing that Chi Nuo absolutely flew into a rage, he moved like the wind swinging, his sharp knife in a frenzied assault. While screaming, "You arrogant little punk," but with his own nimble agility, Zeph dodged him yet again, Chi Nuo still swinging. His blade actually complimented him with amusement. He dodged it. He's avoided my attacks twice now. For a kid, you've actually got some talent. If you live long enough, you might just become very strong. What a pity. Hearing that, Zeph was thoroughly amused, thinking to himself, wow, a personal talent review from a world champion, no less. This whole encounter is straight out of a manhwa. Suddenly, his opponent's tone shifted. But this next attack, I will be different. All over Chinyo's body, a dark, sinister blue aura erupted, a dense energy that completely flooded the entire alley. Seeing those streams of blue energy, Zeph was briefly startled, recognizing it as mana Chi No's, tensed up as if preparing to unleash an incredibly powerful technique. Watching him, Zeph couldn't help but be impressed, thinking he's actually controlling, coiling his body as if preparing to unleash a seriously powerful counter move. Watching the attacker, Zeph had to admit he was impressed. The guy was controlling mana at least at the 4th circle level or higher. I thought all that talk about legendary assassins was just a load of bull, he mused, but maybe there's some truth to it after all. Assassins aren't part of the official military forces, so their limitations are usually pretty clear. For someone without a prestigious family line to inherit powers from reaching the 4th circle under these circumstances, yeah, he definitely deserves to be called a legend in this manhwa. Noticing Zeph's intrigued expression, Kinzer smirked smugly and asked, well, you look a little surprised, don't you? This is what happens when you act all high and mighty without realizing just how big the world really is. With that, he vanished in a brilliant flash of blue mana, his maniacal laughter echoing all around the empty space. At the same time, he began zipping around Zeph at high speed, making it impossible for our hero to pinpoint his location. Seeing no particular reaction from Zeph, Kinzer let out a little, "Oh, not even flinching, is that confidence? Or are you just frozen in fear? Let's find out." "You'll find out." With that, he struck, bringing down a blow from right above Zeph's head. Sensing the killing intent from above, he instantly realized the danger was right on top of him, but a second later, Zeph was gobsmacked. Whoa, there are 3 of them. Sure enough, just as his instincts screamed, there were about 3 of the Chizi assassins attacking simultaneously. They lunged at him from all sides. Zeph quickly ducked, down dodging forward to evade the attack. The spot where he was just standing erupted in a small explosion, but it packed a ridiculously powerful punch. Immediately after, the metallic clang of 3 sharp daggers echoed. All 3 assassins stared in disbelief at Zeph as he landed perfectly. They were all thinking, how did you just dodge our coordinated attack? The one on the right demanded, "Who are you? Are you a knight or a mage?" Zeph didn't answer, instead having his own internal monologue. "Triplets, huh? These must be the 3 cheesy assassin brothers from that one manhwa. The one with the single scar is Chi Yi, and the one with 2 scars is Chi Er. That means the one with the clean face must be Chi San." After observing them for a moment, he thought to himself, on second thought, they all kinda look the same, but each one of them has a completely distinct mana signature. They were using their mana to cloak their presence. That's why I couldn't spot them right away. Damn it, and here I am with 100 points in perception. What good is that when I've only got 5 measly points in mana? With that thought, Z dusted himself off, stood up, and declared, "All right, I guess it's time to go all out." The second those words left his mouth, all 3 Jinuo brothers charged in to attack. Smirking, one of them sneered, "This guy's just putting on a brave face." His brother chimed in with utter contempt, "He just got lucky before. There's no way he can dodge a second time." C's expression hardened as he activated lightning transformation magic. His entire body erupted in a storm of ferocious yellow lightning. Right on cue, the system popped up a notification confirming the magic use. The sheer power of the lightning burned his black contact lenses to a crisp. And there they were, the blazing red eyes of the An family. Seeing this, the three Jinuo brothers absolutely lost their minds. Red eyes, oh crap. What the hell is a member of the An clan doing in a place like this, standing in the middle of the raging storm of an family lightning? The street thugs began to scream their heads off. It's a trap, everybody run for it. Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a new message. Trait Unceasing Challenger has been activated. All stats are temporarily increased. Just then another system window popped up. Rank Trait Unceasing Challenger has been activated. All stats are temporarily increased. All stats are temporarily increased by 10. As his stats skyrocketed, the lightning around him exploded with even more intensity, completely illuminating the dark, gloomy alleyway. The system continued displaying his new stats, which is the kind of power-up scene we all love to see in a manhwa. Strength 100-30, Agility 100-30, Stamina 100, Perception 100, Mana 5+10, Support Magic unlocked, Lightning Transformation, Lightning Strike. He shifted his blazing red eyes upward, gazing at the system window floating before him. Then he raised his hand and began to manifest a violently powerful sphere of pure lightning in his palm. Meanwhile, the Gutter Rat brothers were screaming at each other in a panic. Warriors scatter, if we stay here, we're all gonna die. In just a few moments, the sphere in Z's hand was fully formed just as the thugs were already trying to make a run for it. They're close, but not quite on my level. Zeph clenched his hand into a tight fist and crushed the thunder orb in his palm. Arcs of electricity crackled into existence and shot forward with blinding speed. The three Kino brothers were in the middle of a frantic rooftop escape, when suddenly the entire sky lit up like a firework. Whipping their heads around, their jaws dropped at the insane light show. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and slammed right into one of them. The raw destructive power completely obliterated the roof, sending debris flying everywhere. See, our protagonist coolly strolled forward. The poor guy who got zapped into the next dimension did a perfect faceplant onto the ground, his body still crackling with residual electricity. But as he walked, Z suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto his own arm, where powerful streams of lightning were now dancing across his entire body. Looking at the absolute chaos he had just unleashed, he wondered to himself, a Tier 2 magic spell is really this powerful, man. The power scaling in this manhwa is getting wild. My mana stat is only a measly 15, for crying out loud. Is this the true power of lightning chi? And just like that, the magic activated the moment I pulled off the moves correctly. It was straight out of a video game. Being able to cast without an incantation, that's a massive advantage. Suddenly a shout echoed from out of nowhere. Over here! Everyone through this way! She instantly recognized the voice, and his heart sank. Oh crap! Is that the city guard? With that thought, he decided to risk it. He bolted right past the squad of guards rushing toward him. With some quick thinking, Z hoisted he onto his back, thinking to himself, the destructive power was awesome, but it made way too much noise. We've got to get out of here fast. By the time the guards arrived to investigate, they didn't even notice the faint silhouette of a cloak vanishing down the alley. A moment later, a magical orb was summoned into existence, flooding the dark, narrow passage with light. After scanning the area, one of the guards cried out in alarm. There's a trail of blood here. Hearing that, Z flinched. He glanced down at the crimson stains stretching across the ground and cursed under his breath, blood. Don't you dare tell me that bastard left a trail. G turned to look back at he on the ground, and just as he suspected, on his head was a massive gash just oozing blood. And wouldn't you know it, a squad of guards was following the trail of crimson droplets straight to our hero's location. Z pressed himself against the wall, cursing under his breath. Damn it all, I really wanted to handle this on the down low. Yi watched from the shadows, his mind racing. The plan was to be quiet. A moment later, he casually strolled out into the open. Well, so much for that plan. The strangers jumped, pointing at him as they shouted, "Who are you?" C, with a perfectly straight face, asked them a question of his own. "Aren't you going to clean this up?" One of the guards stepped forward and said, "Sir, you're an heir of a Han. Please forgive us, we have been incredibly rude. We heard an explosion while on patrol." and we're tracking the person who caused it. The man seemed a bit confused as he added, "But you aren't young master's son." Hearing that, something clicked in Z's mind and he asked, "The Sun family, that's the sixth heir of Ahan, correct?" Then with all the confidence in the world, he introduced himself. "I am the seventh heir of Ahan Z Ahan. It's no surprise you don't know of me." The moment the words left his lips, Z thought to himself, "Of course they don't, I've been locked away this entire time." The guard suddenly blurted out, "No, we sincerely apologize." Seizing his chance, Z pointed with authority. "If you truly know that I am an heir of Ahan, then you'll clean this place up spotless. As for the bomber you're looking for, I saw him flee in that direction. Now hurry up and get after him." Immediately, the whole group spun around. "Thank you for the tip, sir. We'll pursue him at once." He let out a long sigh and said, "All it took was a few sentences to sort that out. My status in Ahan City really does carry some weight. This Manhwa protagonist's life is pretty useful." "Nice." He glanced down at the assassin Kenner lying motionless on the ground. Then he gently placed a hand under the man's nose to check if he was still breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, they're still alive," he thought. "That last lightning strike was way more powerful than I'd calculated. No matter what you people scheme, you'll never even touch the heels of the Black Mirror Corps." He continued, speaking plainly, "It's not that I'm looking down on you. It's just that the Black Mirror Corps is on a completely different level." The man on the ground groaned in defeat. "So, that's how it is." Not long after he started hauling the assassin away, Jinjai was barely conscious, looking like he was about to be swallowed by the pitch-black street. The star-filled night sky was now eerily silent, and so Z began helping the man stumble through the night. All of a sudden, a voice cut through the silence. "Successor of Ahan, you finally arrived. Now show yourself." Standing before him were the two brothers of the assassin, Jinjai. They bowed their heads, their faces etched with remorse. "Please, you must forgive our earlier disrespect," one of them pleaded. "We sincerely regret ever showing killing intent towards the great successor of Ahan. Can you find it in your heart to be magnanimous and spare and our brother's life?" Instantly, the two of them dropped their weapons and began kowtowing, begging for mercy. Seeing this absolutely bizarre scene unfold, she was so surprised that a smirk crept across his face. One of Jinji's brothers was now openly weeping as he pleaded, "Please, I swear nothing like this will ever happen again, just please spare our brother." Ji was baffled. An assassin shedding tears. This is more dramatic than any manhwa I've ever read. He finally replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "How utterly amusing. A bunch of cold-blooded assassins with such a deep, profound brotherly bond. You take the lives of others without a second thought, but you still want to save your buddy's life. Huh." The other guy immediately shot back, "We only learned how to be assassins to survive." His partner, face covered in tears, screamed out, "That's right, we only kill the absolute scum who oppress regular people like us and do all sorts of monstrous things. I swear we've never once killed an innocent person," Leng coldly retorted, "and yet you just tried to kill me." One of them stammered an explanation. "That's because this is our home. From time to time, people try to take over these alleys, and a lot of our comrades have died because of it." The other guy chimed in, "So we might have overreacted a little. We've really screwed up." Leng fell silent, lost in thought. Besides me, there must be plenty of others who want to take over the underworld in Nier." He quickly asked, "So everything you guys told me, was it the truth? So you're telling me you've never killed an innocent person?" They both confirmed it. "That's right. We swear on the lives of our brothers." Z was actually impressed. "Well, damn, if that's true, that's actually respectable. Can't imagine you're making bank on those kinds of contracts, though." They answered with a look of pure misery. "All we really want is for our family and brothers to be able to live in peace." The two of them were suddenly hit with a flashback to their younger days. "Our master, the one who taught us the art of assassination, always drilled this into our heads." Z mulled it over. "Yeah, killing is definitely evil. But for the common folk getting stomped on by nobles, guys like the Gino brothers are probably their only hope." He cut them off, saying, "I have one condition." The two of them looked puzzled. "All right, no more beating around the bush." He got straight to the point, take me to your leader. And in return, I'll help heal your brother. The two of them absolutely lost it. What you want us to do, that? They immediately shut him down. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. We can't just sell out our comrades to save our own skins. Z stepped closer to them and said, I want to meet your leader to buy some information. I have no intention of harming him, so don't worry. Their jaws dropped in fear. That's what they all say, but our leader has never not even once sold information. I know, Z replied coolly. They were stunned. Huh, you know that? Z glanced down at the collapsed assassin Jenner and continued. Even if the deal falls through, I won't harm any of your comrades. I swear it on the name of a Han. Seeing their hesitation, he pressed on, what is it? You don't trust me because it's not a knight's oath. Is that how it works in this manhwa? The other man trembled with anxiety. It's just that, for people like us, it's very hard to believe the words of a nobleman. Z went quiet, thinking to himself, fair enough. I'd honestly be more suspicious if they agreed right away. The assassin was shaking, clearly distressed. It's just that for people like us, trusting a noble's promise is difficult. Z fell silent again. I guess that makes sense. In fact, it'd be weirder if they just said yes immediately. Once more, Z considered their position. Yeah, I get it. If they had just rolled over and agreed, that's when I'd really start to wonder and doubt their true intentions. He placed the assassin Kang on the ground. There was no other way. Then he raised his hands high in the air and demanded, tie me up. They were completely stunned, blurting out, wait, what? Lang held his hands up as if surrendering and said, you can put a sword to my neck, you can even blindfold me. It seems this is the only way I can get you to trust me. They hesitated, but seeing it wasn't working, Lang played his trump card. If you still don't trust me after all this, then I'm not handing this guy over to you. He said with grim determination, I've taken you at your word. The least you could do is show a little faith in return. The two assassins exchanged a worried glance, and in that instant they made up their minds. Understood, we'll take you to our leader, and then we will blindfold you. As soon as the words were out, they covered Leng's face with a strip of black cloth. He stood there perfectly still, blindfolded with his hands bound. But underneath that black fabric, Leng's eyes were wide open. It was time to meet the king of this dark alley, a classic manhwa showdown. 2 hours later, the sky had turned even darker and more ominous. Leng walked onward, his senses on high alert. It just feels like we've been walking in circles forever. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. You guys are looking for the Black Mirror Army, aren't you? Z continued, not even giving them a chance to respond. If that's the case, stop wasting our time. Just take me straight there. You honestly think the Black Mirror Army doesn't know where your leader is hiding? One of the guards shot back. Not even the Black Mirror Army could possibly know where our leader is. Z just calmly retorted. It seems you don't know the first thing about a Han. The Black Mirror Army I had to deal with didn't just know your leader's hiding spot, they knew the exact limits of your little group's influence. So, lead the way. The guard turned to his buddy, looking a little nervous. Don't tell me the Black Mirror Army is actually nearby. Z immediately replied, I wouldn't know about that. But one thing's for sure, no matter how many scenic routes you guys take, you're only going to end up in one place. And that's right on your leader's doorstep. At that, the guard finally gave up and turned around. I get it. And with that, they entered a dimly lit, hazy corridor. They walked on, not another word passing between them. And so their group moved forward in a heavy, brooding silence. One of them pulled down the cloth covering his face and announced, We've arrived. One of the two men stepped forward, dropped to his knees, and called out, Leader? The man on the throne casually flipped a page in his book before asking, What? Z just kept his eyes glued to the pages. Have you forgotten the rules? The assassin Kenner's brother bowed low and began to explain. My apologies, my lord. He says he wishes to make a deal with you. Watching from afar, Z thought to himself, so that's him, the so-called king of the dark alley. The leader's voice dripped with anger as he gave the order, Stop wasting my time. Drag him out of here immediately. The assassin Kenner's brother glanced back nervously when he saw Z pull out a vial of blue potion. Z held the vial out towards them and said, Wait, have him drink this. The assassin Kenner's brother stared, his jaw practically on the floor. What? Is this Z remained as cool as a cucumber? Have you forgotten the rules? Kenner's brother could only bow his head and explain once more. Forgive me, my lord. He says he wants to conduct a transaction with the leader. From a distance, Z observed the unfolding scene. So that's him, the king of the dark alley. The leader's anger was palpable as he commanded, "Enough of this nonsense, get him out of my sight now." Kenner's brother turned back, his face etched with worry, especially after seeing Z take out that little vial of blue liquid. Z held the potion out to them and said, "Hold on. Let him drink this." The assassin, Kenner's brother, was completely stunned. "This is..." Z was completely unfazed. He replied nonchalantly, "It's holy water, give it to him. He'll recover in no time. You kept your word, so it's only fair I keep mine." Then a thought crossed his mind. What a complete waste, though. But it can't be helped. This is the only way. I can heal him in an instant with this. The other man took the vial and bowed his head. "Thank you, my lord." In a flash, Rhett strode up to SD looking like a classic Manhwa protagonist, ready for a confrontation, and declared, "I want to negotiate." The leader snapped back irritably, "Don't bother me. Get lost." Annoyed, Rhett snatched the book right out of Eddie's hands. Eddie shot to his feet, absolutely livid. "Damn it, what bastard dares?" And then a look of pure terror washed over Eddie's face. "Huh, Ayahan." His voice turned shrill with panic. "What is Ayahan doing here?" SD spun around to grill the assassin, Kenner's brother. "I put my trust in you, is this how you repay me with betrayal?" Hearing this, the man jumped, waving his hands frantically. "Betrayal? Absolutely not. This guy swore he wouldn't lay a finger on our leader or the team." Shen Dao violently snatches the book back from Lei's hands. "Ugh, how many times have we heard that load of crap? All nobles are the same, just like in every cliché manhwa, a bunch of worthless scumbags." Lei just stares daggers right back at him. The king of the back alleys. Eddie, the genius of geniuses. The man who never forgets a single thing he's ever laid eyes on. Shen Dao looks up, clearly annoyed, and lets out an exasperated sigh. "You're young, but you're not from the Ang clan. And I've never seen your face around here before." Shen Dao asks with a hint of curiosity, "So you're the youngest son of the An clan? The one they abandoned in that prison block?" Lei replies nonchalantly, "That's me." "Well, I'm surprised. To think you'd even know about that." A wicked grin spreads across Shen Dao's face. "So you want to make a deal? But what am I supposed to do? I don't need a single thing from you." Lei shoots back, "You won't even hear what I have to offer." "What makes you so absolutely certain?" The man let out a disdainful laugh. "You nobles are all so painfully predictable. Either you offer a bag of gold or you ask me to wipe some commoner's identity clean. Tell me I'm wrong." Jai lowered his head. "Am I wrong?" he pressed. Jai just lowered his gaze, a somber look on his face. Then silence. Eddie simply went back to reading his book. "I knew it," Jai thought, and after that the guy clammed up, completely engrossed in his book. Now, despite being a certified genius, this dude had tried to score a government position countless times, but he was shot down again and again, all because of his humble origins. As a result, his personality got all twisted up. He grew to despise the nobility and basically assumed that every single person on the planet was dumber than he was. Jai cracked a small smile. This character in the manhwa was acting exactly as he remembered from the game. Then he finally spoke up. "The price I'll be paying for this little deal of ours won't be money or a squeaky clean identity." Eddie kept his eyes glued to his book, pretending not to care in the slightest. All right, I'll get straight to the point." Jai quickly sat down and said nonchalantly, "What I'm offering you is information." He gave a wicked little smirk and declared, "I'm going to buy your information, with my information." Ji sat up straight, looking the man dead in the eye, and said with dead seriousness, "My form of payment, my compensation to you is information." Eddie, now half joking and half intrigued, asked him, "Well, now you're a fascinating character. You plan on using information to buy information, is that it?" Jai confirmed it, then fired a question right back at him. "That's right. Because it's the only thing you truly want, isn't it?" Instead of answering directly, Eddie deflected with a question of his own. "And how could you possibly know that?" Jai didn't answer. He just smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, "Oh, there's no way I wouldn't know about you." Getting in touch with you is a crucial mid-game strategy. You're like a hidden piece on the chessboard. With that thought, he hit him with another question. You can perfectly memorize anything after seeing it just one time? Can't you? Eddie let out a soft, uncertain laugh, his reply deliberately vague. I'm pretty sharp myself, but don't jump to conclusions. As he spoke, he turned a page in his book, all while staring intently at Z. Z gave a slight nod as if to say he understood. Then his attention shifted to the book that Sid was currently reading. Z folded his arms on the table, pondered for a moment, and then let out a smirk. He offered his deduction. It seems you enjoy reading, but there's only a single book here. That means you dispose of them the moment you're finished. Sid chuckled dryly, then questioned him again. Sharp eyes. So what else have you figured out? Z stated with dead certainty. You're interested in making a deal. Hearing this, Sid shot him a skeptical look. That's when Z broke down his opponent's every move. I can tell from your posture. You've already turned your body towards me, ready to negotiate. Sid was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. Finally, he threw his hands up as if in surrender, and with a grin, agreed to hear the proposal. All right, fine. I'll hear what you have to say. All that time invested, I suppose this is a reasonable price to pay. Z sat up straight, his deep, devilish voice laying out his demand. What I want is everything you have on Agan. I need detailed intel on my brothers. Hearing this, Yi seemed a little intrigued. He leaned toward him, offering his 2 cents. Is this about some kind of civil war? Information can be money, it can be a weapon. And sometimes it can be a shield. And with that, he turned the question back on Z. But you, and you left out the most important part. What are you paying with? Z crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and said with deadpan seriousness, information you don't already have. Yi was not exactly pleased with this response from him. He stubbornly pushed back, trying to pry a real answer out of him. Well, I won't know that for sure until I hear it. Because you see, I know pretty much everything. But Z's expression was pure ice, not giving away a single hint. And I have no intention of telling you. Annoyed, Yi shot back with pure arrogance. What kind of backwards deal is this? For all I know, your information is completely worthless. Z, as cool as ever, calmly fired back. I could say the same about you. When it comes to Agan, wouldn't you say I know a lot more than you do? Eddie. Model. He scoffed, hilarious. You're the one who came to me shaking in your boots. This isn't some dramatic Manhwa showdown, it's business. Z's eyes drifted to the way Yi's fingers were tapping on the armrest of his chair. He could tell the guy was on the fence, torn between accepting the deal and refusing. Z decided it was time to play it cool, dangling the bait before pulling it away. He said nonchalantly, I came here hoping I might find something I didn't already know. But if you can't accept these terms, then we can just forget the whole thing. Having said his piece, he went completely silent, his gaze fixed on those tapping fingers which were now drumming at a much faster pace. Z thought to himself, the basis of any negotiation is knowing what the other guy wants. I've got you figured out, but you don't know a single thing about me. An eccentric obsessed with information. Maybe I should turn up the heat a little more. With that in mind, he let another casual, dismissive comment slip out. It seems you're not really interested in making a deal, so I'll be on my way. Then he decisively got up and walked out. Eddie was quite surprised by Joe's sudden move, but he didn't say a word, just stared at the kids retreating back. The path out of this place was only lit by a few faint lights. The surrounding silence was so complete you could hear every footstep. As Joe walked slowly, he mulled things over in his head. It's no big deal if we don't make the deal right now. Thanks to the 3 Jin brothers, I got to meet the guy early and saved a bunch of time. Besides, he'll be the one to contact me first anyway, so there's no need to rush. At this thought, a confident little smirk crept onto his face. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and said politely, "Excuse me, young master." Well, if it isn't the 3 Jin assassin brothers. All of them bowed in unison before him. The leader was the first to speak. He said gratefully, "Thanks to the holy water you bestowed upon us, our youngest brother has made a full recovery. Contact me first anyway, so there's no need to rush." At this thought, a confident little smirk crept onto his face. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and said politely, Excuse me, young master. It turned out to be the three Jin assassin brothers, and all of them bowed in unison before him. The leader spoke first, his voice filled with gratitude. Thanks to the holy water you gave us, our youngest brother has recovered. Immediately it became clear this was no ordinary holy water. We are so incredibly grateful to you, the guy next to him chimed in sincerely. Thank you for keeping your promise. The leader then added, full of remorse, I'm so ashamed that I didn't trust you just because you're a noble. Zhou glanced at them and reminded them sternly, even among the nobility you occasionally find a good person. I am not a man who breaks his promises. Hearing this, all three of the Jin assassin brothers started bawling their eyes out, a total mess of tears and snot. The leader, choked with emotion, said, I've never met a nobleman like you before. Young master, if it were any other noble, I'm afraid they wouldn't have given a damn about our youngest brother's life. It's a classic trope in a tragic manhwa. My demand is simple, Z began. He asked carefully, choking back his emotions. If it's not too much to ask, may I know your name, sir? Zhu answered curtly, Jue Ahan. At that, all three of the Kinzer assassin brothers bowed deeply, in unison saying with heartfelt sincerity, Thank you, sir, we will remember this for the rest of our lives. Young Master Zhu, Jui said nothing more. As he turned to leave, his heart stirred, and he thought to himself that maybe, just maybe, he'd been a bit prejudiced against assassins. They possessed such deep bonds and a loyalty that kept them from ever betraying their comrades. It was like something out of a dramatic manhwa. Maybe they were better people than he thought. At this realization, his eyes started to well up. Zhu lowered his head, in silence, trying to compose himself. He then glanced back at them and saw the three Kinzer assassin brothers were still holding their deep bow. He was stunned, thinking, are they still bowing? Finally, he broke the silence and asked them, You're the Kinzers, right? Hearing his voice, all three of them finally looked up. The leader spoke for the group, answering honestly, Oh yes, that's what people call us. Yu's mind immediately started calculating. Recruiting assassins would be a pretty huge accomplishment, and there were three of them. If he could get them on his side, they would be incredibly useful for the internal power struggles he knew were coming. With that thought settled, he gave them a short, simple command. You're coming with me. Not quite understanding what he meant, the three Kinzer assassin brothers just let out a collective bewildered, huh. Meanwhile, back in Eddie's room, Z was sitting primly, staring at him with a dead serious expression. SD crossed his arms and sneered, so you came crawling back. Deep down, the guy was feeling ridiculously confident. Of course he did, he thought smugly. Someone like you can only pretend to be tough for so long. The information I have on your precious brothers is your lifeline after all. Out loud, however, he kept up the snarky tone, asking, Z, so what brings you here? Weren't you just putting on a big show about not caring before you stormed off? Z cut straight to the chase. I want to purchase the three Kinzer brothers. Sid, thinking this would follow some typical manhwa script that he'd already imagined, quickly jumped in. Right, you need my information. But after a second to process what Z had actually said, he shot bolt upright in his chair. He slammed the table and roared, You what? Z calmly laid out his terms for the negotiation. I will pay with information. Sid waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off as he adjusted his glasses. No, hang on a second. He pointed toward the three Kinzer assassins and asked Z in complete astonishment, You came all the way back here for those guys, and not to get information about your own brothers? Z replied coldly, I have no need for information about my brothers. No matter how I look at it, that would be a major loss. Hearing this, Sid's brow furrowed. A loss, he repeated. By now, his hand, which had been resting on the table, had slowly clenched into a tight fist. The room suddenly fell eerily silent, the only sound being the crackling of the fire in the hearth. After a beat, Sida finally broke into a smirk. All right then. His tone turned dead serious. So you want those Kinzer fellas, do you? But here's the rub. They happen to be captains. Captains in my organization, and well, I'm the boss. Joe, his expression unreadable, stated with cold certainty. I'm prepared to pay any reasonable price. Da shot back, his voice dripping with challenge. Well, my idea of reasonable is probably a hell of a lot more expensive than you're imagining. Unfazed Joe simply tossed the question right back at him. And what price exactly did you have in mind? Da laid out his demand plain and simple. Everything. Everything you've been through since you left the detention center, how you busted out of there, and every single move you made afterward. I want that entire story, nothing less. As he said it, a thrill of pure excitement shot through him. He thought, who needs money? This will finally satisfy my burning curiosity. Well, that intel alone is already worth a fortune. The grand return of the once-abandoned young master of the Anhan family. Fresh out of the slammer was enough to make anyone curious. But explaining it all meant revealing his own embarrassing secrets. And you weren't exactly eager to spill the tea, were you? As if sensing Eddie's inner turmoil, R let out a faint sigh and casually remarked, your endurance is far weaker than I imagined. Oh, them's fighting words. Absolutely insulted by that comment, SD shot up from his seat, slamming the table and kicking his chair, roaring. What the hell do you mean, weak endurance? Paying no mind to the fuming man storming towards him, Z kept his cool, casually continuing to roast him. I just thought you'd ask for something a bit more spectacular, but I guess a man can only live within his own limits, and that was the last straw. SD got right up in Z's face, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled through gritted teeth, you son of a, I have been tolerating you, and then he just unleashed a torrent of insults at Z. You bastard! You think you're so damn special, you piece of trash. You were just born into a prestigious family. You have zero talent of your own, you were just blessed with some lucky blue blood. And throughout this entire tirade, Z's expression didn't so much as twitch. He just stared daggers right back at him, not saying a single word. SD, filled with righteous fury, was ready to unload everything. If you keep running that smart mouth of yours, he threatened with that big mouth. But then he made the mistake of looking into Z's smoldering, fiery red eyes. The words died right there in his throat. Z's crimson eyes were pulsing with a faint, eerie light. Eddie's grip instinctively went slack. A terrified thought raced through his mind. What the hell is that look? Seeing the situation was about to go nuclear, the three Jin assassin brothers started panicking, rushing in to de-escalate. Aye, leader, please, you have to stop. That's the heir of the Anhan family you're manhandling. Snapping back to his senses, Eddie finally let go of Z. He cleared his throat and said with forced politeness, my apologies. I got a little carried away. He took a shaky step back and asked, his voice trembling slightly. So, what are your conditions? Sir, Z let a question hang in the air, a classic power move you'd see in any epic manhwa. Who do you think is standing in front of you? Eddie answered honestly, as the heir to House A. And, scene. The guy started fumbling over his words. My lord, you literally just apologized. So I was wrong, wasn't I? Z crossed his arms, staring him down with a dead serious expression. Then he launched into this epic manipulative monologue. That's right, Ahan. If I were in your shoes, I would have been thinking about how to use the nobility from the start. And right now is the perfect time for it. Eddie, completely lost at his words, just blinked and asked, use them? How am I supposed to do that? Are you telling me to use you? Z's voice dropped to a low conspiratorial tone as he continued. I know you have an obsession with information, but the intel you can dig up from the shadows, it has its limits. Eddie reluctantly admitted it. Well, yeah, that's kind of a given. There's nothing I can do about it, my lord. Seeing the guy was still completely clueless, Z let out a quiet sigh. He lamented, totally exasperated, you still don't get it, do you? This just made Eddie even more flustered, and he quickly shot back. My lord, you haven't actually said anything to me yet. Sir, Z locked onto him with those blazing red eyes of his, and in a commanding tone he ordered, stop hiding in the shadows. Step into the light. I will help you. I will help you. You. However, Eddie's will was still fighting back. He stammered, no way. You have no idea what you're saying. But Z just kept up the pressure, dangling an irresistible offer, painting this picture-perfect future for him like something from a classic manhwa. I will provide you with a building in a prime location to open your own detective agency. because the nobility are the ones who really run this world. So you need to be dealing with them to get the best information, don't you? Hearing this, Eddie immediately fired back. Hey, don't you dare think I can't make it just because I'm short on cash? Besides, commoners aren't even allowed to buy or sell buildings. Z laid out his plan with a dead straight face. I will be the one who owns the building, not you. You will simply be the tenant who runs the business there. Completely stunned, Eddie blurted out, what? Joe countered with an offer of his own. And I'll even dispatch the Ahan Magic Division to handle security. Now is that not a sweet enough deal for you? Hearing this, Shu Dong could only let out a stunned little ah. Zhao stood up, laying out the terms of his grand proposal. I'm not asking you to be my subordinate, I'm asking you to be my partner. I'll help you achieve everything you desire out in the open. And in return, you'll feed me information. We'll help each other out. Isn't that just a wonderful arrangement? Okay, Shu Dong's brain was officially short-circuiting. He started daydreaming about this glorious future, thinking to himself, half giddy, half suspiciously. Hold on, does this mean I can get all the intel I need, and I get my own squad of elite mages to command? Can I really trust a deal this sweet? This feels like some overpowered manhwa plot. Still reeling, he hesitantly double-checked with Zhao. For real? You're really going to provide an entire building, and also assign members of the magic division to me? Zhao just oozed confidence, stating simply, absolutely. I don't go back on my promises. As if on cue, the three Jin assassin brothers standing behind him all nodded in perfect creepy unison. Shu Dong's mind was still racing, trying to process it all. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All the truly important stuff, the major events. It's almost too good to be true. This is the kind of golden opportunity you only read about. But these high-stakes games are hard to believe. It all happens in the world of nobles, while the info I get from my network of beggars is mostly just petty rumors. But if he's even willing to station members of the magic division there. At that thought, his ambition went into overdrive. He told himself, this isn't just a golden opportunity, this is a fortress made of solid diamond. I absolutely cannot let this slip away. With that, Shu Dong's entire demeanor shifted. He grabbed Zhao's hand, practically groveling, and sputtered, all right, you've got a deal, I'll cooperate. Zhao let out a sinister little smirk and dropped a casual compliment before hitting him with the fine print. Good, you've made the right choice. But well, you know how transactions work, they always require a little down payment first, don't they? Hearing that, Shu Dong just stared blankly. A down payment, Zhao replied with a slow, predatory smile. Let me remind you, you'll get the intel on my brothers, and on the three Kinzer brothers. Eddie just hummed, caught off guard. A bright smile lit up Zhou's face, his piercing crimson eyes locking onto Si Da's once more. He declared with a casual confidence, that will be your down payment. Sometime later, after a long journey, Zhou finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. At long last, the Grand Han family mansion stood before them. Noticing how pale his friend looked, Zhou asked Han Zhou with concern, you didn't sleep a wink last night either, did you? Are you okay? Zhou couldn't resist a little jab. You're one to talk. Zhou just laughed sheepishly. I was just too damn excited. Meanwhile, Zhou recalled how he himself had stayed up all night burning every single piece of information he'd received into his memory. Every line item was so outrageous, it was like something out of a crazy manhwa, enough to leave anyone utterly speechless. The combined forces of his brother's alliance, the city's ledger's expense reports, and even the personal information of their own servants. There was just one thing he couldn't wrap his head around. He had absolutely no clue where or how the guy had managed to dig up all this dirt. If you gave this man wings, he'd probably try to fly to the moon. Yeah, real reassuring. For now, though, the only play was to stall for time. He had to get stronger within Anne's territory while surviving the inevitable family drama, the one instigated by his own brothers. Zhuotian knew it deep down. Today was critical. How he handled things today would completely rewrite his place in the family hierarchy. And so he gave the order, let's move. Inside the grand mansion, strange characters were carved into every pillar. Guards stood watch at the gate, making sure no unwanted riffraff barged in. Seeing the group approach, a guard bellowed, halt! Dismount your horses and state your names. But once he got a clear look at his face, the guard recognized him. Your young master Zuotian, we were told to expect you. Zutian nodded curtly. I've returned on the family head's orders. Lead the way. But the guard stopped him. Wait a moment. The people behind you are not permitted to enter. He stepped forward to vouch for them. They are my companions. I will personally guarantee their status. But the guard wasn't having any of it. Sorry, sir, but outsiders are forbidden from entering without the master's express permission. That by-the-book attitude had Zet absolutely fuming on the inside. Damn it all, falling at the very first hurdle. He could just brute force his way in, but Zet wasn't an idiot. He understood the bigger picture. Breaking the rules on Agahan territory was not exactly a recipe for a long and happy life. And for that very reason, Zet had to back down. Sir, please just wait a moment. I promise I'll be right back. The old man advised, don't worry about us. You need to worry about yourself now. At the same time, the old man worried, an old man's intuition isn't the most reliable thing. But I've got a really bad feeling about this. Zet reassured him, don't worry, everything will be fine. Then he turned to the other man, Kinger, I'm counting on you. Seeing that things were settled, the guard prompted, let's go, young master. The head of the house is waiting. Zet didn't waste another second. Lead the way. All the while, he was psyching himself up. Sir, please just wait a moment. I promise I'll be right back. The old man advised, don't worry about us. You need to worry about yourself now. At the same time, the old man worried to himself. An old man's intuition isn't the most reliable thing, but I've got a really bad feeling about this. Zet reassured him, don't worry, everything will be fine. Then he turned to the other man, Kinger, I'm counting on you. Seeing that things were settled, the guard prompted, let's go, young master. The head of the house is waiting. Zet didn't waste another second. Lead the way, he said, while giving himself a silent pep talk. The guard hurried him along. Let's go, young master. The head of the house is waiting. Zet didn't waste any time. Lead the way. And he continued his internal monologue. I've got a massive responsibility now, so I have to keep my head on straight. Don't get nervous. I've prepared as much as I possibly could. I understand the problem. The core thing that motivates a mage is pure unadulterated pragmatism. I just need to focus on that. Okay, so I may have accidentally found myself in Ahan's body, but from here on out, I have to be extremely careful and act exactly like Ahan to survive this without any screw-ups. Because as everyone in this crazy Manhwa world knows, Ahan, the seventh and youngest son, is a mage who puts pragmatism above all else. I have to nail this performance and somehow win over the head of the house. In the end, even though it was the last thing he wanted, he had to face. As the door to the patriarch's chamber swung open, the old man barked out a cold command, get in here. A youngest son. Before him, the head of the family sat perched high above his gaze, dissecting him. Our boy dropped to his knees, respectfully bowing his head. He greeted the patriarch while giving himself a little pep talk. All right, body, stop shaking already. The old man, pretending not to notice the kid was trembling like a leaf, casually asked, so how does it feel to finally crawl back to the family after all this time? He immediately reported, it's exactly the same as before. The patriarch looked confused. The same? What on earth is that supposed to mean? He quickly clarified, your overwhelming aura. My lord, it hasn't changed one bit. And neither has the bone-chilling cold that comes with it. The second the words left his mouth, the old man let out a booming laugh. It was so loud and resonant that the very room began to tremble with it. Our hero was internally shook, just a laugh. He made the whole place vibrate just by laughing. This is some next-level Manhwa villain stuff. My ears are ringing and my vision's going blurry. The patriarch eyed him suspiciously. It sounds to me like you're saying you can actually sense your own father's aura. And right then he knew he'd messed up big time. He'd said way too much. The old man toyed with him like a cat playing with its food. And tell me, how could a little thing like you possibly gauge the level of a great archmage? He was so tense, he broke out in a cold sweat, staring holes into the patriarch. The man before him was one of only 2 great archmages in the entire empire. The monster who slaughtered his own brothers to seize control of the Ahan clan. Yen Eden Ahan. Out of nowhere, Jen Eden made an observation. You've changed a lot since the last time we met. As I recall, you were nothing but a feeble little brat. Zet immediately shot back. The word feeble is not fit for an Ahan, sir. That response seemed to please the old tyrant immensely. Yes, that's right. There's no way a son of mine could be a useless waste of space. Who can't even sense mana. I heard you awakened your thunder key. Instantly, our boy was on high alert, waiting for whatever was coming next. Let's see what Jian Yid has to say next. And the old man asked, "Tell me, what do you know of that power?" Zhuo hesitated for a moment before revealing what he knew. I know it's a power that transcends the four main attributes. Just as he'd hoped, Jian Yiding was clearly taken aback. After all, in the entire history of the An clan, there had never been a precedent for anyone who wielded a power beyond the fire element. How did you come to possess lightning qi? Now, that was a question he wasn't prepared for. He's this interested in my lightning qi. This is way outside of my calculations. Zhu gathered his thoughts and replied, I don't believe it's all that surprising, father. The An bloodline, after all, holds infinite potential. His answer only seemed to make the old man more skeptical. You weren't surprised, not even a little, after awakening lightning qi. Zhuo maintained his calm demeanor as he answered. I've heard it's a power that only manifests once in a century. Not only that, but Zhuo added that he firmly believed a power so blessed could only belong to the Great An clan. Upon hearing this, Jian Yiding let out another booming, hearty laugh. He seemed genuinely delighted, offering his praise. You speak nothing but the truth, my boy. Meanwhile, Zhuo was screaming internally. Every time that man laughs, I swear my intestines do a backflip. For the love of all that is holy, please stop laughing. Still chuckling, Jian Yiding gave his instructions. It's been a while since I've had a good laugh. I called you here today because of your lightning qi. I want you to research it, master it completely. Research it and develop it. If you can raise it to a significant level, it will be worth more than any other accomplishment. And just like that, Zhuo understood. He finally saw the old man's true goal. So in the end, he wanted to take this incredibly rare power, called lightning qi, and slap it onto his own. Long list of achievements, what a classic Manhwa villain move. He'd even exploit his youngest son, who'd just barely made it back alive. To do it, still Zhuo thought this was a stroke of luck. As long as the old man wants something from me, he won't kill me, at least not right away. Zhuo bowed respectfully. I will obey the patriarch's command. He had just started to breathe a sigh of relief when Jian Yiding brought up the one thing he'd been dreading. But before that, the old man's voice dropped. We need to discuss your transgressions. Let me ask you, son, were you truly unaware that the slave trader Wei Tuo had connections to our family? He replied nonchalantly, I was aware, an attitude that of course made Jian Yid absolutely furious. And yet you had that slave trader executed anyway, and you used those despicable Buhan scum to do it. Based on that little outburst, Zuotian knew. This madman was finally showing his true colors. Yep, the real Manhwa-style game was just getting started. He calmly explained himself. I have done nothing to harm the family. The slave traders were a problem that had to be eliminated eventually. The old man listened intently, waiting to see what else Zuotian had up his sleeve. Seeing Jian Yid had calmed down a bit, he continued to make his case, because their actions go against the emperor's goals. I figured they would only bring harm to our family in the long run. Hearing this, the old man scoffed, declaring his son's words a total contradiction. The slave traders bring us enormous long-term benefits. They will suck the south dry of all its resources, and that right there was exactly what Zuotian had been waiting for him to say. Heh, I totally saw this coming. Now I just need to persuade him, picking my words carefully, to get the patriarch on my side. After a moment's thought, our hero spoke up. Patriarch, I believe that even in the world of pragmatism, there's a difference between dirty money and legitimate profit. This did not please Gen Eden. Are you saying the profits from the slave trade are illegitimate? How absurd. Profit is profit, period. Our boy calmed himself. Okay, deep breaths. I'm 15, so I'm allowed to be stubborn. Like a 15-year-old, Gen Eden will just write this off as a mistake that any naive young man might make. And so he stubbornly held his ground. Why should the top family in the empire accept filthy lucre? The Anhan clan deserves only the most brilliant gold coins, even if they're technically the same currency. The old man fell silent for a moment before launching a new crafty line of questioning. Very well. So care to explain why on earth you were accepting help from Ba Han? Even if you're young and monumentally stupid, you of all people should know that Ba Han is the sworn enemy of our clan. Our boy tries to play it cool, explaining that Ba Han was just acting on the Emperor's orders and that their paths just so happened to cross. He insists he didn't accept any help. At this point, Jen Yiding's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Are you seriously trying to lie to my face? You accepted Ba Han's invitation and were even gifted a prized white horse, yet you claim you didn't take their help. Zuo clenches his fists, his voice laced with indignation. Patriarch, I'm not quite following this line of questioning. The old man scoffs. What? Zuo immediately tries to spin the story. I wasn't invited. I was kidnapped. And I made sure to display the pride of an Han. Right in front of the Ba Han patriarch, what I brought back from the heart of the enemy's den was a war trophy. Not some measly gift. This is a plot twist worthy of its own manhwa. He then asks with a bitter tone, so why are you chewing me out? Instead of rewarding me, he boldly brings up the very gift that Jen Yiding was so mad about. They lost that white horse, a treasure they considered their exclusive property, to me. But he's not done. Furthermore, he argues, the very image of an Han warrior riding a prized Bahan steed will only serve to elevate our clan's reputation, wouldn't you agree? Inside, he's desperately praying, please buy it, please buy it. Zuo genuinely believed this whole escapade was worthy of high praise. But it was as if with a single glance, the old man could see right through his little performance. And so Zhen Yiding delivered a chilling threat. My youngest son, don't you dare try to fool me with that slick tongue of yours. Zuo's mind went into absolute panic mode. Crap. The patriarch glared at him. I said, don't try to fool me with that silver tongue of yours. The tension in the room was suffocating. Damn it, Zuo thought, it's not working on him. Just then Zhen Yiding added, if you tell me one more lie, you will pay the price for it. Staring at his son's utterly stunned face, he continued, that being said, you're not entirely wrong, but praise alone, and not a lecture, you actually made a surprisingly valid point. At this, Zet was completely thrown for a loop. He knows full well I'm playing him. And he's just letting it slide, but why? Finally, the old man cut to the chase. All right, that's enough of this little chat. Now tell me what you really want. Our boy's face was still a perfect picture of shock, his brain still buffering. Jen Eden prodded, well, what is it? Spit it out. Tell me exactly what you desire. Zet thought to himself, this makes absolutely zero sense. But hey, never look a gift horse in the mouth. I've got things I need from this. And so he found his voice. I want the entire operational budget. That should have already been transferred to my minor estate. He wasn't finished. Furthermore, I want you to grant entry to the people I brought with me earlier, allowing them inside the estate. And for the grand finale, grant me members of the magic divisions, just like my other dear brothers and sisters received. Hearing all this, the old man simply replied, you can designate the members yourself. However, from that moment on, managing them will be entirely your responsibility. Zet shot back in a heartbeat. Yes, sir, understood. He was already thinking that members from the magic division would be incredibly useful right about now. They'll probably act all neutral at first, but the very second they get assigned to my estate, my siblings will start to meddle. There will even be traitors planted among them, I guess. This is what he meant when he said that. Managing them is my sole responsibility. This whole situation is like some high-stakes political manhwa. It's on me to maintain order and protect my own people. Jen Eden continued, now about those other individuals that you brought with you. You're referring to that old geezer, those 3 grimy-looking assassins, and that pair of beggar siblings, are you not? Zet answered respectfully. Indeed, as I'm sure you already know, the old man is Luo Chito Cheven. As for the siblings, they will serve as my butlers, and I plan on using the assassins as general errand boys. At this, the old man propped his chin on his hand, pondering, Cheven, you say? won't get you in the door. He is a traitor, who will be immediately arrested and dragged to the imperial palace. The boy furrowed his brow, thinking, he doesn't mean that. That's not his real intention. If he really wanted to haul that old man to the palace, he would have done it. With Hei Jun ages ago, there's no doubt he's testing me, trying to see just how much I truly understand about this whole Manhwa plot. After a moment, he spoke. Patriarch, I want to ask you one thing. Was the Anhan clan involved in the Shivan family's little rebellion? Hearing this, the old man grew suspicious. And what reason would you have to think that? The boy calmly laid out his case. I happen to know that the Shevin clan never did business with Anhan. They only had an exclusive trading deal with the Martin family. At this, Jen Eden roared with laughter. Are you suggesting that I could be bothered by those insects? That's hilarious. Martin may be second in command of the demonic faction, but he's nothing more than a washed-up failure. He's not even in the same league as us, only a fraction of Ahan's power. What reason is there to be wary of a wriggling little worm anyway? He muttered to himself. So does this mean Ahan isn't involved at all? Looks like I lucked out and didn't just walk Lachito right into the enemy's den. Z then said, in that case, please take Lacito in. But Jen Eden's reply was blunt. I refuse. A traitor to the Empire has no place on our family's land. Z tried to push back. Father, you must know the truth that they were framed. So please, I'm asking you to clear the Shivam family's name. His father shot back. Give me one good reason why I should. Z began to lay out his case. Lasio Chevin is the greatest grandmaster of magical artifact crafting in existence. It goes without saying that Ahan will be desperate to get their hands on him. If you take him in and clear his name, you'll not only earn a reputation for saving an innocent man, but you'll also massively boost our family's power. Z figured that details aside. Jen Eden was probably already pleased as punch that he'd found and brought Lasio back in the first place. Well, that much was obvious. At this, Jian Yideng looked pretty pleased with herself and finally gave the okay. All right, fine, I'll take him in. But don't think for a second that I'm wiping his criminal record clean. You're the one who dragged this mess to my doorstep, so you can be the one to deal with the consequences. Zhao Yi obeyed the command. Yes, I will follow the orders of the family head. But inwardly, he was thinking, just you watch. Yan Yixuan isn't getting directly involved. Honestly, this is even better than I'd hoped. Now I can mold Luo Xiao into my own completely loyal subordinate. And this gives me the perfect excuse to get away from the family estate. Yan Yixuan said, you are dismissed. Zhao Wei replied, yes, sir. Then he slowly turned his back and walked away. Behind him, Yan Yixuan's gaze followed his eyes narrowed in deep thought. At that moment, Callister appeared at his side as if he'd stepped right out of a stealth manhwa. He raised his hand in a salute. My Lord Captain of the Magic Knights, Callister Duan. Yan Yixuan asked, what do you make of him? He glanced toward Zhao Yi's retreating figure and said, we're on the same page, my lord. He's quite the suspicious character. He continued, suspicious is an understatement. On the outside, he looks like just a kid. But on the inside, it's a completely different story. Callister was also taken by surprise. Even the Crown Prince himself doesn't possess that kind of confidence. The same goes for the Crown Prince. He's never been that self-assured. It was as if Yan Yixuan had already seen through Zhao Yi's little game, asking Callister, did you see how that little brat so cunningly tried to pull one over on me? What a brazen little devil. He then wondered, is that why you're just letting him go? I was sure you were going to punish him. Yan Yixuan recalled the look in Zhao Yi's eyes and chuckled. It was because of the desperation in that boy's eyes. He thought to himself, it's the kind of expression that shows he'll absolutely get what he wants no matter what. Mere genius isn't enough for that. In the future, only someone who can go far beyond genius will be able to lead the Ahan clan. I'm really looking forward to seeing what my youngest son does next, model. I suppose I'll have to put him on the same level as his other siblings now, Jian Yideng continued. We must send our youngest child to Ryongem. Go ahead and arrange a suitable date. Cut to Z's location where the sky was a delightful shade of doom and gloom gray. The trees were bare and a murder of crows was flying around, making the whole place look like it was ripped straight out of a horror manhwa. Z's crew stood before a dark, foreboding mansion. Poor Jindu looked absolutely terrified to be there. Z just patted his head comfortingly while Yao stared at the mansion and spoke up. Cleaning this whole place up is going to be a real pain, isn't it? The three Chinuo assassin brothers confidently declared, "Sir, please go and rest. We will handle everything here." Z thought to himself, no matter how many times I hear it, them calling me sir, I just can't get used to it. Once inside, it was all hands on deck as everyone pitched in to clean the mansion. Some were wiping down windows, others were sweeping up a storm. And the legendary Chinuo assassin brothers. They were tag-teaming the floor, scrubbing it until it gleamed. Meanwhile, outside Z was busy wiping a window clean. When a voice called out, "Greetings, young master." He turned around, surprised to see a whole 20 members of the Jian Demonic Guild. "Excellent." Z asked them, "How long have you all been members?" The one in the front replied, "All of us have only recently joined the Jian Demonic Guild." "Sir," they all answered in unison. "Thanks for coming." Z looked them over and deduced, "So within the last 3 months, and which means you must be a 5th ring." The guy replied, "Yes, that's correct." Z looked at them, thinking a little disappointed that they were all total newbies, but then again it made sense. All the veteran members had probably been snatched up by his dear siblings already, so only the fresh recruits were left. He glanced at their worried faces and thought to himself, they all have that, "Oh crap, did we pick the wrong side?" look on their faces. He spoke up, "Well, either way, it's great to meet you all. From now on, let's work well together, okay?" The man replied, "Yes, sir," then asked, "Sir, what were you just doing?" Anyway, Z's deadpan reply, "Cleaning." The manor was a total mess. A subordinate approached looking baffled. "Yes. But young master, why are you doing this yourself?" Z answered coolly, "I'm tidying up my own house. Were you expecting me to just sit back and do nothing?" The man stammered, "Well, yes, but for chores like these, a young master should simply order his subordinates before he could even finish his sentence." Z tossed the broom right into his hands. "Speaking of which, perfect timing. All of you, get over here and lend a hand." They looked at him completely stunned. Us too?" "Sir," Z shot back, "of course. You all belong to this manor now." "Don't you?" one of them asked hesitantly. "That's true, but how could we possibly?" Z gave them a look of utter disdain. "Oh, so you're telling me you're incapable of doing the same work that I'm doing? I am so sick and tired of this whole noble versus commoner trope. It's like something out of a manhwa." The man sputtered, "Oh no, sir. We'll get right on it," Z fumed internally. "You're damn right you will." "All right, those pathetic excuses for mages." Zet raised his voice and boomed, "Who here is a water mage?" 2 of them meekly raised their hands. "I am." "Me too." He smirked, "Excellent. You 2 are on floor duty. Use your magic to scrub this place clean." The 2 immediately obeyed, "Yes, sir." Zet then asked, "And next up, who's a wind mage?" Another person raised their hand, "I can use wind magic." He ordered, "Great. You get to go outside and blow all the dust off the roof. And control your power. I don't want you breaking anything." As the mage started using his wind magic to clear the dust, he muttered in frustration, "I didn't spend years mastering magic just to become a glorified janitor." Zet's voice cut in sharply, "Shut your mouth, or do you want to take even longer?" Absolutely terrified, they immediately snapped to it. And just like that, after a little magical deep cleaning, the mansion was looking pristine. It was sparkling like it was brand new. The exterior looked so grand and spotless, it could have passed for a modern skyscraper. With that sorted, Zet began assigning rooms to everyone. "Liu and Luo, you 2 can take this room. As for the elder, that room over there is yours." Hearing the news, Li Sha started jumping for joy. "Brother, our room is absolutely incredible." Old man Chao Wen said, "Whoa, this is way too fancy for an old-timer like me." Suddenly, Yao piped up, "Lie on that note, is there anything to eat?" And that's when it dawned on him. "Ah, right. I was so caught up with cleaning, I completely forgot about food." Yao said, "I've already ransacked the entire kitchen. And just as I suspected, there's not a single crumb to be found. The amount of food we have is an absolute joke. So what's the game plan?" Lai stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought. I can't believe I'm actually worried about dinner in a noble family's mansion. This is like something out of a broke noble manhwa. Should we head into the city? At this hour, isn't it a little late for that? Yao grumbled in frustration. This is such a pain. Everyone must be starving by now. All the while, Lai just stood there, arms crossed, eyes closed, not saying a word. Then he finally spoke. The closest place is the Sun family's manor, right? The captain of the Mohu Jin squad replied, yes, that's correct. But he was curious. Don't tell me you're actually thinking of visiting the young master of the Sun family. Without missing a beat, Lai shot back, is there a reason I shouldn't? The captain stammered, well, sir, it's probably better if we find another way. One of our own isn't allowed in there. The young master of the Sun family has banned anyone from the Mohu Jin squad from setting foot inside his manor. But Lai simply replied, just do as I say. And with that, the whole crew marched off to the Sun family manor. The second they arrived, they were promptly stopped by guards. The two guards barked, who are you people? The Mohu Jian captain stepped forward. We're here on business. Now hurry and inform the young master of the Sun family. Showing up uninvited to another family's manor is pretty much the same as declaring war. A smirk crept across Li's face. Is that so perfect? I was planning on starting a fight with him anyway. Cut to inside the Sun family's lavish mansion, where the sound of someone screaming his head off echoed from within. Don't you idiots know that I despise the smell of onions? He shoved the plate of food, sending it crashing and shattering all over the floor. Why do you people keep bringing me this absolute garbage? A day in and day out, two trembling maids quietly knelt to clean up the shattered mess. But the young master of the Sun family continued his tirade. What's wrong with you all? Why aren't you answering me? Maybe I should just put you all out of your misery right now. Just then Jiet walked in with more food, saying calmly, young master, these are your servants. You simply must treat them with kindness. The butler of the Sun family is a woman named Jiet. He roars, it's because you're always so damn soft on them that they've gotten this ridiculously arrogant. Jet, go teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. She, however, replied with infuriating calm. Well then, young master, perhaps you shouldn't be such a picky eater. If you only indulge in your favorite foods, your health is going to take a serious nosedive. The young master of the Sun family whined, but I still hate green onions. If you ever bring that stuff near me again, I'll have every last one of those miserable wretches executed, Gijet thought to herself, utterly exasperated. Gu Chaolong, this kid is seriously a handful. Has the spell already worn off? Looks like I'll have to cast a much stronger one tonight. Just then a servant burst in looking absolutely terrified. Miss Jet, we have a major situation. She whirled around, clearly annoyed. What is it now? The servant stammered, outside, young Master Zet is here. Hearing that name, Giet slammed her fist on the table in a rage. What? He dares to show up at this hour completely uninvited. This is nothing short of a declaration of war. Assemble all our members immediately. How many goons did he bring with him? The servant hesitated before answering. The young master, he's alone. Outside it was indeed Zet. He came charging in on his mount Jindu with an outrageously confident smirk plastered on his face. The servant was so scared he could barely speak straight. That's young Master Zet, and he's alone. Clearly she didn't buy it for a second. Alone. Are you absolutely positive about that? Being grilled like this, the poor servant only got more flustered. Yes, he's right outside as we speak. And right on cue, Zet himself strolled in, startling everyone in the room. He flashed a disarmingly friendly grin. Enjoying your dinner, are we? Then Zet casually sauntered over to the dining table, completely ignoring the legion of guards surrounding him. The sheer main character energy on this guy could power an entire Manhwa series. All of a sudden, he started to lecture them. Would you look at this pathetic bunch? They see their superior and can't even be bothered to offer a proper greeting. One of the guards mustered every last drop of his courage and stepped forward. Good evening, young master. If I may be so bold, what business could possibly bring you here? Zet's gaze landed on one person in particular. You must be Grace. Is the head housekeeper here? Noticing a woman just standing there staring into space, he spoke with an icy tone. Are you not going to greet me? Even though she was called out directly, Grace remained perfectly still, refusing to react. She thought with utter contempt, "What's this brat so confident about? He's nothing but a snot-nosed kid." But just as quickly, a new thought dawned on Grace. A sliver of doubt crept into her heart. Don't tell me, they brought him back after he awakened his mana. This is a plot twist straight out of a manhwa. Zet's voice, slow and deliberate, cut through her thoughts. So you're still not going to offer a greeting? Seeing that he wasn't about to back down, Grace felt a wave of panic. Finally, she was forced to give in, at least on the surface. I am Grace Monet, head housekeeper for the young master of the Zong family. Internally, though, she was screaming, the absolute audacity, me, the person who holds the real power in this house, and I have to bow my head to this half-baked idiot. Just when she thought the humiliation was over, Zet called out her transgression. Acting like you're the one in charge has made you quite arrogant, hasn't it? Casually releasing your aura all over the place, for instance. The moment the words left his mouth, she froze, utterly shocked by what she'd just heard. Grace instantly realized he was no longer the easy pushover from before. This glow-up is worthy of a top-tier manhwa. What in the world happened to him? A cold dread began to wash over her. This wasn't the Zet she remembered at all. This aura, it was unmistakably that of a mage. Zet shot her an icy glare. Well, cat got your tongue, head-made Grace. Answer me now. Her mind was a complete and utter mess. A million questions were racing through her head, each one more terrifying than the last. And what in the world was with that attitude? He had to have some kind of ace up his sleeve. And then she felt the faint glow of a crest. The mark of a cleric. Completely ignored, Sun Ra slammed his fist on the table in a rage. Look at this punk, is that how you greet someone? Aren't you gonna say hello to your own big brother? He started ranting like a madman. Have you completely lost your damn mind? Who the hell do you think you are crawling back into this place? Zet just responded with a long, drawn-out sigh. I really have nothing to say to you. After all, you're nothing but a puppet. Humiliated Sun Ra absolutely lost it. What did you say, a puppet? You got a smart mouth on you, don't ya? Not gonna bite Z, did I strike a nerve? He admitted coolly, oh absolutely. I am your big brother, you know. Feeling his authority questioned, Sun immediately threw down the gauntlet. Fine by me. Your showing up here is basically a declaration of war, isn't it? He even puffed out his chest and bragged, I just learned some brand new magic. And I'm just dying to test it out on you. By the time I'm done, you'll be calling me big brother with the respect I deserve. Just then, Ji jumped between them, pleading, young master, please stop. Sun snarled, get out of my way. Ji, I'm going to teach that insolent little whelp a lesson. But Ji stubbornly stood her ground. I told you to stop. Her defiance was completely lost on him. Why are you doing this? You heard him? You heard how that little punk spoke to me. He even had the nerve to call me a puppet. She refused to let go, keeping a firm grip on Sun's arm. Young master, please, I promise I will explain everything later. For now I am begging you, just stand down. At the same time, she bowed her head deeply towards Z. My sincerest apologies. On behalf of the young master, I apologize for this outrageous behavior. Z just smirked. Well, at least the butler has some sense. G was trying to de-escalate because she knew the score. A guarantee from a cleric was as good as a direct order from the emperor himself. If anything happened to Z or his status was questioned, an imperial investigator would be dispatched immediately to the An estate as dictated by law. That's right, an imperial investigator would be sent to the An estate. And to make matters a million times worse, if that investigator so much as set foot on family land, the entire family's mana would be suppressed. That's how much the head of the An family loathed the emperor. And because of that terrifying reality, Ji had to find another way to deal with this, since a direct confrontation was completely off the table. The best plan was to just get him to leave peacefully. This family drama is more intense than any manhwa. She asked with perfect courtesy, young Master Z, to what do we owe the pleasure? He answered with a dripping sarcasm, how fascinating. A mere butler with such lofty ambitions. She completely ignored the jab. Please just state the purpose of your visit. Z didn't beat around the bush, all right? My mansion has run out of food. I want you to share some of yours. Gacy sighed in exasperation and ordered, bring all The rest of the meat and bread out here. The servant complied, at once Sir Gaise. Seeing him about to leave, she eyed him suspiciously. So you're all finished here, are you? He replied coolly, that's all for today. Just when she thought it was over, Z decided to add one last thing. But starting tomorrow, you and I are going to be seeing a lot more of each other. A whole lot more. Gaisi was so furious, she ground her teeth and cursed under her breath. You miserable bastard! Just you wait. Meanwhile, Z marched off with his spoils of war. A feast loaded with delicious meat, cheese, and even some fruit. Right away, he started dishing out orders. Earth mages, you dig the pit. Fire mages, get the fire going. They all replied in unison, yes, sir. As they stared at the sizzling golden brown meat, its incredible aroma filling the air, everyone was practically drooling. Man, how long has it been since we had an outdoor barbecue like this? Seriously, isn't this the first time since we got to AG Han? They gossiped as they grilled. That's right. Hey, there's like an unspoken rule against this. Oh, come on. Grilling meat over a fire is night culture, right? And for us mages, that sort of thing is considered a huge taboo. Just then, the team leader saw Z walking over and jumped. He panicked. Sorry, we were just talking nonsense. But surprisingly, Z was more curious about the weird lore in this manhwa. So mages are really forbidden from having barbecues, the flustered team leader confirmed it. Knights use up a ton of physical energy, so they're allowed to eat meat wherever they want. Z was incredulous. So you can't eat this delicious food, and simply because it's considered night culture, internally he was thinking, what kind of ridiculous garbage is that? I've never heard of anything so absurd. Then again, I barely ever played a mage character. Hearing Z say that the team leader was completely bewildered. But aren't knights just a bunch of barbarians? We are noble mages. Z didn't answer. He just gestured to the food. So you guys aren't gonna eat. They all stammered, what? I'm not, no, that's not it. Their pathetic hesitation was really starting to get on Z's nerves. You guys are making life way too complicated. Just eat do whatever you want, so why worry about all that? Ridiculous nonsense. Furthermore, he declared, from now on, pay no attention to the unspoken rules or the taboos around here anymore. At least here in my mansion, I couldn't care less about any of that. Do whatever you want, eat whatever you like, as long as you get your work done. Well, I won't nitpick a single thing. This incredibly progressive mindset left everyone completely dumbfounded. All Zet wanted was for them to be happy. Looks about done, let's dig in. Everyone cheered excitedly. Yeah, internally he was already plotting his next move. I have to press my advantage. Ever since I declared war last night, I have to keep the momentum going. It's like something out of a manhwa. Zet wasted no time. The next morning, a guy was desperately clinging to the door. No, you can't do this. This building is the only thing my father left for me. Zet feigned sympathy. I know the deed is in your name, but the real owner is the Sun family. Jun made his move because he knew exactly what was going on. The Ahan clan never buys property under their own name because even a simple investigation could expose their assets to the other family members, and our boy was about to exploit that very weakness. The knight slammed his fist on the table, growling, if you make the young master wait any longer, we won't escape his wrath. This wasn't just some simple real estate transaction, was it? Internally, Zun had to admit it. Yeah, this is way more than just a property sale. This is the starting pistol for a power struggle straight out of a manhwa. The guy tried to fight back. I don't have the documents. Oh, young Master Zhun most certainly does. Zhun was just waiting for that. I've already prepared for that possibility. Now sign here. As long as we have the sales contract, getting it notarized at City Hall will be a breeze. I'll pay you double the building's value. And I'll guarantee your life. It's a very generous offer. However, if you refuse to sign, you'll die right here. As tempting as that was, the guy was still hesitating. Can you really guarantee my life? Zuosi assured him. I always keep my promises. I swear on the name of a Han. The guy let out a heavy sigh and finally put pen to paper. There, I've signed. A thrill shot through him. Excellent. As of today, I am the owner of this building. Shortly after, over at the Niker City Hall office, the documents were brought forward. Here is the sales contract. The owner of the Wazin Beauty building has given his confirmation. Zuosai waited leisurely, cool as a cucumber. Will you be notarizing this, sir? The official made up his mind. Since it was a perfectly legal transaction, there shouldn't be any problems. Once the remaining balance is paid in full, that is, Zuosai mentally applauded. What a fantastic system. The man Zuosi had come to see was none other than the mayor of Niker, Douglas Heir. The mayor was busy singing the praises of his city hall's office. Yes, and the same goes for our property certificates. With so many theft cases, we require a dual management system. It's to ensure no one gets the short end of the stick. Hearing this boast, Zuosi thought to himself, oh, someone's getting the short end of the stick all right. Someone is about to get royally screwed over by this deal. Where Douglas Heir sized him up, but, young Master Zuosi, you're quite unusual. That comment piqued Zuosi's curiosity. Unusual how? The mayor explained, usually the heirs of Ahan don't purchase property under their own names. You don't know the reason why. Zuosi just nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, I know. But that sort of thing isn't important to me. Zuosi figured there was no point in creating a legal loophole for himself by using a proxy. Just then a commotion erupted outside. Let go of me. Do you peasants have any idea who I am to be blocking my way, move it? And right on cue, here comes the aggrieved party from this whole Manhwa plot. Guja stormed into the room, absolutely fuming. Where is the mayor's office? Jayla sure immediately chided her. Gesha, have you forgotten that using mana is strictly forbidden in here? She shot back with a ridiculous comeback, and isn't the mayor himself the one breaking the law in the first place? Zuosi stood by amused. Suddenly, SD jumped up looking skeptical. A master interrogating me? Are you playing dumb, sir? That building belongs to young Master Sun Jia. She kept grilling me, demanding to know if I expect her to just stay silent and take this betrayal lying down. He shot back, I have no idea what you're talking about. The registered owner of that building is Weizin Bei. GJ, absolutely fuming, snapped back, you are making a colossal mistake. How exactly do you plan to handle the consequences? You seem awfully sure of yourself. Z retorted, no, you're the one who's mistaken. What gives you the right to talk so big? Do you even grasp the situation? She then delivered her threat. As the head butler to the young master of the Sun Jia family, and as a mage of the Monet clan, I give you my word on this. You will absolutely pay the price for your actions today. He just let out a dismissive, arrogant laugh. Oh, is that a threat? Are you trying to intimidate me now? Well then allow me to give you a warning in return. Z's tone turned chilling. Whether it's an act of kindness or a knife in the back, I repay everything I receive 10,000 times over. This isn't some generic manhwa, lady. Don't forget the motto of the Ahan family. You mess with me and you will lose everything. Later, Z and Eddie, along with 3 dudes rocking some wild rooster-like hairstyles, pulled up in front of a massive mansion. Eddie pushed his glasses up his nose and stammered in awe. Is this really your house, boss? Standing behind him, Z could only manage a weary smile. It is, and from now on, it's also your new base of operations. Suddenly, SD spun around. A look of pure delight plastered on his face as he laughed. I've got to be honest, I had my doubts. But I never in a million years thought you'd get it all sorted out this quickly. Your ambition is even more astounding than I thought. He then held out a piece of paper right in front of Z's face. Z took it and stared at it intently, before asking with a confused look, "What's this?" Without missing a beat, SD explained, "That's a list of all the mages currently hiding out in Necro." Z looked up at him, his face a mask of pure shock. Mere mages, why all of a sudden? SD just casually shot back a question of his own. Sir, don't you need a master? Jun's gaze suddenly became pensive, as he seriously considered the question. Becoming more powerful is the lifelong goal of the Ahan clan after all. Or, did I guess wrong? Then SD got straight to the point. From what I hear, you still haven't found a suitable master. Jun stared intently at the document, rubbing his chin in thought. A master, huh? It's not like I haven't thought about it before. Then he flashed a good-natured smile, waving the paper in his hand. Thanks for your concern. But SD seemed completely unfazed. No need, the stronger you become, the better it is for me. We're business partners, aren't we? Jun looked back at the paper and then realized something. By the way, I don't recognize a single name on this list. Of course you don't. Then he spoke up to make his intentions clear. All right, then out of this bunch, who do you think is most worthy of my attention? SD, with his classic poker face, zipped over and pointed straight at the old geezer's name, and then declared with absolute certainty he's number one. That actually caught Z a little off guard. The former family head Ed Sai stood with a book tucked under his arm, calmly sizing up the situation. Honestly, there's no need to look any further. Have you really never heard of the Gay Cha family? But Z was actually intrigued, so he kept his eyes glued to the paper. No, this is the first I'm hearing of them. The powerful shadowy figures he'd just mentioned. The Gay Cha family were once some of the most famous mercenaries in the West. The guy just gave a cold, non-committal grunt in response. That was a very, very long time ago. Z looked him dead in the eye and fired back a question. A mage working as a mercenary. That arrogant breed of mages, seriously. SD patiently started to break it all down. Frankly, for a small to mid-sized family, there was no better way to make bank than the mercenary business. A loud slam echoed as someone was thrown against the wall. Sunjia appeared, her eyes absolutely blazing with fury, making a grand entrance worthy of any manhwa. He hissed through clenched teeth. It's just that their reputation among, normal folk is absolutely bonkers. Suddenly, from behind them, the guy with the rooster comb haircut decides to chime in. I've heard of the Jia clan too. Heck, the rumors say that hiring a single Jia is more valuable than a whole squad of regular mercenaries. Ain't that right? Hearing his cue, Xiaodong immediately jumps in. To back him up, you bet, their skills are off the charts, which is why their price tag is sky high. That's why only the filthy rich nobles can even dream of hiring them. Jing rests his chin on his hand, his gaze locked onto the paper in his grasp. A mage who works as a mercenary. All of a sudden, a massive ancient-looking stack of documents lands on the table with a loud thud. You learned a great deal from the Jia clan. Let's be honest, you're no ordinary mage, Xiaodong says with a booming voice, casually swinging his leg. They are incredible fighters. But Zheng's face clearly shows he's not buying it. His posture a mix of doubt and hesitation. If they really worked as mercenaries, they must have picked up a ton of different experiences. Xiaodong, trying to sound like a know-it-all, adds confidently, of course I bet they're masters of scouting. And even assassination too. What a perfect manhwa plot. And let's not forget the survival skills they must have picked up from enduring all sorts of hellish conditions. Xiaodong leans on the table, crosses his legs, and flashes a smug, self-assured smile. If you ask me, they are the absolute perfect choice to be your mentors. Compared to the Jia clan, no one else even comes close. Jing holds up the paper, finally voicing his question. Then why in the world did you write down so many other candidates? At that, all his confidence vanishes. He starts to stammer, well, the thing is, on that front, there's a rather forceful complication. That son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him. Does he think this is some random manhwa where he can just touch my building without knowing who he's messing with? Then he spotted Jae standing off to the side and immediately started taking it all out on her. Jesse, what the hell did you do to let things get to this point? The young master of the Sun family still couldn't get a grip on his temper and just kept on screaming his head off. Do you have any idea how much money that building brought in? Weren't you the one who said we needed money to expand our influence? She grimaced, a headache blooming from his shouting. The young master was still bitching and moaning, pinning all the blame on her. Even as GC rose to her feet. You're the one who said it. Dressed in a sharp suit, Jaese's eyes were deadly serious. As she approached step by step, a murderous aura practically oozing from her body. Young Master Sunja looked me in the eyes. Her pupils shifted to a menacing purple, leaking faint wisps of violet smoke into the air. From her chest right over her clothes, waves of dark purple energy began to pulse outwards. Her hand was open, as if she were grasping that very energy. Both of her hands were now shrouded in a violet aura. He instinctively stumbled back a step. What had she done to make him this terrified? This was getting as intense as a horror manhwa. Young Master Sunjia, I'll ask you again. Were you not the one who said we needed money to expand our influence? Though he was scared out of his mind, he still managed to stammer out a reply. Yes, that's right, I said that. What are you trying to do? GC's hand trailing that dark energy pressed against the young master's head, stopping him dead in his tracks. His eyes slowly started to glaze over. He was losing consciousness, his eyelids fluttering shut. GC kept her hands pressed firmly against his face. Her eyes flared as she uttered a single cold warning. Just be quiet for a little while. The expression on his face suddenly shifted. All at once he looked sad and bizarrely obedient. I'm sorry. With that, JC turned to leave her eyes now a bottomless jet black. Now then let me think. She looked absolutely exhausted. Jisoo slumped into a chair and let out a heavy sigh. Just how am I supposed to kill our Well, she teased, her gaze locked on the puppet. Completely out of it, he shuffles over to her. We'll just have to dip into the young master's slush fund. You're going to give it to us, aren't you? Sun Jiao looks like he's been completely enchanted, like something straight out of a mind control manhwa. And like a good little puppet, he agrees to the proposition. Guesser can have however much she wants. She throws her hands up in the air and lets out a wicked laugh. Excellent. With that kind of cash, we can afford to buy some very high-priced individuals. And just in case I get caught, I'll use magic to seal my own lips. Standing by her side, Sun Jia slowly chimes in. Yeah, okay, I trust Guesser. Delighted by this, Guesser gives his head a patronizing pat. She even has the nerve to call Sun Jia cute. Suddenly, a sinister glint appears in her eyes. Guesser flashes a cryptic, devilish grin. See, look how adorable he is when he behaves. We cut to the front of a majestic, towering palace. A dapper-looking butler bows to welcome them. Welcome to the Hotel Jeza, the finest establishment in all of Nier. It is a true honor to host you here. Z doesn't bother with pleasantries and gets straight to the point. I'm here looking for someone. The butler replies with cheerful professionalism. Is that so? If you head to the information desk, they'll be more than happy to assist you. And with that, Z heads on inside. But just as S tries to follow, a hand shoots out to block his path. It's the butler, of course, stopping him dead in his tracks. He absolutely refuses to let him pass. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot come in. Caught completely off guard, he turns and asks, but I'm with them. The butler, however, remains firm. Only members of the nobility are permitted entry to our establishment. The butler then resumes his prim and proper posture. He then politely asks for his understanding. It is hotel policy, I do hope you understand. Z turns around and walks back toward them. But all he can do is state the helpless truth. There's nothing we can do. Yes, you'll have to stay out here. You can't come in. Z looks at him with a dead serious expression. You're going to be okay, right? Guess we'll just have to wait here. Realizing his predicament, the man ruffled his hair in frustration. I can't live with this kind of injustice. It's a rotten world where only the nobles are even considered human. Z felt a pang of sympathy deep down. I feel the same way. The grand lobby of the hotel was absolutely massive. And everything, and I mean everything, was drenched in gold. Z stood right in the middle, looking up with an amused expression. They really didn't spare a single expense, did they? He then casually strolled up to the reception desk and slapped his hand down, making a firm demand. I want to see the guest registry. The receptionist, strictly following the rules, addressed his request. I can show you the list for the standard rooms, sir. But according to our policy, I am unable to disclose the guest list for our special suites. Hearing this, Z felt a familiar wave of annoyance wash over him. Policies, again. Z kept his piercing gaze fixed on the receptionist, who was clearly starting to get flustered under the pressure. I'm sorry, sir. I'll get you the standard room list right away. He just stood there watching silently with a grim expression on his face, his mind racing. Maybe it's because I just came from flashing Ahan's all-access pass, so this whole situation feels a bit off. But there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. The receptionist was a whirlwind of activity darting back and forth, as she searched for something, anything really to fulfill his request. The fact that Ahan's name didn't immediately send everyone in Nekir into a state of terrified reverence meant that one of the big bosses was the real owner of this hotel. But then something in the background snagged his attention. Without thinking, Ji turned his head and looked up. Behind him was a grand staircase, leading up to the hotel's second-floor balcony. Jai glanced around, a thought solidifying in his mind. With this kind of cash flow, the owner has to be one of the top or second-tier lords, which means I can't just throw a Han's name around to strong-arm my way through. While he was lost in thought, the receptionist reappeared and slapped a file down on the counter. His personality is way too eccentric. If I can't recruit him, I'm gonna need a backup plan, right? From behind, G slowly began to climb the stairs one step at a time. Meanwhile, that old geezer was still throwing a massive fit. This is the guest list for the standard rooms. Z grabs the list, his eyes scanning the pages back and forth. Nope, not in any of the standard rooms. Word on the street is he's a big shot mercenary, so the guy's gotta be rolling in cash. His eyes were glued to the paper, laser-focused. He strokes his chin deep in thought. It seems the only thing I know for sure is that Krag Nucha is somewhere in this hotel. I have to find him one way or another. Just as he's concentrating in the quiet lobby, a loud voice suddenly echoes from above, making him jump. Have you ever seen a hotel this incompetent? The voice boomed, getting louder. I ordered the Betty Mountain beef, so why in the world did you bring me this garbage? Up on the higher floor, a poor employee was trying his best to handle the situation politely. Sir, is there something that isn't to your satisfaction? Some old geezer was absolutely raising the roof up there. Not to my satisfaction. Bring me some quality beef. You call this Betty Mountain beef? You bunch of no-name peasants, how dare you try to swindle me? Hearing this, the employee was completely flustered. What do you mean, sir? All the beef in our hotel comes directly from Betty Mountain. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Krag Nucha. But the old man was having none of it. Silence. Do you think I've only been eating beef for a day or two? You think I can't tell the difference? Down below, Z just clicks his tongue in annoyance. He curses silently in his head. What a psycho tyrant. My target in this manhwa is a real piece of work. But then suddenly his eyes widen in realization. It seems Z just recognized a familiar silhouette. Wait a second. That scrawny body and that bald head. He flashes back to Eddie's boot-licking, overly flattering expression, and the exact words he used at the time. Hearing the commotion, Z could only click his tongue. He thought to himself, what an absolute psycho. But in that instant, his eyes flew open. Z had definitely seen that profile before. Hold on. That skinny frame and bald head, he remembered. He pictured Eddie's ridiculously sycophantic face, and he remembered what Eddie said because of the man's character. If you peasants don't bring me my authentic Betty Mountain beef, then I'm not paying a single cent for this hotel. You can figure out the rest on your own. Our hero G was still trying to wrap his head around it. But that wasn't just being eccentric. That was just straight-up, unapologetic arrogance. The head of the Kuga family looked back completely bewildered when he heard a voice coming from behind him. Sir, the old man recognized him. His face turning dead serious, though not exactly surprised. I sensed a strange aura coming from somewhere. Ah, so it was you, Head Kuga. So it really is you, huh? Chai, hearing this, was understandably a little lost. Huh. Head Kuga clearly wasn't rolling out the welcome mat. He stood up, his face colder than a morgue, and brushed right past our boy while grumbling to himself. Having to see Agahan's face first thing in the morning, so my luck for the day is completely shot. Jai was left standing there on the second floor, totally gobsmacked, staring down at the old man's ice-cold expression. He was still baffled. What in the world was that old fossil even rambling about? No matter how unhinged you are, how dare you speak so disrespectfully about Agahan? Jai glanced downstairs again. Kaan, glanced downstairs again. A hesitant thought popped into his head. Don't tell me. He actually despises Agahan. Just as he took a step, he bumped right into Shudong down in the main hall. The guy came scrambling over, practically shouting, Gee, did you see him just now, that old man? That's the head of the Kugi family. Jai shot back immediately. Yeah, I'm aware. Shudong caught his exhausted sigh. Well, I guess that means you've already had the pleasure of meeting him. See, I told you his personality is eccentric. But Ji was quick to set him straight. About Headku Ji's personality, that's not eccentric, the guy is just a world-class jerk from some dramatic manhwa. His bluntness made Shudong stammer. Well, you know how those hidden masters always are. What? They're supposed to have a few weird quirks, right? So which way did he go? Is that guy really a complete non-starter? If you can't stand him, we can always find another candidate. G pressed a hand to his forehead, his face a mask of exhaustion. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, the other candidates are all mages who've basically retired from life. We're talking fifth, maybe sixth circle at best. This isn't some starter manhwa plot. As hearing this seemed to be on the same page. Yeah, they're all just your standard run-of-the-mill mages. Jai squeezed his eyes shut, the effort visible. The lines on his forehead deepened. He was clearly getting agitated. I've been training non-stop, I'm even on a diet. And yet my magic stat is still stubbornly stuck at 5. I have to find a way. But I'm not the type who can just sit and meditate for enlightenment. I need to boost my quality and raw power. Then in a sudden burst of energy, G spun around and bolted. He sprinted forward, a man on a mission. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Seriously, which way did that guy go?